Hi everyone, am I audible? Good morning everyone. Good morning, am I audible? Hi everyone, welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I hope I'm perfectly audible and visible to everybody. Hi. Very good morning, very good morning, very good morning. So how are you all? So guys, I think I find it better that to start the classes early in the morning, be it 8:30 or 9 or even at 7 a.m. and then end them around 10 or 11 so that even you guys will get, so that you can even get a chance to have a better sleep and for the revision as well. Better na? Hai na? So I like it. I like it. I like it. So this is what I'm planning. Ki I'll keep my sessions early in the morning. That's a better option. And in that case, it is easy for us to stretch the session as well in case if we have to finish a chapter, right? Okay, so today what are we going to discuss? Okay, my bad, this is for the botany basically, right? Chali, let's go. Okay, so today what are we going to discuss? Let me tell you the sequence as well. So we are going to start with the ecology. Okay, we are going to start with what? We are going to start with the ecology, right? Firstly, we will go for organism and population chapter. Then there will be biodiversity and conservation. Sorry for that. Biodiversity and conservation, ecosystem, microbes, and sexual reproduction in flowering plants. That's the sequence for today, number one. And we will have one more session on Saturday, and in that there will be evolution. Evolution itself is for, matlab, if I have to teach you evolution properly, I really need at least 12 hours. At least 12 hours. But here we will start with the most important topics of this chapter. Then there will be principles of inheritance and variation and MBOI. So why am I taking this unit separately? Because you know that overall it is a very important unit, isn't it? Overall it is a very important unit. Okay, so that is why I will take a separate marathon for it, because this session itself will give you minimum 60 marks. Minimum 60 marks you people will get from this particular session. Minimum 60 marks. So I'll take it separately. Okay, okay. Shinchan beta, I'll communicate with the sir, right? I think there is a confusion. I'll talk to him. Okay, done. So this part is clear. This part is clear that what are we going to start today? So ecology overall is very important. Minimum three question minimum. I'm saying, I'm not saying maximum at all, right? That's what you can see. Okay, so even minimum, if 9 question you are going to get, you know that 36 marks. So this is minimum, but at least this ecology will give you 40 to 50 marks, somewhere in between that, right? And microbes may say 2 to 3 questions they can ask you. Here also 3 to 4 question or 2 to 3 question, it varies. So the chapters that we are going to discuss today, they are very, very, very important. Okay, just keep that in your mind. Okay, right? Done. Just a minute. Done, beta? Okay, so let's get started. The very first chapter that we are going to start is, as I told you, organism and population. So before starting this particular chapter, we will start with some basics, okay? So here you can see, right, this PDF will be provided to you, and even my Telegram, I was unable to log in. So I was trying today as well. So that's why I was not able to share the PDF of the last class. So today I will send it all. So let's start this chapter. So basically we will start with the term ecology first, right? So we know that when it comes to the logy means a study. So ecology is also the branch of biology where basically we are studying the environment, we are studying the organism, we are studying how different organisms are interacting with each other, how are they interacting with their surrounding as well. So overall, when we discuss all that things, right, overall when we discuss that things, right, so this comes under the ecology. Is that clear? Is that clear? So this is what ecology is. Understood? Yes, so that's what you have to understand here. So all the important terms and the NCERT we are going to cover here. So father of Indian ecology, Professor Ramdev Mishra, and even it is for a PYQ for NEET 2025 as well. So who coined the term ecology? It was coined by the it is coined by Ernst Haeckel. Is that clear? So as I said, it is the branch of biology that is going to deal with the study of interactions, study of interaction between organism and their environment, how organisms they are interacting with each other, how different organisms are also interacting, right, and how they are interacting with their environment. So all that things, they come under what? They come under the ecology. So organism and environment, remember this thing beta, they are interdependent, interrelated, or they are mutually reactive. So what does it mean? See, in our case also, do you think we can survive without plants? Do you think we can survive okay, so do you think we can survive without plants? Yes, we can survive without this environment. If you talk about the evolution as well, you know that on the primitive earth, on the early earth, there was no atmosphere. With the time, what happened, right? With the time, students, what happened? With time, we have seen this thing. Yes, please. With the time, we have seen this thing that reducing conditions, they arise. Then after that, oxidizing conditions, they arise. So that is how everything is interrelated. Okay, that is how everything is interrelated. That is how, slowly the atmosphere came, and it took many years, right, students? Then the life arise. So basically we need our surrounding. Okay, basically we need our surrounding. So that is why here I'm clearly mentioning that organism and environment, they are interdependent, interrelated, or they are mutually reactive. So here just focus on this thing, right? Just focus on this thing. EP ordum. When you study the ecology in the higher classes, you talk about the ordum, you read about the ordum. So just a minute, guys. Again, there is so basically, right, so E.P. Odum, so Eugene Pleasant Odum, he's known as the father of modern ecology. So he defined ecology as the study of structure and function of nature. So this is something that you all should underline. You should write this point. This is important. So E.P. Odum, father of modern ecology. So he defined ecology as the study of structure and function of nature. Study of structure and function of nature. Is that clear? Is that clear, everybody? Okay, so the next part here is what? Levels of ecological organization or ecological hierarchy. So this is what we have to study. Is that clear? Is that clear? So here I would like to specify one thing. Just in some literature, father of ecology is Ritter is mentioned. In some it is Alexander von Humboldt. So I don't want you people to get confused. So just forget about this part. But yeah, do remember that when it comes to term ecology, it is coined by Ernst Haeckel, father of Indian ecology, Professor Ramdev Mishra. Am I clear? Professor Ramdev Mishra. Understood? Now, overall, you know that it is the cell, which is the basic unit of life, isn't it? Overall, I believe you all know that it is a cell, which is the basic unit of life. Cells together, they form tissue. Tissue form organ. Organ form organ system. And then there is what? There is an organ system together forms what? Organism. I hope you all are well aware of it. right? Cell is there, cell is forming the tissue, tissue forms the organ, organ form the organ system, and so many organ system together, they form the organism. Are you aware of it? If it is a yes, do let me know in the chat section, guys. Do let me know in the chat section. See, guys, we are taking marathons because we believe it, as an educator, it is our responsibility to teach you people. It's our responsibility to be the part of this journey as we commit, right? If I talk about my batch, I'm taking proper classes, I am guiding them, I am teaching them, right? If we have charged something from them, we are fulfilling what we have promised. When it comes to the YouTube, right, we are teaching you because we know many students, they cannot afford the batch, that's why they are here. So if early in the morning, right, if I am compromising my sleep, if I am thinking it hai yaar, chalo let's take the session, right, because other teacher is not available, otherwise my class, it was scheduled on Thursday, you all are aware of it, so I thought I'll take it today. And now after taking the class, if somebody will keep on spamming here, right, and just typing these things ki, please tell this sir that, I am not going to take it. I'm telling you very clearly. I'll end the session right away. Okay? If you are not interested in learning something, even I am not interested in teaching them. Because already the complete, like all the other marathons are available on the channel. Those who are literally interested in studying, they can just watch that lectures too. So if I'm taking live, I am not going to tolerate this nonsense. Okay? So if you have to spam here in the chat section, it's a humble request, go somewhere else, or don't do this. Otherwise, I will end the session. I'm not bound to take it. I'm taking it because I want to, but I'm not bound to. Okay, I'll end it right away. So whosoever is there, Sabrine, ever smiley or something like that. So please, right? Please take care of it. So cell together will form tissue, tissue will form organ, organ will form organ system, and then there is something we all are calling as organism. So from this organism, we start the ecological hierarchy. That's what you have to remember, right? From this organism, we are starting, what are we starting? We are starting the ecological hierarchy. So organism is the basic unit of the ecological hierarchy. That's what you have to remember. Are you getting my point? So organism is the basic unit of ecological hierarchy. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? So organisms together, so many organisms together, those who belong to same species, right? Organisms of same species, they become they form the population of that area. The organisms which are living in a particular area, and obviously the organism of the same species living in a particular area under some specific environmental factors, they are making the population of that area. So when I talk about the population, so always remember, you talk about the individuals of same species, right? If somebody is saying that in a forest, right, there is a tiger, there is an elephant, there is a bear, they are making the population of that area. Now, when it comes to the population, you talk about the individuals of the same species. Is that clear? Right? Is that clear? So individuals of the same species, they are making the population of a particular area. So organism, population, and after that, right, organism, population, and after that, you see the community. Right? What do you see? You see the community. Is that clear? You see the community. So in the community, you will see the different populations living under the same conditions, isn't it? Here you talk about the plants, animals, microbes, right? All of them, different populations, they are making the community. And when these different populations, when they interact with their surrounding, with their environment, you are talking about the ecosystem. Then students, ecosystem, right? Different ecosystems, they will make biome, and then comes the biosphere. Right, biosphere. So this is what we discuss in the ecological hierarchy. So this is something very important that you have to remember when it comes to ecology. Am I clear? Right? So this is something very important that we have to remember. So just have a look, guys. So organism, which is the basic or the smallest unit of ecology. So then population, then community, then ecosystem, then biome, and biosphere is there. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes or no? Yes or no? So organism, then comes the population, right? Guys, bear with me because there is again a power cut. So let's manage it okay, for some time, then I hope it will be fine. Just allow me 1 minute. So that is what we have here, okay? Done. So what do you have to study? You have to see that there is an organism, then they are making the population, community, ecosystem, biome, and the biosphere. So size and complexity increases as we move forward. This is something very important. Okay, size and complexity, it increases as we move forward. So this is very important. Now, because we are talking about an organism, right? We are saying this is the basic unit, right? We are saying this is the basic unit of that ecological hierarchy. When we talk about the levels of organization, from here we start. So just keep one thing in your mind, right? Just keep one thing in your mind. When you are studying an organism, when you are talking about an organism, right? When you are studying about an organism, when you are talking about an organism, when you are going to study that organism, right? So obviously you will study the physiology of that organism, that how the system is working and everything, isn't it? We are going to talk about the physiology of that organism, isn't it? Isn't it? That is what we are reading here, right? We are talking about the physiology, isn't it? So when you are talking about this thing, here you can see. So when you are talking about the organism, because it is the basic and the smallest unit of ecology, so at this level, ecology is essentially physiological ecology, because you will talk about the physiology of that organism. I believe it is clear to everybody. Yes or no? I believe it is clear to everybody. Is that clear? Yes or no? Yes or no? Sure? Yes or no? Sure? Done? So that is what you have to remember. Very important it is. So then group of individuals of the same species inhabiting a given area. So group of individuals of same species inhabiting a given area is making the population of that area. So students, the local population is referred to as demes. Is that clear? The local population is referred to as what? It is referred to as demes. What does it mean? Population which is inhabiting a particular area, like subgroup of that population, local populations, they are making the demes. Just for an example, humans, that those who are inhabiting hills or plains, right? Because they are humans only, individuals of same species. So those who are living in the hills, or either they are living in hills or in the plains, so it is basically the local population. The word used is demes. Then sister population is the word, right? The different population of the same species which are found in different places, like they are the different population. I'm using the word population, so I'm talking about the same species here. They are found in different places. So jaise hills mein humans are living, they are making the local population of that area. Those who are living in the plains, they are making the local population of that area. But together they are the sister populations, because they are the individuals of the same species. They are just found in the different places. Am I clear here? Any doubts? Any doubts? Yes, everyone. Sure. Chaliye, next. Community, assemblage of different kinds of population which are living under the same set of environmental conditions and are interacting with each other. Like here you can talk about the microbial population, plant population, animal population, which is living in a particular area. Then after that, students, we have ecosystem, a biological community. You know that it is having a distinct species composition and structure. So when these community, when they are integrated with their physical environment, like when you are talking about the community, what are you saying? You are saying that a biological community has a distinct species composition and structure. A biological community is having what? They are having different species and composition. Now when you talk about the community along with its physical environment, right, where they are exchanging the energy, recycling the nutrients, so it comes under what? It comes under the ecosystem. Am I clear? It comes under what? It comes under the ecosystem. So that's what you have to remember. Next to it is biome. So it is the ecosystem which is spread over a large area, having specific latitudes, having precipitation, specific temperature, flora and fauna. So when I'm talking about the flora, I'm talking about the plants. When I'm talking about the fauna, I'm talking about the animals. Very common terms they are. Yes? Clear? Very common terms they are. Clear? Sure? Sure? Yes, please. Sure? So that is what you have to remember, okay? So ecosystems spread over a large area defined by specific latitude, specific precipitation, specific temperature, specific fauna and the flora. Then comes the biosphere. It is the sum total of all biomes. So it represents the inhabited part of the earth. So oceans, rivers, lands, right, where animals are found, they are making the biosphere. So any doubt here? Any doubt here? Beta, sister population simply means, जैसे sisters, you know that, right? Let's take the example of your sibling. You have the same parents, isn't it? So when I'm talking about the sister population, what am I saying? Just let's suppose if individuals, humans, they are living in the plains, humans, they are also living in the hilly areas. So they are making the sister population actually, right? They are making the sister populations actually. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So this is about the ecological hierarchy. So I believe this is clear. So next part that you have to remember is branches of ecology. So guys, if you solve NCERT exemplar, you are going to find these two definitions there, right? You are not going to find it in the text, but you will find it in the NCERT exemplar. Do you know that? It is there in the NCERT exemplar. Okay, these two definitions. No doubt from organism and population, there are many things which are deleted, but that's what you have to remember. Okay, that's what you have to keep in your mind. Okay, done? That these definitions are important. No doubt there are certain things which are deleted. Now we don't talk about the this biome specifically. We don't talk about the conformers, regulators here in the organism and population because it is deleted, but still these two definitions are important. So auticology or syn ecology. So A, from A, you remember alone means you are talking about the single species here. That's what you people need to keep in your mind. You're talking about the single species here. So study of the relation of a single species. You're discussing a single species and how is it related to its environment, right? You're talking about the single species and how is it related to its environment. That's what you're talking about. That's what your ecology is. When it comes to the syn ecology, so it is the study of relation of a group of different species with their environment. Here you are talking about single species. Here you are talking about different species with their environment. This is syn ecology. Am I clear? Am I clear? From auticology, single species. Here you are talking about group of different species with their environment, right? So in ecology, population is nothing but it is a group of individuals of same species, a very important line, guys, which are inhabiting a specific area and which are functioning as the unit of biotic community. So why as the unit of biotic community? Because community include different populations. So that's why it is the unit of biotic community. So guys, as per my experience, if you guys ask me, so I'll tell you one thing, that when it comes to ecology, it is easy. All you need to understand is the language there. If the language part is clear to everybody, then then you are not going to make any mistake ever in the ecology, right? So here for ecology, I'll give you one statement that it is just like free K number, right? Like you are just getting, right? You are just getting marks free of cost, right? It is like that. It is that easy. Okay, okay, guys, sound is not clear, is it so? Is it so? Is there any issue with the sound? I believe there is no issue. Done? Sure? Oh, 1 minute. Fine. Okay, so any doubt here in this particular part? Any doubt here in this particular part? Yes? Okay, so let's go further. So now when it comes to the natural selection, we talk about the natural selection, right? So basically, Right. So yes. So Herbert Spencer. Do you know about Herbert Spencer? Yes, everybody. Do you know about Herbert Spencer? Anybody? Herbert Spencer? So Herbert Spencer coined this phrase. Herbert Spencer has given this phrase, right? I'll start with Herbert Spencer here. So Herbert Spencer has given this phrase, that is survival of fittest, right? What he just said, he said survival of fittest. This is given by Herbert Spencer. So you can understand the meaning here. You are talking about the survival of the fittest here, that those who are fit, those who will adapt the changes, they will survive, and obviously when they will reproduce, they will pass their genes to the next generation. More organism like that will be there. This is what we know in general. So basically when you talk about the natural selection also, somewhere there's a Herbert Spencer has first given the survival of fittest. So which in the natural selection also, this is what you talk about. You say that it is actually the nature is going to select some individuals, those who are going to survive, and those who are those individuals which are adapting the change, right, which are capable of surviving there, obviously then they will reproduce, है ना? Isn't it? Yes or no? So this survival of fittest sometimes conflated with the Darwin's biological natural selection. So I hope you know this thing. If you know it, very good, right? But this is what you can even write down. This is important. So from this we got this thing, that is natural selection. Yes, it is Darwin's concept. So when you talk about the natural selection, see students, when you talk about the evolution, we are not talking about the single organism. Just imagine. Okay, imagine this thing, that if I will get evolved, right, if I am acquiring some changes, right, such changes are not there in anybody else, I have that changes, right? Like let's suppose if my nose it start growing more, yeah, my ears show some different type of anatomical changes, or whatever it is. So if a single individual will show the changes, na, then you will simply say mutation is there, and that individual is having some abnormalities. But when it comes to the evolution, the basic thing that we consider is the population, right? So the natural selection, when you talk about the natural selection, that nature is going to select those who are going to adapt the changes, right? So when it comes to the natural selection, it operates at the population level to evolve the desired traits. That's something that you have to remember, right? That when we talk about the natural selection, it operates at the population level to evolve the desired traits. Okay, so that's what you have to remember. So natural selection, it operates at population level to evolve the desired traits. This is very important. So however, it is the individual organism, right? It is the individual organism that will cope up with the environmental changes. But overall, when do we say, but overall, what do we say? That natural selection, it operates at the population level. Is that clear? So a population has certain qualities that an individual doesn't. So yes, an individual organism will cope up the environmental changes, but overall, what will you see? That the natural selection operates at the level of the population, a very important term. Understood? Right. So now, as I said, that population is having certain features that individuals are not having. Just individuals, they have birth and death, right? Somebody is living, somebody is dying, right? A single individual, birth and death here you discuss. But when it comes to the population, right? In the case of population, you do not talk about the birth and death, rather you talk about the birth rate as well as the death rate. Am I clear? You talk about the birth rate as well as the death rate. Is that clear? What do you discuss here? You talk about the birth rate as well as the death rate. Am I clear? Yes, please. Am I clear? Sure? Sure? Any doubts? Any doubts? I hope it's clear to everybody. Done. So population ecology is important because it is going to link your ecology, genetics and evolution. So any doubt so far? Yes, please. Any doubt so far? Quick. Quick. Yes, everyone, quick. Okay, so now let's move to the next part. So here, what are we going to talk about? The attributes or the characteristics of the population. What are we going to discuss here? Important attributes and the characteristic of the population. That's what we have to read. So firstly, it is the birth rate, also known as natality. From N, you can remember new, right? So it is the birth of new organism. That's how you can remember it. Okay, just say birth rate, natality. From N, I just keep one thing in my mind, new. Right, that new birth will be there. This is how I remember, right? So here, when I'm saying birth rate, it is not the birth. I'm talking about the birth rate. So beta, it is expressed as small b, right? So no doubt in NCERT it is not given properly, but yeah, there is a difference in small b and the capital B as well. Here, what am I talking? I'm talking about the small b. So birth rate, it is expressed as increase in numbers due to the birth with respect to the population size. In simple words, that's how I can define it, that it is an increase in number due to the birth with respect to the population size. So formula here is, right, B is equals to number of birth given, a number of birth in a given time to the total population. Is that clear? So number of birth given in a number of birth in a given time to the total population, that is basically making what? That is basically making the natality. So this example is given in the NCERT as well, a very important one, that a pond has 20 lotus plants. So through reproduction, 8 new are added. Right? Just say initially population it's 20, new are 8, so current population is 28. So as per this formula, you don't have to take the 28. You will see new population, number of birth in a given time to the total population. So that is going to be 0.4 offsprings per lotus per year. Am I clear? 0.4 offsprings per lotus per year. Am I clear? Am I clear? Yes, please. Okay, so other than that, we also define it like this, that birth rate is the number of live birth per 1,000 people per year in a population, right? Number of birth per 1,000 people, right? So number of new birth, yeah, number of live birth per 1,000 people per year, okay? Number of live birth per 1,000 people per year. That's what you use for defining the birth rate as well. Am I clear? Am I clear? Next is the, obviously, next is the death rate. But before that, this is extra, but this is very important for you to understand the topic. So it is the types of natality, right? Types of birth, types of birth rate, types of natality. One is maximum or physiological natality. So I'll give you an example here. See students, here we are going to talk about R. What is R? R is the biotic potential, right? What are we going to discuss? We are going to discuss about the R. R is what? R is the biotic potential, or R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. What is R? R is the biotic potential and R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. This is what R is. Am I clear? R is the birth biotic potential and R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. That's what you have to remember, number one. Now, what is this R? Just it is telling me about the, like, with the help of this R, I can also check what exactly is the increase or the decrease in the population. Like, I'll get to know about it. R is actually your B minus D. I'll tell you why am I explaining it. B you already know is birth rate. Obviously, it's common sense, then D will be the death rate. So if in a population you will see the birth rate and death rate, by subtracting it, you will get the R, biotic potential, which will tell me whether the population is increasing or it is decreasing, number one. Now, what am I saying here? See, when it comes to the biotic potential, yeah, intrinsic rate of natural increase, yeah, this R is actually the maximum potential. This R is actually what? It is the maximum potential, right? Maximum potential to reproduce, yeah, to grow. I'll give you an example. If I take the example of a human, right? In the case of humans, girls, they start menstruating when they are in 9 years old, 9 to 11 years, है ना? They start their menstrual cycle. So it means their reproductive organs, they are functional, है ना? That is what it means, that their reproductive organs, they are working, right? When they are 9 years old, or in some, like it can be in between 9 to 11, है ना? 9 to 11. So what am I trying to tell you? I'm saying that it doesn't mean if a girl, if she is sexually mature at the age of 9, it doesn't mean that she'll start reproducing then only. Right? Of course not. You know that in the case of females, they get the menopause as well. Right? In their late 40s or in their early 50s, they get the menopause as well. So it doesn't mean that females, they reproduce from their menarche to menopause, they reproduce continuously. No, that's not true. Right? That's not true. And even if I talk about the girls of the reproducible age, in their case also, students, it's not like that every the girl in that age group is reproducing or they are giving birth. Right? It's not like that. So even if I talk about a single individual, you cannot say that a single individual is, in their lifespan they are giving maximum births or something like that. No, it's not like that. So when it comes to this types of natality, what exactly I want to explain you, the number one thing is the maximum or physiological natality. First thing is what? Maximum or the physiological natality. This is the very first thing that you have to remember. So it means reproductive capacity under ideal condition. Under ideal condition, here obviously I'm talking about the maximum reproductive potential, right? Under ideal condition, what is the reproductive capacity? So when there is no food limitation, no predators are there, no diseases there, right? So this is the maximum potential, right? Right? I'll say that this is the theoretical one. So a rabbit female can theoretically produce 12 liters per year, right? If conditions are perfect. Imagine. Then ecological or realized one. This is the actual birth rate when under the natural conditions. So this is something, let's suppose this is your dreamy word, right? You have imagined this thing. Yeah, you are having that wishful thinking that this can happen. But in reality, things are different. है ना? You must be thinking कि we are going to attend all the marathons, right? And we will attend the classes daily. We will revise every day. We will do this and do that. So this is your wishful thinking. This is what you were thinking. But now in reality, you are not focused. You are distracted. That is your reality. So here the maximum or the physiological natality is the maximum potential, right? The maximum capacity under ideal condition. But when it comes to the ecological one, it is under the natural condition when there is the limited food, space, predation and the climate. So it is always less than maximum natality. Okay, right? Then something is there which is known as crude birth rate. Students, nobody will teach you these things in that detail. They are literally important. They are important to understand the ecology well. So please pay attention. So when it comes to the crude birth rate, it is, as I said, number of birth, here number of live birth per 1,000 individual per year. So it is number of birth per year to the total population multiplied by 1,000. So it is referred as crude birth rate. Am I clear? It is referred to as crude birth rate. Okay, so these are few things that you need to understand, that yeah, when it comes to the maximum natality, that is different. Ecological is different. Okay, Okay, and there is crude birth rate where you are talking about per live birth, per 1,000 live birth per 1,000 individuals, live birth per 1,000 individual, right? So death rate, which is mortality, so it is expressed as decrease in number due to the death with respect to the population size. So here also number of deaths in a given time to the total population. So in the case of example, you have the lab population of 40 fruit flies where 4 die in a week, right? So in a lab population of 40 fruit flies, 4 die in a week. So the death rate is 4 by 40, that is 0.1 individual per fruit fly per week. Am I clear? 0.1 individual per fruit fly per week. So that's what you have to remember. Is that clear? That's what you have to remember. Is that clear, guys? Sure. So yes, when it comes to the mortality also, there is minimum or specific mortality. When you are saying that individuals are living under ideal conditions, right? They are living their full natural lifespan. There is no accident, there is no disaster. So that will be under minimum specific mortality. But the ecological one or the realized one is different. It is the actual death rate under natural conditions. Okay. It is the actual death rate under natural conditions of predation, disease, food shortage, and the accidents. Okay? And the accidents. Got that? Okay. So now you know what R is. R is equals to B minus D. Very important it is. So it is the rate of natural increase. Even it is also P by Q. Okay, so it represents the rate at which population increase under ideal condition. So yes, this R will tell me whether the population is increasing or decreasing, but yeah, it is a rate of natural increase, so it is telling me about the increase under ideal conditions. Am I clear? It is telling me about the increase under ideal condition. So we have per capita birth rate also. So when I'm saying capital B, so it is total number of birth in a given time. Capital B. Total number of birth, but small b is telling me about the birth rate. Okay, so capital B is what? It is the total number of births, total number of birth in a given time, right? Capital B is what? It is the total number of birth in a given time. And when it comes to the small b, students, so it is what? It is the birth rate, per capita birth rate. So N is the initial population, B is the total number of birth in a given time. So if you have to take birth rate B, या per capita birth, so you will go for capital B, that is total birth in a given time, and N is the population size या initial population. It is the population size या population density या initial population. So that's how you can calculate it. Again, it is important, not given in NCERT, but very important to understand the topic. Then per capita death rate में D is equals to capital D over N. D again is the total number of death in a given time. So here you have the example. So if I'm saying 50 rabbits are born in a year in a forest, I'm talking about 50 rabbits are born in a year, right? This is capital B I'm talking, right? Death is of 30, right? So it is when I'm saying birth rate or the death rate. So here I will go per 1,000 individual per year. Here I'm just talking about the number of birth in a year. Is that clear? Here I'm just talking about the total number of births. Understood? Understood? So here I'm just talking about the total number of birth. This is capital B. If I'm talking about the rate, if I'll talk about the rate, then beta I will go for जैसे per capita birth या per 1,000 individual number of birth या death per 1,000 individual per year, that will come under the birth rate and the death rate. Any doubts? Any doubts? Sure. Chaliye. So the next part is sex ratio. This is also under the population attributes or the characteristic features. So it is the ratio of males to females in a population, right? So this is very important. It tells जैसे many years back, right, in Haryana, in Rajasthan, right, when sex ratio was checked, number of females, they were quite less than the number of males, right? Number of females, they were quite less in comparison to the number of males. So these things are very important. It also tells us about the population growth also, right? So when it comes to this, sex ratio was very disturbing in Haryana and Rajasthan. I'm not able to remember the year right now. So it was indicating towards the female feticide, right? Because in Haryana, female feticide was too much. Okay. So now the age distribution. So various age groups in a population, they will determine its reproductive status. So three main categories are there: pre-reproductive, reproductive, post-reproductive. So when it comes to the age distribution, yes, that's how we consider. We will also make the graphs here as well. We will also show it graphically. So at the base, you talk about the pre-reproductive age group, those who are not reproducing. Then we talk about the reproductive age group, those who are in that age where they can reproduce, and then those who are not, but they are in the post-reproductive age group. So that's how you remember this. So this graphical representation will give me what? This representation will give me age pyramid. So when it comes to this age distribution, so various age group in a population, they determine its reproductive status, that is pre-reproductive, reproductive and post-reproductive. Okay. So in pre-reproductive, individuals younger than reproductive age, they represent future population, potential of population growth. So the countries where the pre-reproductive age group individuals are more, it means that country, that population is having the potential to grow, right? Right? And you know that it is the basically the youth power. If you have the youth and strong youth, right, the country is definitely going to grow. But obviously if youth is on a right side, है ना? So that's what you have to remember. Then reproductive age group, adults of breeding age, right, ensure ongoing population growth. So post-reproductive age group, individual no longer capable of reproduction and they do not contribute to the population growth. Please have a look. Everybody please read it, and if there is any doubt, do let me know. Then do let me know. Yes, please. Then do let me know, guys. Okay. So next is age pyramids, where you talk about the graphical representation of different age groups. So this is a very important topic for the NEET examination, right? It's very important, students, right? So structure mein, you know that at base you will have pre-reproductive age group, middle mein reproductive, top mein there will be post-reproductive. So types of population growth. This is what you have to understand. Firstly, just have a look. So see this. This is from the NCERT, of course, and it is very important. Pre-reproductive age group, right? When it is, the more individuals are in pre-reproductive age group in comparison to that less in reproductive and lesser in post-reproductive, right? Then we will see the triangular age pyramid. So the population is growing. Population is showing positive growth. Population is expanding. Am I clear? Population is expanding, population is showing positive growth, so it is the triangular age pyramid. In the case of stable, you will see, right, that pre-reproductive and the reproductive one, so here you will see they are almost, right, similar, okay, and then comes the post-reproductive. So it is going to be stable, it is going to be the stable growth in the population. It is going to be, it will show the stable growth here, right? So here we will say that the growth is 0, right? Growth, population growth is 0, and declining when pre-reproductive age group is less, so it is the negative growth. Am I clear? It is the negative growth. So just have a look. So growing या फिर expanding population में triangular age pyramid, again an important MCQ. So when pre-reproductive individual, they form the largest group. So it is the positive growth. The population is increasing. Stable population, it is bell-shaped age pyramid. Number of pre-reproductive individuals are almost equals to number of reproductive individual. Population growth is 0 here. Declining population, urn-shaped age pyramid, again an important MCQ. Number of reproductive individuals, they are more than pre-reproductive one, and post-reproductive are sizable, so it indicates the negative growth, a very important thing. And from here you will get one MCQ in the final exam as well, right? In 2026 you guys will get one question from this part. Okay, in 2026, yes, you people will get one MCQ from this particular part. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, so biotic potential, which is R max, already told you about this. So it is maximum reproductive capacity of population, but under ideal condition, which will include unlimited resources, no predators, no disease, no competition. So it is nothing but a theoretical concept, because you know that reality is different from our dreamy world. Reality is different from the ideal condition. So it also depends on the intrinsic property of the species, right? The reproductive age of that, age at first reproduction, number of offspring as well. Just we all say that elephant is the slowest breeder, right? Elephant is the slowest breeder, so obviously there are reasons for it, right? So yes, when it comes to the R, right, it also depends on the intrinsic properties of the species as well. Am I clear? Am I clear? So as I said, what are that intrinsic properties? Reproductive age, age at first reproduction, number of offspring. Understood? So the next thing that we have to understand is the carrying capacity, denoted by K, another important MCQ. So what exactly is the carrying capacity? When it comes to carrying capacity, just say every place is having even if you go to a restaurant or a hotel, you know that they have a maximum capacity. Let's suppose if in a hotel there are 10 rooms, so in each room if 3 people they are living, so obviously they are also having a maximum number ki theek hai, we have just 10 rooms and we can accommodate that number of individuals only. If there is a restaurant, in that restaurant if they are saying okay, we have 10 tables, right, and we can accommodate only 40 people there, like this. So what are that thing? That things are the thank God, finally, right? So that things are what? That things are actually the carrying capacity of that particular restaurant. Are you getting my point? Yes. Students, are you getting this? Sure? Are you getting this? Right? So this is what you have to remember, right? This is what we have to understand here in the case of this carrying capacity, right? In the case of this carrying capacity, okay? So that's what you have to remember finally. Done? So carrying capacity is the maximum, right? It is that maximum accommodation in that restaurant, right, in that hotel. So same way when you talk about our planet Earth or you talk about an area, here also we have the same things. Are you getting my point? Here also we have the same things, right? So carrying capacity means maximum number of individuals of a population that can be sustained indefinitely in a given habitat. Are you getting my point? So it is the maximum number of individual that a population can sustain indefinitely in a given habitat. Okay. Got it? Yes. Got it? Sure? Sure? Right? So when it is K, like when, let's suppose, I told you already that N is equals to population size. That's what I just said, population size or density. So when carrying capacity and N, they are equal, there will be no population growth, and in the growth curves also you will study it. You call it as asymptote. That's a previous year question. What do you call it? You call it as asymptote. Is that clear? So beyond K, population size decrease. At K, the growth rate is 0. And when K and N is equals, then it means it is asymptote, means there is no further growth. That's what you have to remember. Okay, so next is environmental resistance. Next is what, beta? Next is environmental resistance, because we know that in reality, environmental resistance, it plays an important role. Okay, in reality, environmental resistance, it plays an important role. So that's what you have to remember. So it's K minus N over K. This is what environmental resistance is. It's K minus N over K. What's that? It is K minus N over K. That is what the environmental resistance is. Right, students? So it acts as a check on the population size or on its biotic potential, that is on the R max. Am I clear? So it represents the limiting effect, because environmental resistance is definitely, it is basically putting a check on the population growth. So here abiotic factors like they are available or they are not available, right? If food resources are available or not, the competition is much or not, because if there will be more competition, then definitely there will be a check on the population increase. So that's what you have to remember. So environmental resistance, it is important because it prevents the organism from reaching their full biotic potential. So it keeps population size at a much lower level. Something very important. Am I clear? Done. So now the next thing is population size and the density. Okay, so let's speed that up. Let's finish it as soon as possible. So population size, yeah, population density denoted by what? N. So it is the total number of individuals within a defined group or area. This is a very, very easy chapter, right? It's a very easy chapter. So tell me, is that clear? So population size means, what are you talking? You are talking about the total number of individuals within a defined group or area. It is the total number of individuals within a defined group or area. That is what population size is. And obviously it is the outcome of competition with another species. More is the competition, obviously the size is going to be less students, right? So here you consider everything. Like if I talk about the here, if you talk about this thing, let's suppose if you are talking about the population size of an insect, right? So you will also see if that insect is a pest, the pesticide application and all, the competition, other competitive factors also. So everything will be considered there. So it is the outcome of competition with another species. So impact of a predator or the effect of pesticide application, etc. will be considered, right? So it depends which population size are you checking and what are the factors that are restricting it, right? The competitive factors also, the other external factors also, the other environmental factors also. We consider everything here. Am I clear? Am I clear? So yes, this N tells us a lot of things about the status of that population in the habitat, right? If obviously population size is more, means population is flourishing, means it is having the abundant resources, it means the competition is less there. If it is decreasing, then obviously the competition, right? The competition is more there. Yeah, might be the environmental factors are also playing the role. Okay? Okay? So if I talk about the N could be as low as less than. NCERT example, important NCERT example. So it can be less than 10 Siberian cranes at Bharatpur wetlands in any year, right? And it can go into the millions. You talk about the unicellular eukaryote chlamydomonas in a pond. Am I clear? So next is total number is generally the most appropriate measure of the population density or N, but students, it is not the only measure. Yes, if you count the population, if you count the number of individual 1, 2, 3, 4, that is going to be the best way, but we cannot do it in all the cases, right? We cannot do it in all the cases. Like here, I'm talking about millions of chlamydomonas, unicellular eukaryotes. What will you do here? Are you going to see each and every chlamydomonas under the microscope? Are you going to name it then? Are you going to name it then? Right? So that's what you have to understand, that the most appropriate measure is definitely, right? You are counting the number, but this is not the only measure. Okay? So percent cover or biomass is also used to measure the population size. So biomass means you're talking about the organic material in that. Okay, so just for an example, if I talk about the 200 carat grass, that is Parthenium, right? Parthenium, you देखा, I was trying to log in the Telegram, but I was not. So, Parthenium. Let me show you this. See this, that's Parthenium. Okay, that's Parthenium. Okay, so you check that out. It's quite common in our area. I don't know about yours, right? So Parthenium, we will also discuss about it in the sexual reproduction in flowering plant. It is also an intruder also. It causes the allergy also. So this is what we are talking. So if I'm talking about the Parthenium, right? Parthenium, and then if I take the example of banyan tree, right? Obviously, banyan tree. Look at the banyan tree. So compare this banyan tree with what? You can compare this banyan tree with the 200 Parthenium plants. You know that this one, this banyan tree, right? This banyan tree, it is having large canopy, right? So obviously its biomass, its percent cover is more, right? Its percent cover is more. Right? So in an area, if there are 200 carrot grass or Parthenium plants, but there is only a single huge banyan tree with a large canopy, right? With a what? With a large canopy, stating that the population density of banyan is low relative to carrot, but we cannot ignore its role in that community. It is more important. So it's not always that you go for counting the number, right? Sometimes it is the percent cover or biomass, and we also talk about the relative densities. Am I clear? Right? We also talk about the relative density. So 200 carrot grass plants, but there is right, in that community, right, the role of a single banyan tree is more than this. Okay, so if the population is huge and counting is impossible or very time consuming, then we go for what? Then instead of absolute population densities, relative densities are preferred. Is that clear? Right? Absolute absolute population densities, relative densities are preferred. Okay, so the fish caught per trap is, if it is good enough, right, then we will say that in that lake the population of fish is more. But if right, so that's how you're going to count. You're not just going to swim in that lake and then you will be like, you are going to tag this fish number 1, fish number 2, fish number 3. No, you are just putting the trap. If you are right, if you're getting more fishes, then obviously their population is more, otherwise it is less. So that's how you consider it. So another example for this is tiger census in our national park and tiger reserve is often based on pug marks and fecal pallets. Is that clear? Pug marks and fecal pallets. So yes, this is again important. In the paper they can ask you that counting the pug marks, it comes under the biomass percent cover or under this relative population density. How can, like, where do you keep it? So that's how you have to remember. So next is the population growth. Okay, any doubt so far? Guys, quick, any doubt so far? We have to have finished this ecology, right, within 6 hours or 7 hours, right? Like 6 hours I'll prefer to finish the ecology. Then hardly I need your 30 to 40 minutes. Trust me, I'm serious here. 30 to 40 minutes for microbes, and then sexual reproduction in flowering plants. Okay, so be a support. Let's finish it today. These are our chapters for today, and as I said, genetics and evolution, I will take it separately. The reason is very simple. Very important unit, right? Very important unit. Let's complete it in depth. Okay, so those who are preparing for the CBSE boards, these lectures are for them also. Okay, चलिए हाँ, मतलब actual method is counting the number is the most appropriate method, but not possible for you to always count. So that's why there are other methods also. Okay. Chaliye, so size of population for any species is not a static parameter. It is not something fixed. It is not like ki haan theek hai, this is going to be the population size. It increases, it decreases. It depends on what? It depends on various factors. That can be biotic factors, right? That can be abiotic factors. Like competition is something very important, right? Even if there is any environmental disturbance, that is also going to decide about the population size, right? So it keeps changing with the time. It depends on factors, as I told you, on the food availability, even on the predation pressure, even on the adverse weather, it depends. So change in N will tell me whether the population is growing or it is declining. Is that clear? Is that clear? So now we have to learn about few terms, which there are some which you already know. You know about natality, you know about mortality. Now we will talk about immigration and emigration. Okay? So here, capital B. So means I'm talking about number of birth, total number of birth. I'm not talking about the rate here. I'm not talking about the death rate here. Per 1,000 individual, what is the death rate? I'm simply talking about the number of individual who died, number of new birth, and emigration denoted as I. This one is denoted as E. Now, if I talk about the population size, obviously if there is an area, the N will increase the population, number of individual there. Now, immigration means, like, let's suppose somebody is coming to that place, they are moving in, right? So obviously these two factors, they help in the population growth, they increase the population size. Now, if there is a death and emigration, from emigration you can remember exit, right? Somebody is leaving that place, so obviously they are decreasing the population size there. So these two factors are the contributors. They increase the N, they decrease the N, right? Now, normally birth and the death, they are very important factors when it comes to the population size. But under the special habitat, like let's suppose if there is a new colony, if there is a new building, if there is a new area, then obviously in that area, it is not going N. It is not the N that will decide the population size, but rather it will be the immigration, that how many new individual or new families are coming to that place, how many new families are adopting that place to live, right? So these are the factors that you have to understand here. So here you guys can simply see that this density, right, during a given period, it fluctuates, right, due to the changes in 4 basic processes. So out of that, 2 will be natality and immigration. Natality and immigration. So they basically do what? They increase the population size. So in your short notes also, you people can write it down. So they cause an increase in the population size, that is N, or the density, and this mortality and immigration, they decrease N. So that's what you have to remember. So natality, already told you, number of birth during a given time period in a population that are added to the initial density. So initial density denoted as N, then there will be NT plus 1, right? At a certain time, what will be the new birth and all. So if I have to check NT plus 1, so yes, this birth, right, number of birth, it is basically increasing then. Then when it comes to mortality, number of death in a population during given time. When it comes to the immigration, number of individual of same species that have come into habitat from elsewhere during the time period under consideration, right, during the time period under consideration. So basically, let's suppose if I'm talking about an area, so number of individuals that have come into the habitat there from elsewhere. So now they are making the population of that area. Just say, let's suppose if I belong to Himachal Pradesh, currently I'm staying here in Srinagar, right? So basically I'm making the population of that area, right? So now I'm living here, I'm making the population of that area. So basically, just like me, there will be other individuals also. So basically, what are we? We are the immigrants here. We are the immigrants here. Those who have left this place, those who have moved to different countries or to different areas, right? They are the immigrants there. Now they are not making the population of this area. Are you getting my point? So that is how it works. So immigration is the number of individuals who left the habitat and gone elsewhere during the time period under consideration. So this diagram, very important, right? Very, very important. So here you can see natality, that is B, plus immigration is also plus because it is also increasing the population density. Immigration for minus, mortality is also for minus. Am I clear? Am I clear? So if N is the population density at time T, then its density at T plus 1 is, its density at T plus 1 is, right? So N T plus 1 is equals to, and T plus, because birth plus immigration they are contributing, death plus emigration it is not. So that is how it works. Okay, so this is the formula. And even if you don't want to remember the formula, guys, you can simply write, it is a common sense. So let's suppose if to a habitat I'm telling you 100 is equals to your B, 20 is I, death is 30, E is 40. So tell me the N, T plus 1. Yes, please. What should be the answer? Tell me quickly. What should be the answer? What should be the answer here? Right, so we know that B plus I, that is, but yes, we have to even consider the, let's suppose initial population is 1000, right? So 1000 may, right, you will do what? (120 minus 70), so it will be, yes please, it will be, guys, it will be, anybody? So that is it. So there is an increase, isn't it? There is an increase. So B is 120, B is 100, I is 20. So it will be 120 here minus 70, right? So initial population was 1000. So accordingly you checked it. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? So if B plus I is more than D plus E, right? These are the things that you should write. This sign is for more than, increases, or you can see NT plus 1 increases. If decreases, that's it. Okay, so students, under normal conditions, right, under normal condition, birth and death are the most important factors which influence this population density, which influence this N. But the other two factors which assume importance only under special conditions, means emigration and immigration, they will get the importance only under the special conditions. So for instance, if a new habitat is just being colonized, immigration may contribute more significantly to the population growth than the birth rates. Am I clear? Sure. Okay, next question, the other most important one, right, because this is the main topic and then comes the interaction, which are again easy. So I hope I'll be able to meet out my target today, right? So let's discuss about that, the growth models. So if I have to explain you these growth models, I'll start with a very basic thing. Just say one is the exponential growth curve model, which is also the J-shaped growth curve, which is also what? J-shaped growth curve, which is what? Which is also the J-shaped growth curve. And there is another, that is Verhulst-Pearl Logistic growth curve model, which is also known as S-shaped growth curve model, या sigmoid growth curve model. First of all, that's what you have to remember. Matlab, these are the two growth models that you have: exponential growth curve model, and then comes the Verhulst-Pearl logistic growth curve model. Done? Done, beta? Now, how am I going to explain it? In a very simple way. Exponential growth curve model, it is just like your dreamy word, right? Matlab, I'll give you one example and then in reality, how is it? We'll discuss that. It's a dreamy word example. Dreamy word, your dreamy word. Just say you were not preparing initially. Now you have just started preparing, right? Matlab, you don't even know a lot of things and you are like, I have just started preparing. Now you are like, yaar, I'm going to qualify the NEET examination. I'm going to get 700 marks and then I'll go to AIMS Delhi. There I'll start the blogging. I'll start the YouTube channels, right? I'll start earning from there also. Even in the MBBS, I'll top the class, right? I'll do a lot of good things there. Even my YouTube channel is also growing. My Instagram is also growing. I'm getting the money other than this stipend or something. You're not relying on that stipend. You're getting the money from the Instagram. You're getting the money from the YouTube as well. You are very famous, right? Suddenly you got a call from film industry that okay, you are selected, right? We are going to make a movie with you, and now you're like happy life, happy life, happy life. Okay, like this. And bas you are imagining good. Okay, but now let's face the reality, because you have started late, and if you are not studying, so obviously because you have started late, so initially you'll find it difficult to cope up, you'll find it difficult to study, right? You will feel like giving up. Then suddenly you will gain a momentum. You'll like, theek hai yaar, chalo, let's study. And then again comes a time when you will feel like, nah, I cannot. And then comes a stationary phase, the reality word, the reality check. है ना कि नहीं यार, I'm studying. You will fail. You will feel demotivated. You'll be distracted as well, right? Self-doubt will also be there. Procrastination will also be there. So you have to initially, you will be slow. Suddenly you'll gain the momentum, and then again you will feel like no, I can't do it. So that is the thing. Are you getting my point? So when it comes to the exponential growth curve model, J shape, कि यार ठीक है, things are growing. So when is it possible? When there is no K. You are not talking about the carrying capacity here. Right, you are saying that unlimited growth is there. You are saying unlimited food is there. Unlimited space is there. There is no fight for the food and space. So where can you see this? If I'll talk about a bacterial population that is going in a growing in a nutrient-rich medium, right? So if bacterial population growing in a nutrient-rich medium, that is basically what? That is basically the J-shaped growth curve. Am I clear? That is basically what? That is basically a J-shaped growth curve where they are just growing, right? So no carrying capacity, no environmental resistance, no fight for the food, no fight for the space. But now when I come to this Verhulst-Pearl logistic growth curve model, because here the limited food space is there. So initially population adapt, they'll grow. So initially there is the lag phase. Initial phase is the lag phase. Then there is the log phase, which we also call as exponential phase. And then finally you will have the stationary phase. Then finally you will have what? You will have the stationary phase. Are you getting my point? Then you will have what? You will have the stationary phase at the end. Am I clear? Am I clear? So that is what you have to remember here. That is what you have to understand here. Are you getting my point? So now just have a look. So because here I am not talking about the any environmental resistance. So dN over dt, this is differentiation. Change in population size in time t is going to be equal to Rn. So what is this R? R I know, B minus D. है ना? So I can see birth rate minus death rate into N. That is going to be the case here. So dN over dt is equals to Rn. But here what will I consider? I will consider the environmental resistance also. Kan ke niche kan, right? Means K minus N over K. So this is environmental resistance. So here I talk about that. Am I clear? Am I clear? So this is what we have, the exponential growth curve first, which is also the J-shaped growth curve model. Is that clear? Is that clear? So the population grows in an exponential, or here it is in the geometric fashion, like 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, like this, right? So population grows in an exponential or geometric fashion where resources in the habitat are unlimited. So that's the keyword here. You are talking about the unlimited resources. Am I clear? You are talking about the unlimited resources here. That's the keyword. So species, each species has the ability to realize full its innate potential to grow in number, as Darwin observed while developing his theory of natural selection. Okay? 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 So in case of unlimited resources, each species is having the ability that it will realize its maximum R, its maximum innate potential, right? Right, as Darwin observed while developing his theory of natural selection. So if in a population of size n, the birth rates, not total number per capita birth, see, the birth rate, right, are represented as, the birth rate are represented as B, and death rate, again, not ni, it is basically per capita death rate as D, then the increase or decrease in the N will be dN over dt is equals to, told you already, dN over dt is equals to Rn. What is this R? It's B minus D into N, right? So the birth rate, it is the total number, right? Not the total number, it is not the total number here. Here you are talking about the small b, it is not the total number here. You are not talking about capital B here. You are talking about per capita birth. Just I was saying na, a live birth per 1,000 individuals, right? That is what we are discussing. Am I clear? That is what we are discussing. Am I clear? So dN over dt is equals to B minus D into N. So B minus D is equals to R. So dN over dt is this. So this is the J-shaped growth curve. So R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. So this is again MCQ, important PYQ it is. That what is R? R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase, yeah, biotic potential. So this is very important because it tells us about the role of this biotic and abiotic potential on the growth of the population. So see this, x-axis is telling us about the time, y-axis is telling me about the population density, right? So when it is dN over dt, I am not talking about the carrying capacity here. So this is important, do remember it, and when you read the NCERT, make sure that you also read this description, okay? You also read this description, that is important. So the above equation describes the exponential or the geometric growth pattern, right? It is the J-shaped growth when we plot n in relation to time, okay? So in integral form, it is going to be n is equals to n naught ERT. Nt is equals to n naught ERT. Is that clear? Nt is equals to n naught ERT. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Any doubts? Any doubts? So Nt is the population density after time t, n naught at time 0, at time t, Nt, at time 0, n naught, R is the intrinsic rate of natural increase, and E is the base of natural logarithm. Again, it is also a PYQ, so it is 2.71828, do remember it. 2.71828, do remember it. Then any special growing, any species, growing exponentially under unlimited resources, they will reach enormous population density in a short time, right? So as per Darwin, even if it is a slow growing animal like elephant, under these conditions it can also show its maximum potential. So R values, do check out in your NCERT, right? In the NCERT this part is given. So the R values for the Norway rat, the R is 0.015. For the flower beetle, right? But for the flower beetle, it is 0.12, and in 1981, the R value for human population is 0.0205. Right? So if your R is more than 0, population is growing. Nobody will tell you this, right? So please highlight this part, not given in NCERT, and it is very important. So if R is greater than 0, the population is growing. If R is less than 0, population is shrinking. For 2023 to 2025 in India, the growth rate is this, right? So 17 to 18 birth per 1,000 people per year. So this is again obviously from the verified sites only, right? I checked it from the Google and I have added it there, because in the NCERT it is given a current value for your country, current value of R for your country. So that's why I have mentioned it. Okay, so yes, you have to remember it. It's not beyond NCERT. In the NCERT, when you read it, they write some points, na question mark in italics, they write some points. So it is the answer of that. Okay, so if you have your book with your, if you can check it in your book, you'll find it, right? So now this is another informative thing for you, right? Why elephant is the slowest breeder? Again and again we talk about the elephant whose gestation period is for around 22 months, right? So why elephant is the slowest breeder? Because it is having long gestation period. Pregnancy lasts about 22 months, right? Then reproductive rate is quite low, my dear students. A female usually give birth to only one calf at a time. Very rare it's to have the twins in their case. Their sexual maturity is late. So female mature around 12 to 15 years, imagine, and the males, right, even later up to 20 years. Long interbirth interval. It's not like that after one birth they can give birth immediately to the another calf. No, they take around 4 to 5 years, sometimes even more than that, right? So that's why they are having the long, they are the slowest breeder. Now the next is logistic growth curve model, also known as S-shaped growth curve model, also known as Verhulst-Pearl logistic growth curve model, also known as S-shaped or the sigmoid growth curve model. So no population of any species in nature has its disposal unlimited resources to permit exponential growth. In nature, in reality, right, in your imaginary world, you are in Ames, Delhi. If you are not working hard, then you are in Ames, Delhi, right? But otherwise, though, you know that it's difficult, isn't it? Isn't it? Done. So this leads to the, because you know that population is growing, the resources are limited, so obviously competition is there. Why are you working hard for the NEET examination? Because you know that around 24 lakh aspirants will be there and there will be only around approximately 1 lakh MBBS seats. That's why you are preparing, that's why you are working hard. If there will be nothing like that, and if you will get access to the MBBS degree very easily, you are not going to work hard, right? So obviously, right, limited resources are there, competition is there, right? The fittest individual, the one who's going to study better, will survive and will reproduce. So in nature, a given habitat has enough resources to support maximum possible number. So obviously nature is everything for our need, but not for our greed. Okay, so there is a limit here also. Here we talk about the carrying capacity. So you know that a population growing in a habitat with limited resources initially will show lag phase. Then acceleration and deceleration phase will be there finally, and asymptote. So basically we know that a lag phase, then log or exponential phase, then comes the stationary phase, right? Because it will start touching the carrying capacity. So beta, when K is equals to N, no further population growth, because it has population size, let's suppose if it is 100, carrying capacity is also 100. So beyond this there will be no growth, rather population will decline. So this is asymptote, very important, previous year question it is, right? It's a very important PYQ, okay? Right? So plot of n in relation to time results in a sigmoid growth curve. So this is your dn over dt. Here I am talking about the environmental resistance also. So this part here is nothing but the environmental resistance, told you already. Okay, so N, population density, R, intrinsic rate of natural increase, K is this, right? So this curve is the realistic one, right? That's what you have to remember. So the next topic, or the second last topic of this particular chapter, is the life history variations. What's that? It is the life history variations. Okay, right? So that's what we have to discuss. Any doubts? Any doubts here? Right? You know that not every individual is having, you know, same reproducing capacity, or I would say कि in their lifespan or their habit, like things are different, right? For an example, especially the lower organism, those who are not able to provide too much of parental care, in their case you will notice that they will lay more eggs at a time, or they will give birth to more individuals at a time. Let me give you the example of the cockroach that you also study in your syllabus. You know that in the case of cockroach, in that Uthika, so many eggs are there because they want to make sure that at least few of them should survive, right? Because the parental care is not there, right? They are under more threat as well, isn't it? Now let's take the example of humans also. They are not giving birth to many individuals at a time because the parental care is also there, right? They are nurturing it. So yes, there is a life history variation. So it depends on an individual, it depends on their level of organizations also, it depends on the parental care level also. So these are the things. Jaise we used to read this during our masters, right, that where do we see the maximum parental care? In the case of humans, so you know it very well that even our parents, especially in India, our parents, they even nurture their 50 years old as well, right? They don't even leave them then. Okay, so in our case though it is maximum. Okay, so population and reproductive fitness, that's what we need to discuss. Even we now to these days penguins, they are trending now. So in the case of penguins, you know that male and the female both, means father and the mother, they provide the parental care to their developing one. Okay, so population evolve to maximize their reproductive fitness. So this reproductive fitness is also called as Darwinian fitness. First of all, keep it in your mind, this is important. So yes, population evolved to maximize this thing. So if I will change the statement here, if at the place of maximize, if I write minimize, then obviously that will be a mistake, right? So Darwinian fitness means what? Darwinian fitness means having a high R value, that is there will be the fast growth rate, right? There will be the fast growth rate. Am I clear? So Darwinian fitness means what? It is means that there will be the high R value, right? High R value means the growth rate will be maximum. Darwinian fitness and the reproductive fitness is the same thing here. This is important. So let's talk about the reproductive strategies. Jaise organism, they evolve different strategies. It depends on their habitat. It depends on the selection pressures also. So breeding frequency. Some organisms, they breed once in a lifetime. Example, Pacific salmon fish, bamboo, right? Bamboo. Right, so there used to be a chapter reproduction in organism in your syllabus where you also talk about the Strobilus kunthiana. Do you know that? Do you know that you also talk about Strobilus kunthiana? What you used to discuss? You also Strobilus kunthiana, matlab that flower, it blooms in 12 years, right? Right? So if I'm not wrong, it is Strobilus kunthiana only. This flower, it reproduce in 12, once in 12 years, basically. So there used to be a chapter reproduction in organism. So we used to read this example there. Okay. Okay, so some they breed once in lifetime and some they breed many times in their lifetime. Is that clear? So Strobilenthus kunthiana is the name, right? Which bloom once in 12 years. Okay, Neela Kurinji, Strobilenthus kunthiana. Strobilenthus, do check the spellings. Kunthiana, Neela Kurinji. They bloom once in 12 years. right? So these are the different things that we notice. So breed they many times in lifetime, just in most birds and the mammals. So number and size, this is the another strategy, that large number of small organisms, just oyster, pelagic fishes, so they make large number of what? Small organisms. So which strategy maximizes fitness? Which strategy maximizes fitness? Which strategy maximizes fitness? So no single strategy is always best. No single strategy is always best, number one. So what is desirable? It depends on the abiotic as well as biotic factors, means which organism will adopt which strategy depends on these factors. Just what are the climatic conditions they are facing, environmental condition, the predators, the competition, right? So all that things will decide this. So if the habitat is unstable, they will organisms, because their habitat is unstable, so they produce more offspring, right? More offspring, right? So that at least few should survive. So they are the small offsprings, but they are more in number. In stable habitats, conditions are also stable, and parental care also play the important role there. So producing fewer, larger, well-cared offspring, which increases the survival chances, right? Which increases the survival chances. So some species, they invest in quantity, they make many babies, but the little care. Other in quality, few babies, but lots of care. So both strategies are successful. It depends on the environment and the climatic condition. Is that clear? It depends on that. Am I clear? Sure? Sure? Okay. So the next thing is the population interaction, other most important topic of this particular chapter. Okay, so we will talk about the different types of interactions, and then we will start our next chapter, that is ecosystem. Okay, so yes, this is very important. This one is very important. Am I clear? Sure. So this one is what? This one is very important, population interactions. So obviously the population, right? Organisms of two different species, organism of same species, they are making the population, hai na? They are making the population of that area. So you know that in an area you won't see that only one individual is living, right? If I talk about ourselves, so let's suppose you look at your surrounding, right? Dogs, cats, even the plants, microbes, they all are existing. They all are existing. So one way or another, right? One way or another, what do we have? We interact with each other. Different population, they interact with each other. Sometimes they are beneficial interactions, sometimes they are not. Just say for an example, if any interaction is plus, means both will, right? If the word is plus, means beneficial interaction will be there. Both are getting the benefit out of it. If there is zero, that means neutral, right? No harm, no profit, no loss. If it is minus, it is detrimental, right? It is not good, obviously. So that's what we have. So species, right? With both the species, if it is plus, it is mutualism, symbiotic association. Minus for competition as well, right? So minus for competition as well. Both are getting harmed. Now if it is plus, one is getting benefited, another is getting harmed. Predation. Same for the parasitism. One is getting benefited, another is getting harmed. So in predation, obviously predator is getting the benefit, right? Prey is getting harmed. Here also, parasite is getting the benefit, host is getting harmed, right? So commensalism may plus or zero is there. One is getting benefit and one is like nothing to worry about, right? And one minus or zero is for the commensalism. That's what you have to remember. So let's talk about it. So already you know that no species can live alone, right? Every species need at least one more species for survival. Just say animals, they feed on other species. Plants, they depend on soil microbes. They depend on animals for pollination. So yes, right, they all are making the biological communities, and then only they can survive. Okay, so communities, you know that species living together with interactions, and here population is the smallest unit. Okay, right? So interspecific interaction mein I already told you, plus means beneficial, detrimental ya harmful means minus, neutral means 0. That's what you have to remember. So these are the different type of interactions that we are going to study now. So we will start with the predation. So predation means plus minus. So plus for predator, minus for prey. So predator is going to feed on that prey, and it's not like that, because in the nature there should be a balance. So this prey will also develop some defense mechanism so that it can protect itself from its predator. And in the nature, predator has to be prudent, means predator need to keep the patience. It's not like that predator in one go is going to destroy all the prey population, because again that will disturb the entire ecosystem. So yes, in the nature these are the interactions that we see. So predator is nature's way of transferring energy fixed by plants to the higher trophic level. So you all are well aware of it. You know that we have the plants first, right? Our plants are what? Our plants are the autotrophs. They make their own food, and they are making the first trophic level. So I believe everybody here in the class, they understand it, because it is from our basics, right? From class 6th and 7th we know about this. Now if there is any herbivore, you can take the example of grasshopper, you can take the example of anything. Herbivore is what? Herbivore is a heterotroph, right? But it feeds on what? It feeds on the plant material. So it is making our second trophic level. It is making our what? It is making our second trophic level. Then after that you will have primary carnivore. What will you see? You will have primary carnivore. So primary carnivore means third trophic level, right? Third trophic level. Then comes what? Then comes the secondary carnivore. Then comes what? Then comes the secondary carnivore. That is basically your fourth or the topmost trophic level. So carnivores, they feed on what? They feed on the herbivores. Herbivores are very important. Why? Why? Because see, carnivore cannot feed on the plant, right? So herbivore is something that is converting this plant material to something that this carnivore can eat. And plants, because they are converting the solar energy into the chemical energy, they are converting one form of energy into the another, we can also call them as transducer. So this is the food chain that we know. So obviously herbivores, they are feeding on the plants, right? We also consider them as predators also, let me tell you. So predation, because of the predation, like let's say this carnivore will feed on this herbivore. So obviously then only the energy from this trophic level will supply to this, and then from this trophic level will supply to this. So it is the nature's way of transferring the energy, right? It is the nature's way of transferring the energy. So yes, predation is the nature's way of transferring energy fixed by plant to higher trophic levels, right? Important statement. So predators may your carnivore, even the herbivore, even those who feed on the plant, we also consider them as the predator, right? So ecologically, as I told you already, herbivores are also the predators because they consume plants. Am I clear? Right? Why is it so? Because they consume plants. Understood? Now, so what is the importance of predators? They are the conduits. Conduits mean channels for transfer of energy across the trophic level. Understand this language from your book. So they keep prey population under control. They prevent even the overpopulation and ecosystem instability. Let's suppose if you bring a particular plant or even any animal to another habitat where its natural predator is missing, so they will expand, they'll grow, right? And they will destroy the other species also. So it's very important to have the predator. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Right? Just here we have the example, exotic species and predators. Just see, without natural predators, exotic species, matlab, let's suppose if a species doesn't belong to an area, we have introduced it in a new area, so that will be the exotic species there, because it doesn't belong to that place. We are basically introducing it. So if it is without predator, it can become invasive, it can be the intruder there and can spread rapidly. So here we have an example, that is prickly pear, that is prickly pear cactus. prickly pear cactus in Australia. 1920, it spread controllably controlled by introducing a cactus feeding moth, Cactoblastus. Are you getting my point? So prickly pear cactus in Australia, 1920, it spread uncontrollably, right? And then to control it, cactus feeding moth, Cactoblastus, was introduced, right? Why was it spreading? Why? Because the natural predator was missing. Okay, right? So predators and species diversity. So predators, they regulate the prey population. That is also important. They will control the dominating species and can reduce competition, and the coexistence can exist. Just for an example, starfish. Beta, all these examples are from your book, so you do not have option to miss it. You have to remember this. So just starfish, right? Pisister. Removal from intertidal areas lead to the extinction of more than 10 intervertebrate species. So starfish, right? Its removal, when that was removed from that intertidal areas, right? So more than 10 invertebrate species, they got extinct. Why? Because if there will be no predator, the prey population, they will just compete with each other, and it can result in that. Am I clear? Am I clear, everybody? Sure. So let's move to the next part here. Let's move to the next part here. So overexploitation by the predators can also lead to the extinction of both. How come both? Because if there will be overexploitation by the predator, so definitely prey population will get destroyed. But along with that, what about the predator? That predator will feed on what then? Right? That predator will not be able to feed on anything then. Right? So that's something that you have to remember. So therefore, predator in nature, they are generally prudent. Right? Right? And even prey also develop the defense mechanism against it. Told you already. So camouflage is the best example. Right? Just frogs, insect, they hide. They show the cryptic coloration. They just blend with the surrounding. Just say, let's suppose there is an insect, right? If that is feeling ki yes, I am under threat, so they are having the color like the surrounding. Just say leaf insect is there, stick insect is there. Stick insect actually looks like a stick if it doesn't move. It will feel like that it is a stick. Leaf-tailed gecko is also there. So it is found in Madagascar. Its flattened body and tail have irregular outlines and exactly look like a dead leaf. So complete with veins and gaps. Imagine in nature you have such amazing things. Poisonous adaptations are also there. Just as some prey species, they also develop the toxins. Okay, just a monarch butterfly, it's very distasteful, unpalatable it is, right? Unpalatable means something which is not tasty, which we cannot eat. Are you getting my point? So monarch butterfly is highly distasteful, unpalatable to its predator bird. Why? Because it accumulates toxin, because it feeds on the poisonous weeds, right, during its caterpillar stage. So that's how they protect. So now though it's a marathon, but otherwise just imagine such things. In nature, you have some organism which are looking like this leaf, stick, right? There is a lizard whose tail looks like a leaf, and a proper arrangement which is showing veinlets also. Just imagine this thing, right? Just think about the evolution, how beautiful things are, right? How we evolved as per our needs, as per our survival needs. How do we adapt? How do we get mutated, right? These are the things. So see, this prey, it has to protect itself from the predator. So ultimately it's the matter of survival only. So monarch butterfly, so it during its caterpillar stage, it is feeding on a poisonous weed so that it can accumulate the toxin and becomes highly distasteful to its predator. Am I clear? Am I clear? Right? So herbivores are also predator, told you already, right? Just a herbivore, nearly 25% of insects are phytophagous, means they eat plant. Important it is. So phytophagy means feeding on plant sap, leaf, stem, roots, etc. Right? Then comes the challenges for plants. So plants cannot escape predators like animals. They are fixed to a place. So they also have some morphological and chemical defenses. Are you getting my point? Yes, they do have some morphological and chemical defenses. So morphological में thorns of acacia, cactus, they prevent grazing and browsing by herbivores. Then chemical defenses में, right, they can make these chemicals, there are chemicals that can make herbivores sick, they can inhibit their digestion, can disrupt their reproduction, may can even kill it. So the example which is given in our book is of calotropis that produce toxic cardiac glycosides that prevent cattle and goats from feeding on it. Please have a look. Is that clear? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? चलिए, next chapter is commercial use of plant defenses. So plants, they make some chemicals, things for their survival that are also important for us commercially. For an example, right, nicotine, caffeine, quinine. Quinine, you know that anti-malarial drug it is, right? This strychnine, right, opium, we know them. So they are actually the plant defenses against the herbivores. Am I clear? They are the plant defenses against the herbivores. Is that clear? Is that clear? Any doubt here? Yes, please. Any doubt here? Done, beta? So this strychnine is also opium, nicotine, caffeine, quinine. I told you we have already studied this. So it is a very toxic alkaloid. Do you know that? Basically, how does it act? It blocks inhibitory neurotransmitters. It is going to block them, right? Inhibitory neurotransmitters. It is going to block them. Are you getting my point? Yes, right? So obviously, due to which there will be, you know, painful, or I would say respiratory failure can be there, muscle convulsions can occur, so different kind of things can occur because of that. Chaliye, next is competition. So interaction, right? Competition may also, you know that, right? Both will be harm. So it is also minus interaction. So here where the fitness, that is R, that is intrinsic rate of natural increase. We also discuss the Darwinian or the reproductive fitness. So keep it in your mind, right? Of one species decreases in presence of another. So we are not saying that individual species, it is not good. So we are saying when it comes to the competition, we are talking about the two different species. So one, right? In that case, the fitness of one will be more than the fitness of another. That's what I'm saying. The fitness of one is more than the fitness of another. That's what I'm saying. So we have the interspecific competition also, that is between different species. Interference competition is also there, where one species, it reduces the interference. Matlab, in one case, so it is clear, two different species are fighting, right? They are having the competition. Here also there are two different species, and here I'm giving you an example. Just in the presence of one species, the another species, its feeding efficiency is decreased. Just let's suppose if I'm giving you a plate, right, it's full of sweets and all. You're eating very nicely, very slowly, this and that. You're enjoying that thing, right? You're like, wow, it is amazing, this and that. Okay. Now you're going very slowly. Now let's suppose you have to share that plate with your sibling. So now your sibling eats very fast. Then let's suppose if there are 20 pieces there, right, you are eating slow. Though by the time you are finishing two, your sibling is done with half of the plate. So in that case, what is this? Interference competition. Exploitation competition, when both species directly use and deplete the same resource. They are targeting the same resource. They say right now you all are fighting for the same MBBS seats, isn't it? So what are the misconceptions here and what are the clarifications? That's what we have to discuss here. So competition happens. This is a common belief when closely related species use the same limiting resource, but this is a misconception. It's not like that कि competition will only occur when the closely related species, they will go for the same resource. It doesn't always Important because sometimes two unrelated species, they need the same resource and they compete for that. So unrelated species, yeah, they do compete for same resource, right? Just flamingos and fishes in South American lakes. Flamingos and fishes very different from each other, but they are competing for the zooplankton, right? So it is the thing. And second is कि resources need not always be limiting, right? In the interference competition, if the resources are unlimited but one species can reduce, but if one species is having more feeding efficiency than the another, then obviously there will be the competition. So that is how the things are related, right? So there is a lab experiment as Gauss and other experimental ecologists did. What they did, when resources, they are limited, when resources are limited, the competitively superior species, obviously the one which can utilize it in a better way, will definitely eventually will eliminate the another one. So this is the competitive exclusion. Understand this word here, this is very important. This word actually here is very important. And what is it? It is the competitive exclusion. So what is the meaning of competitive exclusion here? So here we are saying that one species which is superior and the another species which is inferior to that is eliminating the inferior species, right? But in nature, no doubt, it is not always conclusive. In nature, you will see that resource partitioning in there. In the nature, it is like that both the species, they try to coexist, not for a longer period, but yeah, by resource partitioning. So here in the lab, they notice this thing itself, कि superior species has eventually eliminated the inferior one, but in nature it is not always conclusive. So evidences in nature में, जैसे abundant tortoise, Galapagos Island, so it extinct within a decade after goats were introduced. Because why? Goats were having the greater browsing efficiency. So evidences in nature where one species has eliminated the another. So competitive release, this is the meaning here. When superior competitor is removed, the restricted species expand its range. Now let's suppose if I will remove your competition, right, then obviously you will flourish. It's like that. Right, so here there is another experiment. So this experiment is by Connells. So Connell's elegant field experiment, right? Connell's elegant field experiment showed that on the rocky sea coasts of Scotland, the larger and comparatively superior barnacles, that is Belinus. Yes, from here they can even ask you about which one is the barnacle, yeah, which genus is the superior, which one is inferior. So in competitive release, when a superior competitor is removed, the restricted species expand its range, right? So Connell's elegant field experiment showed that on the rocky sea coasts of Scotland, the larger and superior barnacle, Belinus, dominates the intertidal area. So it excludes the smaller, right? It excludes the smaller barnacle, Cathamelis, from that zone. So yeah, you should know which one is superior, which one is inferior here, right? So in general, herbivores and plants, they also appear to be more adversely affected by the competition than carnivores, because plants, they cannot move from that place. Is that clear? So yes, beta, this Belinus is the competitively superior barnacle, right? It dominates the intertidal area, so it excludes the smaller barnacle, Cathamelis, from that. Is that clear? Right? So competitive exclusion principle, separately I am explaining this to you. So it is also the Gauss principle. So two closely related species which are competing for the same resource, they can't coexist indefinitely, right? They can't coexist indefinitely. Am I clear? Two closely related species which are competing for the same resource, they cannot coexist indefinitely. Inferior species will eventually be eliminated. Am I clear? Inferior species will eventually be eliminated. So it is valid if resources are limited, but not always true in nature. So yes, here in this principle, that's what you have to keep in your mind, that it is only applicable when resources are limited. Read it quickly. Read it quickly. Yes, please. Okay. चलिए, read it quickly. Read this complete paragraph. Quick read it and then we'll move to the next part. If there is any doubt, then please tell me. चलिए, so next is species may evolve mechanism to coexist rather than eliminate each other. Is that clear? Right? So competitive exclusion principle, which is the Gauss principle. So two closely related species which are competing for same resource, they cannot coexist indefinitely. Why? Because and only when resources are limited. If resources are unlimited, then no, they are just competitive exclusion principle. They are clearly mentioning if resources are limited, right? So then this thing will happen, but it doesn't exist true for the nature. Why is it so? Because species may evolve a mechanism to coexist rather than eliminate each other, right? They may develop mechanism to coexist rather than eliminate each other. Am I clear? Am I clear? So in the nature, we see the coexistence, and why that coexistence is there? Due to resource partitioning. Again, it is an important MCQ. Right? It is again an important MCQ. Okay, so competing species may reduce direct competition by feeding at different times. Number one, they use different foraging patterns. Here we have the example of, this example is again a previous year question, MacArthur's warblers. Right? These birds, what they do? They are 5 closely related species of warbler. They are living on the same tree. Right? But still they are not fighting with each other, right? Because they avoid competition, they coexist because they have the behavioral differences in their foraging activities. Just I'll give you a very simple example. Now, so everybody is having their mobile phones, they are having, you know, their individual OTT platform subscription, but just say, let's suppose in the household, right, there is a very common fight, that is for the remote, right? We all have done that. We 90s kids, we have done it. Okay, so what will happen ki we fight with the remote ki haan, I have to watch it, I have to watch that. So what is the way to coexist? Because in your home you cannot kill your sibling, right? Doesn't matter how much you want to, right? But you don't, you are not going to do that. So obviously, just mother or father, either they decide or you decide कि ठीक है from 12 to 2 I'll watch, you can watch from 2 to 4, but when I'm watching you will not disturb me, and when you'll watch I will not disturb you. So what are you doing? You are coexisting, you are living in the same home, so you are basically doing the resource partitioning. Are you getting my point? So resource partitioning will be done here. So that's what you have to remember. And here these diagrams, these are nothing, these are the barnacles. Okay, so that's it. So next is parasitism, where your parasite is getting the benefit and your host will be adversely affected. Is that clear? Right? So relationship in which one species lives in or on another species and derive food and shelter at the host expensive is the parasitism. Right? A relationship where what is happening, where one species lives in or on another species. So jaise we grow inside our mother's womb, so we are not fulfilling this condition of parasitism because we, our mother and we belong to the same species. Otherwise we are truly the parasite on our mother, because we take all the nourishment from our mother. At the expense of our mother, we are taking all the glucose and the oxygen. But why do we say that this relationship is not parasitism? Because obviously our parents want to conceive us. Number two thing is that in that case both the species are same, right? So parasite is getting benefit, free lodging is there, plus meals are there, right? So this parasitism found across many taxonomic groups, plants to higher vertebrates. So host specificity and co-evolution also exists. So many parasites are nothing but the host specific. They are restricted to one particular species only. So when the parasite is host specific, which you also discuss in the case of virus, so you use the word obligate parasite because it is restricted. It is restricted. Is that clear? So then comes the co-evolution. Host evolves defense mechanism, right, to resist that particular parasite, right? The immunological responses will be there. So parasite will make sure, because parasite has to survive. So parasite is like, it will develop the mechanism to protect itself from the host. Only then parasite will be able to survive there. And parasite no doubt is harming the host, but parasite itself, parasite doesn't want ki I want to kill my host. Why? Because they are dependent on it. If host die, parasite will also die. So here you see the co-evolution. If host is evolving the mechanism to kill parasite, if parasite needs to live in that body, parasite will also, right, evolve itself in this way that it can protect itself from the host defense mechanism. So here you see the co-evolution, number one. Secondly, it is never going to happen because host and parasite relationship is there, but due to natural selection it is not something which will become, you know, a beneficial one, because parasite is taking its nourishment from the host, so it is going to damage the host, right? Without any doubt, it is going to damage the host. Okay, so parasite, those who are specially living within the host body, you know that they lose the unnecessary sense organ. They will have the adhesive organ or the sucker so that they can attach itself to the host. The digestive system will not be there because they will get the pre-digested food, and they will have high reproductive capacity so that they can reproduce more, they can make more such individuals, and survival rate will also increase, right? So life cycle of parasite is often complex. It can even include intermediate host or vectors. This is some parasites, you remember, they are digenetic, means they have two hosts. Sometimes they have more than that also. So human liver fluke, right, Fasciola hepatica need two intermediate hosts, snail and fish. Malarial parasite, you remember, Plasmodium species. So here you know that vector as well as primary host is the female Anopheles mosquito, right, and human is the secondary host there. Understood? Now, in the case of this relationship, host survival will be reduced, its growth, so reduce host survival, growth and reproduction. Host population density will also reduce. Host will become vulnerable to the predation because host is weak due to the presence of the parasitism. So yes, again, this is given in your book, in your NCERT, which I'm explaining here, that why didn't natural selection produces total harmless parasite? Not possible, because ultimately this feeding is going to cause the damage. When a parasite will take the food, the nutrients from the host, obviously the weakness and the damage to the host tissue will definitely be there. Reproduction stress. So parasite often, right, they often have very high reproducing rates, right? So they produce large number of offspring. Large number of offspring means the host fitness will further be reduced because the nutrition will be taken from the host only. Transmission requirement. Many parasites, they must leave or spread from one host to another, so they cause the disease symptoms, just the diarrhea and all, so that their cyst can pass out with the stool, right? So coughing, fever, these things will be there. So no evolutionary advantage in being 100% harmless. So natural selection favors strategy that maximize the parasite reproduction, yes, and their transmission, but not nearly the host survival, right? So as long as the parasite can reproduce before the host is severely harmed or dies, its strategy is successful. So that is it. So baki we know that beta ectoparasites are also there that live on the external surface of host, जैसे lice on humans, ticks on dogs, marine fish, you know, infested with ectoparasite copypods, Cuscuta, dodder plant, amarbrail. So it's a total stem parasite. Right, it's a total stem parasite. It is an important previous year question as well. So it lost leaves and chlorophyll. It is completely dependent on host. So that's a PYQ, that Cuscuta is a total stem parasite. And female mosquito beta, it's not a parasite. I have repeated this earlier also, right? Female mosquito is not a parasite. That is actually because it is not dependent on the human blood for its survival. It is just using that blood for feeding, for their egg production. So female mosquito is not a parasite. Female mosquito, right? Because जैसे female Anopheles, female Culex या this Aedes mosquito, they are not the parasite. They are just feeding on the blood because they require that blood for the reproduction, not for their continuous survival. Is that clear? So endoparasite में you know that they can live in liver, kidneys, RBCs, etc., etc. Their life cycle is more complex. They have extreme specializations and they have simplified morphology and anatomy. So malarial parasite. Next is brood parasitism in birds. So whenever I read about this, one movie that came in my mind is Three Idiots. है ना? In that movie, this example is given, right? So parasitic birds, they lay egg in the host nest. Right, here you talk about the quail and crow, cuckoo and crow, right? So parasitic birds, they will lay egg in the host nest. Imagine. They are not making their own nest. They are not even incubating their own eggs, right? The host bird incubate the parasite's egg unknowingly. Over evolution, this parasitic bird's egg, they evolved to mimic the host egg in size and color. Means that this host is not even aware that that host is not even incubating its own eggs. It is incubating the parasite's eggs. So this reduces the chance of host detecting and ejecting foreign eggs, because with time, these eggs are evolved in such a way. So example is your quail, cuckoo, parasitizing crows during the breeding season and show the brood parasitism. Am I clear? So next is commensalism, where one is getting benefited, another is having no problem at all. Just let's suppose if you are getting the clothes from your elder sibling, right, and that clothes are useless for your elder, but they are helpful for you, commensalism. Are you getting my point? So one species is getting benefited, other is neither harmed nor benefited. So the first example that we have is orchid. Orchid growing as an epiphyte. We talked the example of Venda here. So orchid which is growing as an epiphyte, epi mane above, phyte, plant, on the mango branch. So it is not taking any nourishment from that mango, right? It is just using that mango branch, right? It is just growing on that mango branch, because this orchid is having dead spongy tissue in its roots. Dead, even in morphology I told you about this, dead spongy tissue in its roots, which is known as velamen. And this dead spongy tissue is what? Right, this dead spongy tissue is what? It is hygroscopic in nature. It is what? It is hygroscopic in nature, that is, it can absorb moisture from the surrounding. It can absorb moisture from the surrounding. So it is using that mango branch just to grow in that, but nothing else. Is that clear? And nothing else. So another example is whale is derived, right? Just barnacles, they are growing on the back of the whale, right? So whale is not getting any benefit, right? But barnacles are growing there. So next is cattle egret, right? And the grazing cattle, they are in close association, right? So basically what is happening? These egrets, these birds, these white colored birds, you might have seen them. I'll show you the picture as well. They always forage close to where cattle are grazing, because the cattle, as they move, they stir up and flush out the insect from the grass. They are feeding on grass, the insects will come out, these birds, they will eat that. So this is commensalism. Now sea anemone, that has stinging tentacles, so this nidoblast they have, henna, and the clownfish which will be in that tentacles. So what is happening? The fish is getting protection from the predators which stay away from these stinging tentacles, and anemone doesn't appear to derive any benefit by hosting this clownfish. So these are the examples of the, ye dekho, tentacles, clownfish is living there, that is sea anemone. See, this is the egret bird that will forage with the cattle. Is that clear? So next is the mutualism, right? So which here we can see in the case of fig tree and the wasp. So fig flower is pollinated by wasp, and wasp laying eggs in the fig fruit. So this is something beta we also discuss in the case of sexual reproduction in flowering plant. So I'll explain you here. Fig, that fruit that you talk is actually hypenthodium. That is actually an inflorescence. What's that? That is actually an inflorescence, right? Here in that you will see there is a pore, a cup-like structure is there. So in that pore there will be male flowers, there will be female, in that fruit, hypenthodium, in that inflorescence, male flower, female flower, sterile flowers are also there. So this mutualism mein both are getting benefited. So I'm giving you an example. So when this wasp is going to visit this, through that pore it will enter here, it is going to lay the eggs. Now these eggs will grow, they'll develop. So the flowers in which these eggs are present, they'll be gall flowers. They are basically sterile, right? Now what will happen from it? Right, firstly the male will hatch. Now the male, right, firstly male will come out, then female. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Right, so what will happen? Male is going to reproduce that. Just from these eggs will hatch, right? The male and the female will produce. Male is going to, again, the reproduction will occur. So male after this mating will die, and the female, right? Because again it has to lay the eggs. So it can also come out from by making a pore. Yeah, from the pore it can also come out. So when it will visit the another, right? So sometimes it is like that. So when it will go to the another fruit as well, right? So in pollination will also occur, and this wasp here, this bee is getting a space for laying eggs also. So their life cycle depends on each other. Are you getting my point? Their life cycle depends on each other. Okay? Their life cycle depends on each other. So let's discuss about that. So there are many examples. We'll discuss it one by one. So mutualism mein both are getting benefit. So number one example is of lichens, right? The mutualistic relationship between a fungus. So fungal component is also known as mycobiont, right? And there will be algal component which is also known as phycobiont. So algae, you know, that will do the photosynthesis. So fungus will absorb everything, will give to algae, and algae is going to make the food. The another important example is mycorrhizae, right? Very important in the microbes and human welfare also we discuss it. So it is again a symbiotic association between the fungal filament या fungi and the roots of higher plants. So you can take the example of pinus here. And when it comes to the fungi, the example of genus Glomus is there. So they are having the symbiotic relationship. Why? Because the roots are not capable enough to absorb all the, right, to absorb the nutrient. They need the fungal hyphae. They will absorb, they'll give it the nutrients better, right? And in turns, the fungi will get the food from that. Okay, so this is mycorrhiza. Next is, right, जैसे plants, they need the help of animals for pollinating their flower and dispersing their seeds. So plants, they offer rewards or fees in the form of pollen as well as the nectar to the pollinators, right? So some animals, they try to steal nectar. They try to steal nectar without pollinating flowers. So to safeguard against cheater, plants and pollinators, they undergo co-evolution, right? That's what we see in their case, right? They show the co-evolution so that both can get the benefit out of each other. So one example is a fig tree and wasp, right? Female wasp will lay the eggs inside the fig fruit, developing seeds within fig. They will provide the nourishment for these wasp larvae. So while searching for egg-laying sites, the wasp pollinate the fig inflorescence. So that is what they are getting that is how they are getting the benefit from each other. So this is fig, anjeer. From that pore they will enter, right, beta? So this is the life cycle here. You can see that a pollen-laden female wasp enters the syconium of an unripe fig through an opening called ostiole, right? This is hypenthodium also, I told you. This is the example of special inflorescence. Now here male and female, both the flowers are there. So wasp will lay egg within some of the flowers in the syconium. So the process that insect pollinate the, so in this process, obviously insect will pollinate the other female flowers also. Now female ovaries that contain these wasp larvae, they will make gall-like structure. So the pollinated flowers without larvae, they produce seed, but the one which is having larvae, they are not going to produce the seed. So as the fig mature, it is the male wasp that emerge first. Though in hypenthodium you see protogyny, female flower mature first, but if I talk about wasp, so in this case male wasp emerge first from the galls. They then travel the syconium in search of female wasp, fertilize them, and females are still sitting in their these galls. Okay? So male flowers have matured by the time mated. See, male flowers have matured by the time mated female wasp emerge from their galls. So without ever leaving the syconium also, the wingless male wasp, they dig, they escape tunnel for their mates and then die. Right? So after collecting pollen from the mature male flowers within the ripe fig, each mated female wasp escape through the tunnel. So female wasp carrying pollen flies to another fig tree for the search of that fruit, and she dies within that soon afterwards. That's the life cycle. So that's how they are helping each other, right? So that's how their life cycle depends on each other. Am I clear? Am I clear? Okay. So this is a 2025 MCQ, right, where I still believe that first statement is true, but in NCERT, but as per the NTA, they have given it incorrect. Just first statement is saying that fig fruit is a non-vegetarian fruit. It has enclosed fig wasp in it. Statement 2 says that fig wasp and fig tree, they exhibit mutual relationship as fig wasp complete its life cycle in fig fruit and fig fruit get pollinated by this. So yeah, statement 2 is definitely true. Now, as per me, 1 is also true, but NTA has given it as false. Why? Because they are saying just in that fruit, the enzymes are there that are going to dissolve that flies and all, so that fruit will not have it. But if you will think it from the vegan perspective, it is still a debatable thing. They still believe that it is a non-vegetarian fruit. So that's what you have to understand. It's a 2025 MCQ. So the another example is orchids and pollinators. As orchids mein huge diversity is there in their floral patterns. Their petals show different types of shapes also, right? Orchids are having different shapes. They are amazing, right? Notice this thing. Guys, is there any issue with the voice? Right? So, just here, I'll give you an example. So, I'll give you the example of sexual deceit, or I would say it is the pseudo-copulation. Right? Now, I will not explain it in sexual reproduction in flowering plant. So, it is pseudo-copulation. So, the example of that orchid is Ophrys. Look at that petal. That petal looks like the female bumblebee. Just this is the bumblebee. This petal is also having the patterns like the female. And with time, with evolution, this flower is producing the fragrance like the female bumblebee. So male will think that's a female, male will come for the mating, but actually male is helping in the pollination there. So Mediterranean orchid Ophrys uses sexual deceit. Here we also call it as pseudo-copulation, right? So the petal resembles the female bee, the size, color and the markings. So male bee will mistakes that petal for the female. It attempts pseudo-copulation with the flower, right? So during this act, what will happen? Bee get dusted with pollen. When it pseudo-copulate with another female, pollen will get transferred, so pollination will occur. So if the female bee's color pattern change slightly during evolution, orchid must co-evolve to maintain the petal resemblance. Is that clear? Is that clear? So this is all about this chapter. This is all about the examples here. So now the next example that we have to discuss is of Commensalism, where one is harmed and another one is normal. So here I'll give you the example of beta penicillin. Penicillium, right? This fungus, you know that this fungus is making a chemical, right? The antibiotic penicillin. It kills bacteria. So it is not doing it deliberately, right? It is not doing it deliberately. Are you getting my point? So it kills the bacteria. It is not doing it deliberately, right? But yeah, this is happening here. Are you getting my point? Bacteria is getting killed. So bacteria is getting bacteria is getting harmed, right? But so for bacteria it's 0, but penicillin is like, no, I am just making my chemical. What am I supposed to do? So this is one example, right? The second example is black walnut tree. The second example is of black walnut tree, right? It releases juglone chemical that inhibit nearby plants. Okay, so it releases a chemical, juglone chemical, that inhibits, please write down, that inhibits nearby plants. That inhibits what? That inhibits nearby plants. Is that clear? Right? So some large plant, right? They also do not allow the growth of other small plant. That is also the example here. Done, beta? Done. So algal bloom effect is also the example. Some algae release toxins that harm fish. Okay. So algal bloom effect. So some algae, they release toxins that inhibit, that kills fish there. So these are the examples of Commensalism as well. Am I clear? Am I clear? So neem also shows Commensalism, right? Because it also releases substances, right, that inhibit the growth of nearby plants. So here also you can take the example of neem as well. Neem, Azedi recta indica, medicinal plant, but it also do the same. Understood? So this is the example of commensalism. So which chapter you want me to start next? Ecosystem or biodiversity? I think let's start with the ecosystem and then let's go to the biodiversity and conservation. Done? Ready? Beta, if you will start your preparation now, if you have studied something earlier, if you know a few chapters, so if you go for the preparation in a proper way consistently, then there are chances. But honestly speaking, Mr. Eliajit, the chances are less, right? If you know your syllabus, if you know your 50% of the syllabus, then right, I can say that chances are there. So which chapter you want me to start next, ecosystem or biodiversity? I think we should go for the ecosystem, hai na? Easy chapter it is, a short chapter it is. It will hardly take our 1.5 hour, and then we will go for the diversity and conservation. So any doubts? Any doubts? So it's 11:20, right? It's 11:20. Okay, here it's. Let's take a break so that you should not cry. So let's take a break. For 10 minutes. That's it. That's it. ठीक है? For 10 नहीं यार, 15 नहीं, बस 10 minutes. Right? I will also get a cup of tea. Then, right? Then let's start. Okay, so let's start the ecosystem. It's a very easy topic, and if you ask me, so here, ecological pyramids. This is a very important topic. And the decomposition. These two are the most important topics, right? You're not supposed to leave it, okay? So let's start the ecosystem, okay? So when it comes to ecosystem, what do you have? Ecosystem. You know that organism will make the population, will make the community, then there will be the ecosystem where different communities, they are also like populations, they are interacting with each other. Along with that, they are also interacting with the environment. So environment plus system, right? Environment plus system, that's what we have. Environment plus system, that's what we have. So it's interacting interdependent complex. It is interacting interdependent complex. So ecosystem is actually a self-sustained. It can survive by its own. It's self-sustained. It's self-regulated. It is the functional segment of nature. Do underline this line. What is it? It is the functional segment of nature. What is it, guys? It is the functional segment of nature. Please keep it in your mind, where living organisms, they interact, they exchange the material with each other and also with the environment. Am I clear? So who coined the term ecosystem? A.G. Tinsley. Right? A.G. Tinsley, again important. Who coined the term ecosystem? A.G. Tinsley. Now, you know that on the basis of habitat, terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem we have, right? Even on the basis of development also, natural ecosystem is there, जैसे कि your desert, forest, grasslands, and artificial में man-made they are, जैसे village, garden, poultry farms, crop fields, they all are the artificial ecosystem. So ecosystem is also large, ecosystem is also small, right? Ecosystem is also large, ecosystem is also small, right? So this is also something that we have to discuss, right? Just a minute. Okay, so so mega ecosystem, they are very large in size. Macro ecosystem, large in size. Micro or nano ecosystems are there, so as per the size as well. So here you will see even a single drop, right? Even a single drop of water can also be an ecosystem. Is that clear? Right? A single drop of water can also be an ecosystem. Mm. Just a minute. Done, beta. So this is what you have. So next is structural component of ecosystem. So here we have abiotic as well as biotic components. What do we have there? We have abiotic as well as biotic component when it comes to the structural component of ecosystem. So overall in ecosystem, basically we will see that interaction with the environment is there, right? So obviously living and non-living things both need to be considered. Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? Both. Are you getting my point? Biotic as well as non-biotic, abiotic things both need to get considered. So abiotic components may you have the inorganic materials, you have the organic matter, you have the physical factors as well. Are you getting my point? So abiotic may inorganic material is also there, organic matters are also there, and the physical factors are there. So climatic, topographic, both the things are there, right? Climatic, topographic, right? So climatic factors, topographic means how that area is appearing. Edaphic factor means you're talking about the soil. So we have to consider everything. We have to consider everything. So inorganic material, organic matter, climatic, topographic, appearance of area, everything we have to consider here. Are you getting my point? Everything we have to consider here. Is that clear? Is that clear? So biotic component, they are basically on the basis of the function producers. So here, autotrophs, right? Producers, autotrophs. So, you know that, right? I'll start from the basics here, though I have already explained. We start with the plants. We talk about the producers first, right? What do we discuss first? We talk about the producers first. So, you know that here you are talking about the plants. Why? Because they are autotrophic, right? Because they are autotrophic. Are you getting my point? They are autotrophic. They make their own food, right? So these plants are making the first trophic level. You know it very well, and I told you this thing very clearly that plants are also the transducers. Is that clear? They are also the transducers, right? Why is it so? Why is it so? Because they will convert one form of energy, right? They will convert one form of energy into another, right? One form of energy means the solar energy. The solar energy is converted to the chemical energy here. So they are the transducers. Then after producers, what do you have? After producers, what do you have? You have the herbivores. So I already told you they are very important, right? They are making the second trophic level. They cannot synthesize their own food, right, students? And then we know that here we have, so this is the primary consumer, right? It is the primary consumer. It is basically the autotroph which is making the food. So it is basically the primary consumer. Then after that, what do you have after herbivores? What else do you have? Producers, herbivores, then you have carnivore. So when you are talking about the carnivores, right? So when you are talking about the carnivores, so carnivores are making third trophic level. Carnivores are making third trophic level, and they are the secondary consumers. What are they? They are the secondary consumers. Are you getting my point? They are the secondary consumers. Are you getting my point? Right? So primary consumers are your herbivores because they are consuming the plant material. They are not synthesizing it. They are making second trophic level. So third trophic level will have secondary consumer, and actually they are what? They are primary carnivores. Am I clear? They are primary carnivores. Is that clear? Is that clear? Then you have secondary carnivore. So when I am talking about the secondary carnivore, you have the fourth trophic level. Are you getting my point? You have the fourth trophic level. So this will be the tertiary consumer. Am I clear? So that is how you have to understand it. So with the help of these trophic levels, right, the energy is passing, right? Energy is passing from one trophic level to the another, and there is only the 10% of energy that will pass from one trophic level to another, right? So these are some general things that you have to consider. Is that clear? That you have to consider. Is that clear? Right? Done? Okay. So that's what we have. So we have the producer, terrestrial. Ye dekho, usually rooted plants, right? These are the herbs, these are the shrubs, these are the trees. Then there are deep aquatic plants, just minute floating plants are there. So there are the phytoplanktons, there are the microphytes, right? These are the phytoplanktons, these are the microphytes, right? We have the shallow water also, so there are large rooted plants, macrophytes. Is that clear? Then we have photoautotrophs also, right? What are these? Like, these producers are photoautotrophs. Photo, light, autotrophs, they convert solar energy into the chemical energy. So because they are converting one form of energy into the another, so we also call them as transducers. Is that clear? Is that clear? So then come the consumers. So consumers, they are the herbivores, those who are directly feeding on the plant. So we can also call them heterotrophs. We can also call them phagotrophs. Why phagotrophs? Why phagotrophs? Right, because why phagotrophs? Because here in that case, what is happening, that some of the consumer, they go for the absorption as well, right? They absorb the, right? They absorb basically what? They absorb the dead and decaying organic matter also. They can, some can feed on dead and decaying organic matter also, detrivores. Some go for the absorption. They absorb the digested food as well. I'll discuss that. The first thing is primary or the first order consumers. They directly feed on producers. So I told you they are herbivores. So they are also considered as the predators, right? In different food chain, different herbivores will be there. But in nature, it's not the food chain. It is the food web that exists. Is that clear? Is that clear? Chaliye, next is secondary or second order consumer, right? This is the primary carnivore. So they prey on herbivores, for fox, frog or fishes. Then comes the tertiary or third order consumers. These are the secondary carnivore. They feed on primary carnivores. Then comes the top carnivores, not eaten by others. Is that clear? So decomposers, they are the saprotroph, go for absorption. They can also be reducers or micro consumer. These are the different terms for them, right? So they feed on the organic matter. So for organic matter students, we use the term detritus. What's the term that we use? Detritus. So they live on organic matter, detritus, degrade it, they release inorganic nutrients. So they are also called mineralizers, right? They are also called mineralizers. Am I clear? Am I clear? Yes. So other heterotrophs, squangers or detrivores, I told you, feed on dead bodies. Right, feed on dead bodies, जैसे vulture, etc. Parasites, they take nourishment from the living host. So all the doubts clear here. All the doubts clear here. So do remember there is one more term, sanguivorous. So what are sanguivorous? These are the one that feed on blood meal, जैसे your leech, right? Hirudinaria. So sanguivorous are the one, yeah, sanguivores are the one that feed on what? That feed on blood meal, right? Okay, beta. Right, beta? So that's what you have to remember. Then, what are the characteristics of an ecosystem? All are important. These three are most important, right? All are important, but these three, they are the most important one. Right, they are the most important one. So characteristics of an ecosystem. What do we have? We have the characteristic of an ecosystem. So the very first thing is the species composition there, right? So species composition mein, there is the identification and enumeration. You have to identify that the numbering of plant and animal species, right? That will give it the species composition. Is that clear? That will give it the species composition. Is that clear? Right? So you are mentioning the number basically, right, of things one by one. This is the enumeration. So identification and enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem will give its species composition. Am I clear? Next is the stratification. Strata means layer, but here what you have to focus. So here it is vertical distribution. Right, that's the vertical distribution, right, of different species which are occupying different levels. Is that clear? So it is the vertical distribution of different species which are occupying different levels is called stratification. Am I clear? Am I clear here? Sure. Sure. So this is what vertical distribution is there. This is the stratification. So vertical distribution of different species occupying, right, of different species occupying different level is called stratification, right? So in a forest, trees occupy top vertical strata, trees at top position. Then you have shrubs, then herbs, then grasses are there. Am I clear? So first is species composition, where you talk about the identification and enumeration of plant and animal species. Plant and animal species of an ecosystem will give it species composition, number one. Second is vertical distribution of different species which are occupying different level is called stratification, number two. So here forest is at the top vertical strata, then shrubs are there, then second herbs and the grasses will occupy the bottom layer. Then after that, trophic level structures are there. Already told you, all organism and in ecosystem, we are placing them in different trophic level. So on what basis we are placing them in different trophic level? What is the criteria for that? So it depends on what energy source they rely upon and how they rely upon and how they provide energy for other organisms. For an example, why plants are at the first trophic level? Because they are going to make their own food. They are the one that will pass the food to the heterotrophs, right? So plants are the heterotrophs. Plants are the autotrophs. They are making their own food. So that is why they are at the first trophic level. Are you getting my point? That is why they are at the first trophic level. That's what we need to understand. So it depends on that organism, right? Right, that it rely on which energy source, right? How they rely upon and how they provide the energy for the other organism. Am I clear? Am I clear? So next comes the standing crop. Right, next comes the standing crop. Is that clear? So it is the amount of living biomass. This is what you really need to remember. I always make mistake here, so I remember it with the help of a trick. My trick is cis. My trick is cis. What does it mean? S for standing, S for state, I for inorganic. That's how I remember this. S for standing, S for state, I for inorganic. I'm repeating myself again. S for standing, S for state, I for inorganic. Means standing state means amount of inorganic nutrient present in the soil at a time. When it is the standing crop, then you are talking about the amount of living biomass present at different trophic levels. So standing crop mean you are talking about the organic matter. When you are talking about the biomass, students, what are you talking? You are talking about the organic matter. That's what you have to remember. Right, you are talking about the organic matter. That's what you have to remember. That's what you have to remember. So amount of living biomass which is present at different trophic levels. So its measurement in terms, it is done in terms of dry weight. Why dry weight? Why for biomass we go for the dry weight? Because students, in the case of wet weight, right? In the case of wet weight, because of the water amount fluctuates in different seasons. Seasonal fluctuations are there. So if we go for the dry weight, we are not going to find that seasonal fluctuations. Am I clear? So amount of living biomass which is present at different trophic levels, its measurement is done in terms of dry weight because it will not change with the season. So it is more accurate. So yes, these three are very important. You people should know what stratification is. You people should know what standing crop is and what standing state is. And here I have given you a trick, that is cis. So S for standing, S for state, I for inorganic. So with the help of this, you will be able to remember that when it comes to the standing state, I'm talking about the inorganic nutrient. So definitely we are left with the standing crop, which means organic matter. Am I clear? Which means organic matter. Am I clear? So that's what you really need to remember, okay? So next is the functions of ecosystem. Next is the functions of ecosystem. So there are 4 functional aspects, right? Productivity is there, decomposition is there, energy flow is there, nutrient cycling is there. What do we have here, everybody? Just answer it. Quick, everyone. Productivity is there, decomposition is there, energy flow is there, and the nutrient cycling is there, right? And the nutrient cycling is there. Are you getting my point? So productivity is there, decomposition is there, energy flow is there, nutrient cycling is there. So that is what you have to remember. So productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient cycling. But let me tell you, yeah, all three are important. I forgot to mention the productivity initially. So these three are in the syllabus now. This one is deleted from official syllabus. Okay, this, it used to be the part of your syllabus, but now it is not. So this one is deleted from official syllabus. Am I clear? Am I clear? So this one is the syllabus. That's what you have to remember, right? That's what you have to remember, right? So here, just one example of small pond as an aquatic ecosystem. Then we will move to the next topic, the productivity. So examples of a self-sustainable unit. We know that an ecosystem is the example of what, right? It is the example of a self-sustainable unit. Is that clear? Right, abiotic components mein, beta, if it is in summary, you can read it from there, but overall, this nutrient cycling is deleted from your official syllabus. Okay, so example of self-sustainable unit, this is number one factor. Here you see the abiotic component as well as the biotic components also. So abiotic mein water with dissolved substances plus soil at bottom, right? Water with dissolved substances plus soil at bottom, that are making the abiotic component. Obviously, the abiotic components are also very important for the ecosystem to sustain. Understood? Next, biotic components may you have autotrophs. You know that when you are talking about, this is in the case of aquatic ecosystem. Phytoplankton, this is the term that we have here, right? Phytoplankton, this is the term that we have here. Planktons are what? They passively float. They passively float with the water current, right? They passively float with the water current. Are you getting my point? What they do, they passively float with the water current. These are the planktons. Passively, they are not using their energy, just with the movement of water, they are just flowing. When I am saying phyto word is associated with plant. So in the aquatic ecosystem, they are the one which are the autotrophs. Are you getting my point? In the aquatic ecosystem, they are the one that are actually what? They are the autotrophs. So phytoplanktons, they are photosynthetic, even algae, submerged and marginal plants. When it comes to consumers, zooplanktons are there. So zoo word, you can relate it. They are also passively floating, but they are animals. They cannot make their own food. They are the heterotrophs. They are the consumer. Insects are there. Fishes are there. Decomposers may fungi, bacteria, flagellates are there. Right? So what are the functions, guys? So what will happen here? The conversion of inorganic to organic matter by autotrophs. Heterotrophs will consume it. Decomposers, they'll release the nutrients later. So this is the repeated cycling of nutrient, and the here energy flow is unidirectional, a very important line. So all the components are important here. Even the decomposers are very important. So you guys can just have a look. Am I clear? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? Any doubts? Any doubts? Sure? Next is primary production and productivity, right? Another important question. Primary production and productivity. One thing that you all need to keep in your mind, again and again we are saying that ecosystem is self-sustained, self-regulated, yes or no? This is what we are saying, that ecosystem is self-sustained and self-regulated. That's what we are saying, self-sustained and self-regulated. This is what the ecosystem is. So in the case of ecosystem, you will always see that there will be the flow of energy there. Energy will always be there. Are you getting my point? Energy will always be there when you are talking about an ecosystem. Am I clear? Source of energy is sun, right? When it comes to an ecosystem. And why constant source of energy is required? because otherwise disorderliness will be there. We'll reach to that. So except in the deep sea hydrothermal vents, except deep sea hydrothermal vents, it is the sun which is the ultimate source of energy. Done, beta? So except the deep sea hydrothermal vents, it is the sun which is the ultimate source of energy. Am I clear? Am I clear? So constant solar energy input. So constant input of solar energy is a very important thing to maintain this ecosystem, to make this ecosystem self-sustained, self-regulated. Source of energy is required. If somebody will ask you that without the source of energy, ecosystem is going to work, now. If somebody will ask you that sun is the only source of energy, not in all the cases, you have the exception, deep sea hydrothermal vents. Am I clear? Am I clear? Right? So this is what you have to keep in your mind. Now the next thing is primary production. Very simple thing, right? First we will understand primary, secondary production in general, then gross primary productivity and the net primary productivity. Production, you are making something. So here, amount of biomass or organic matter. What's that? It is the amount of biomass or the organic matter. What's that? Amount of biomass or the organic matter which is produced per unit area over a given time. What is the production here? You are making the biomass. Of course, you are not, the plants rather, through photosynthesis, the autotrophs. So amount of biomass or the organic matter which is produced per unit area over a given time. How is it produced? Per unit area over a given time. So here, obviously by plants through photosynthesis. So what are the units for the measurement here? Gram per meter square. Yeah, in the case of energy, kilocalories per meter square. This is what you are talking. You are simply saying production is going on, amount of biomass per unit area. Now when it comes to the productivity, right? Production and productivity. Here in productivity, you are talking about the rate. You are talking about the rate of biomass production. You are talking about the rate of biomass production. So when it is the production, we are simply saying amount of biomass produced per unit area over a given time. So amount of biomass produced per unit area over a given time, per unit area over a given time. But when I am saying productivity, what am I talking? I am talking about the rate of biomass production. I am talking about the rate of biomass production, right? I am talking about the rate of biomass production. Is that clear? Is that clear? Done? So here the units are, जैसे here production में units are gram per meter square या kilocalorie per meter square, but here the units are gram per meter square per year, gram per meter square या per square meter per year, kilocalorie per square meter per year. Am I clear? Am I clear? So this unit allows the comparison of productivity among different ecosystems. Different ecosystems have different productivity. It depends on their species composition as well. Just coral reefs will show very high productivity. Deserts will have very less productivity. So it is like that. Is that clear? So there are two types of productivities. One is GPP, another is NPP. So here I'll give you the example. Just for an example, you are getting 20,000 from your parents as your pocket money, right? 20,000 rupees are your pocket money, right? If 20,000 rupees are your pocket money, right? It is your GPP. It is your gross primary productivity. From the 20,000, let's say you have invested, 10,000 is for food and the stay, you are left with 10,000 rupees. From that, these 10,000, you are spending 5,000 for your coffee, for going here and there, this and that. So you are left with 5,000 rupees. So these 5,000 rupees, after all your expenses, these 5,000 rupees, this is kind of your savings. This is something that you can offer to your friend. If your friend is having some emergency, if your friend is asking for the money, this is the 5,000 rupees that you can offer to that friend. So these 5,000 rupees are actually the NPP. So GPP is your pocket money. All your expenses will be R. So GPP, so NPP, net primary productivity, is GPP minus R. Means from your total pocket money, whatever your expenses are, this is R, respiration loss in the case of plants, and you are left with NPP. Now this NPP, now just say, let's suppose your friend is having no money at all. So for that, this 5,000 rupees will be the, what? Will be something that that friend can use, है ना, for his or her expenses. So this 5,000, this NPP of this first trophic level will behave like the, right, GPP, or I would say the secondary productivity for the next trophic level. Okay, for the next trophic level. So here we have one question which many educators, when it came in the paper, were like, this is a incorrect question, but actually it was not. We will discuss the answer of that. We will discuss that question too. So I believe this part is clear to everybody, है ना? I believe this part is clear to everybody. So gross primary productivity, total rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. Respiration, a part of GPP which is utilized by plants for respiration. Matlab, if plants are making the biomass, they are not giving the entire biomass to you. They also need to spend, na? They also need to utilize it for their needs also, na? So that is the thing here. So NPP is equals to GPP minus R. So that is something which is very important. So it is the actual rate of production of organic matter which is available for the consumer or for the decomposer. A very simple question. Okay, so let me show you that question which was not controversial, but some people made it rather controversial. One second, beta. It was there in my phone. Just allow me 1 minute. Just allow me 1 minute. I just forgot to add it. So beta, question was, yes please, the question was that in an ecosystem, if the, I'm writing it exactly the way it was asked, if the NPP of first trophic level is, please write down, if NPP of first trophic level is 100x kilocalorie per meter square per year, what would be the GPP, that is gross primary productivity, of the, guys understand this thing, of the third trophic level of the same ecosystem, of the same ecosystem. Initially, I told you it is only the 10% of the energy that passes. So I'm writing the answers here, and I literally expect you to solve this question, right? This is not even a difficult one. So that's the thing that you have. Chaliye, so try to solve it. Quick, guys, try to solve it. Everybody, please try to solve it. Quick. Guys, quick. Beta, see, they have given the NPP of the first trophic level. So that is given as 100x. Okay, 100x. Matlab, it is available for the, because many teachers, they were like, how can they ask the GPP? There will be no, because it is gross primary production. So for third trophic level, how can this be the primary production? But overall, if we ignore this fact, but we know that the 10% of the energy will pass further. So this is the NPP, right? This is the NPP. So NPP of the first trophic level is this, right? So 10% law you have to apply, right? First level ka NPP, right? Then what will happen? How much will be there for the second trophic level, right? Second trophic level pay 10% of that. That will be then 10x only. For third trophic level, again 10% of that, right? So we know that it will just the x. So here, this is the answer, right? This is the answer. So always remember, NPP of the first is available as the GPP for the next, and only, right? Matlab secondary productivity for the next, and only 10% of it will pass. So second level is having 10x. So the third level will have x. Is that clear? Right? Done? Sure? Any doubts? So third level will have the x here, right? So that's how you have to solve it. Chali, next is secondary productivity. So it is the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumer. I told you. So yeah, in the paper, the confusion was there on the basis of this thing. Ki, how can tertiary trophic level can show the GPP? Matlab, it is basically not the secondary primary productivity. Second trophic level is showing you the secondary. Then next will have the tertiary productivity. It is like that. So factors affecting primary productivity, plant species present in that area, of course, environmental factors, the availability of temperature, rainfall and all. Just a tropical rainforest where sunlight is maximum, where you will see the rainfall is maximum, the productivity is also maximum. So availability of nutrients and the photosynthetic capacity of plant, which also varies. Okay, so productivity vary among different ecosystems, my dear students, right? Beta, jaise high productivity is there in the case of your coral reefs, tropical forests, marshes, estuaries, sugar fields, they have maximum productivity. Agriculture crops and temperate forests, they have average, right? Less is in grassland and savannas, and low will be there in the deserts and the deep seas. Am I clear? So the next important data that you have to remember here is that global net primary productivity. So total annual NPP of the biosphere. of the complete biosphere. Are you getting my point? The total NPP of the complete biosphere, it is around 170 billion tons. Obviously, you are going for the dry matter because it will not show the seasonal fluctuations. So oceans which are acquiring more land, still the productivity is less there, right? You know that we have more oceans than the land area, but still the productivity of the land is more. So yes, you have to remember this. So oceans, they have low productivity because the light limitation. Sunlight cannot penetrate all the zones. Just we have the benthic zone where there will be no sunlight, right? So the sunlight penetrate only the upper layer. The vast deep regions or here they will remain dark. They are having the benthic organism. Nutrient limitation is there. All the essential nutrients, they are very less in most of the oceans, right? Rapid recycling, nutrients sink into the deep waters. They are not easily available to that surface phytoplanktons, and the temperature differences in different layers also. So these are the things. Am I clear? Right? These are the things. Am I clear? Next part is decomposition. So to decompose here, decomposers are required. Very important they are, because if they will not be there, how again the nutrients will come in the nutrient cycling. So they are very, very, very important. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Mona, मेरी qualification का आपने क्या करना है मोना? आप मुझे job offer करने वाले हो? Right, there is a girl here, I think Mona is the name. So she's asking for my qualification. So are you going to offer me the job? If yes, then definitely I'll tell you. Then definitely I'll tell you. So decomposition. So next is what? Decomposition. So what is happening here? The decomposers, they break down the complex organic matter into the inorganic substances, right? They do what? They break down these complex organic matter into inorganic substances like carbon dioxide, water and nutrient, and the process is called decomposition. Am I clear? So I'm repeating this part again. What are we talking? We are talking about the decomposition. So here we are saying that decomposers, they break complex organic matter. This is important. They are going to break complex organic matter into the inorganic one, right? Complex organic matter into the inorganic one, like CO2, water, minerals, right? So dead plant remains, jaise leaves, bark, flowers, and dead remains of animals, including the fecal matter, right? They constitute the detritus, right? Dead plant animals, their remains, jaise ki leaves hai, barks hai, flowers hai, even the dead remains of animals, including fecal matter, they will constitute what? They will constitute the detritus. So this detritus is the raw material for the decomposition. Am I clear? Am I clear? Yes, please. Yes, please. Is that clear? Any doubts? Sure? Sure? Any doubts? So next is earthworms are called the farmer's friend. They are the very good decomposers as well. They break this complex organic matter, help in loosening the soil. So that's it. So we will discuss about it in detail now from the diagram itself. This is again given in your lovely book, your NCERT. So a tree grows in the soil. Green leaf will fall to the ground. Some are eaten by insect and other animals. So nutrient and energy will enter the food web, right? Jaise ye dekho, this is a decomposer, it is feeding on that. So some nutrients, they leach into soil by chemical action, right? They leach into soil by chemical action. So here you will see leaves partially consumed by decomposers such as fungi and bacteria. They begin to lose form and become litter. Okay, so what is happening? Green leaf, they are falling to the ground. So see, the decomposer will start feeding on it. So they'll be partially consumed by them. Jaise ki fungi is there, bacteria is there. So the litter will form. And further decomposition by earthworm, bacteria, soil mites, fungi will occur. Soil will become organic, rich soil will be there. And again, that is helpful for the growth. So ultimately, what is happening in the decomposition? The complex organic matter, we are going to break it into inorganic substances, right? So it should come back into the circulation again. Is that clear? Is that clear? right? So these are the steps here. Just fragmentation occurs, catabolism occur, leaching occur, humification, and then comes mineralization. So very first thing is, if I have to make a simple MCQ from it, I can simply ask you, right, the steps in decomposition. So you should know this, right? You should know their name. You should remember these names. Okay, just fragmentation is there, catabolism is there, leaching is there, humification is there, right? You should remember this, number one. Number two is, what are we talking? Firstly, fragmentation. Obviously, you have to break that into smaller particles, just detritivores, be it your earthworm, termites, ants, slugs, snails. They will feed on that dead and decaying organic matter. They'll break it in down fragments. They'll break it into smaller pieces. Then catabolism is there, breakdown is there, right? Catabolism is there, breakdown is there. So bacterial and fungal enzymes, right? Bacterial and fungal enzymes, they degrade detritus. They degrade detritus, right? Bacterial and fungal enzymes, they are going to degrade this detritus into simple inorganic substances. So this process is called catabolism, right? This process is called catabolism. Is that clear? Is that clear? Then comes the leaching. Water soluble inorganic nutrients. The word is inorganic, beta. If here at this point, if I will write organic, water soluble organic nutrients, then it will be an incorrect statement. So when you people get statement based questions, do you know that? When you people get statement based questions, in that statement based question, these single points, these single words, they make the difference, right? So if you do not pay the attention here, you will end up in wasting your time. Let me tell you this thing very clearly. Okay, okay. So water soluble inorganic nutrients, they will go down into the soil horizon, right, and get precipitated as unavailable salt. So when there is the leaching, the inorganic nutrients will go down and they are unavailable. They'll become precipitated as unavailable salts. Is that clear? Then comes the humification and mineralization. So they occur during decomposition in the soil, obviously. So humification will lead to what? The dark colored amorphous substance, right? The humus will be accumulated. And what is the speciality here, right? This humus is highly resistant to microbial action, right? And undergoes decomposition at extremely slow rate. Just pay attention here, right? Just pay attention here. So this, firstly, all that steps, they are occurring simultaneously. So firstly, fragmentation is there, catabolism is there, then leaching is there. So in the leaching, the inorganic salts, they'll leach down. They will become unavailable. They will become unavailable. Is that clear? So humification is also there. So humification and mineralization, it occurred during decomposition. So due to which dark colored amorphous substance like humus, which is highly resistant to microbial action, it will form and it will undergo decomposition at an extremely slow rate. Am I clear? Am I clear? Sure. So because this is colloidal in nature, it is the reservoir of nutrients. It is the reservoir of nutrients. Is that clear? Right. So humus is further degraded by some microbes and there is the release of, from that humus also, inorganic nutrient will release. Please read it. Guys, quick. Everybody, please read it. Quick. So if there is any doubt, do let me know. So these words, जैसे inorganic, organic, they are very important to remember. Keep it in your mind. They are very, very important to remember. Done? Please read it, then we'll go for the next topic. Any doubts? Any doubts? Beta, this is not available for the use by that plants. Okay. Matlab, they are not the part of that circulation again. So they leaf falls, partially get decomposed, they form the litter. Further, microbes, earthworm and insects are going to decompose it. Some nutrients, this is the like a brief notes, leach into the soil. So human plus mineralization will return that nutrient to the soil. Some will become unavailable, and when it comes to the humus, right? So it will undergo like slowly, you will see here. Done. So you will see here that nutrient will again be used by plants. Understood? They will again be used by plants. Understood? Sure. So factors affecting decomposition. What are that factors that are affecting decomposition? Beta, microbes, they need the oxygen. Matlab decomposition is an aerobic process. If there is no oxygen, this will not occur. Oxygen is required. Oxygen is required. Optimum temperature is around 25 degrees Celsius. If there is decrease in temperature, जैसे why do we say that in winters, मतलब I'll give you an example. जैसे in the winters we say ना that we can even keep our food outside the refrigerator, right? जैसे if the temperature is low, we know that even there is no need to keep our food in the refrigerator only, right? Because why? The temperature is low, decomposition will be less, right? That bacterial or fungal growth that can destroy that food will not be there. So that is how everything is related. Are you getting my point? So just keep it in your mind. Less than 10 degrees Celsius slows the decomposition. It may form peat in the cold climates. You remember peat moss sphagnum, right? That is basically the source of carbon. It is a fuel, right? Used as a packing material also. So keep relating the words, but in general they are saying that if decomposition is temperature is less, the decomposition will not be there. Then comes the moisture. So moisture is also necessary. So deserts, they show the slow decomposition due to the dryness. Then pH, acidic soil, slow decomposition, right? Microbial activity is low there, right? So if the detritus is also rich in lignin as well as in chitin, right? The slow decomposition will be there, and moreover if it is rich in sugars and proteins, the decomposition will be fast. Am I clear? Right? So temperature and the soil moisture, I believe these two are the most important factors. So read it, allow me 1 minute, you read it please. So everyone, let's restart. Beta, lunch break will be at 2. Okay. Okay, the next part is energy flow, a very simple topic and the very important one, right? The energy flow. Okay, people, so please pay attention. As I told you earlier, sun is the ultimate source of energy except in the deep sea hydrothermal. When say deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, a very important line. Now, different ecosystems, they receive different energy amount. It depends on the latitudes, right? It depends on what? It depends on latitudes, it depends on slope, it depends on cloud, right? So it depends on all that things, and accordingly different ecosystems, they will receive different energy. Jaise already told you about this. Latitudes. So already told you about is that this a tropical rainforest, right? They get the maximum sunlight, so the rainfall is also there, right? So it is like that. So what you have to understand, that different ecosystem, they receive different energy amount depending upon latitudes, depending upon slope, cloud formation, and atmospheric pollutants. Number one. So ecosystem is also governed by law of thermodynamics, right? So wherever I'm marking the points important, do highlight these statement in your NCERT as well. Am I clear? Am I clear? So the first law of thermodynamics here is saying that energy cannot be created or destroyed, but it can be transferred from one form to another. Have a look. Yes, please. Yes, please. So energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred or transformed from one form to another. That's what you have to remember. So in an ecosystem, solar energy, right, will give the chemical energy. So first law of thermodynamics is definitely applicable. Secondly, if you think that from one trophic level to another, 100% of the energy will transmit, no, not at all. This is not going to happen. Are you getting my point? This is not going to happen, right? Energy transformation is not 100% efficient. Energy will definitely flow spontaneously from that concentrated form to the dispersed form, right? Yes, it will definitely flow from concentrated form to the dispersed form. That's something you have to keep in your mind. Okay, so during this transfer between trophic level, a major portion is lost as heat. Am I clear? So when it comes to the energy flow, when it comes to the energy flow, right? So what is happening from concentrated to the dispersed form, right? Yes, energy here is also concentrated, right? But it is forming in the dispersed form. And when it is flowing, when it is passing from one form to another, one trophic level to another, so some of it will be lost as the form of heat also. Is that clear? Am I clear? So second law of thermodynamics is explaining, actually this law, it explains what? It is explaining that why, right? What will it explain? It is explaining that why energy transfer is not, right? Why energy transfer is not 100%, is not 100% efficient. Why energy transfer is not 100% efficient, right? This is what it is explaining, okay? Because energy is passing from the concentrated form to the dispersed form, that is in the form of heat. So some amount of it, right, a major portion is also lost as heat. So only 10% of the energy is stored as biomass and will pass to the next trophic level. And that is why, right, that is why this thing is required, that ultimate source of energy is required. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes or no? Sure. So during transfer between major these trophic levels, some of it will be lost as heat. Only 10% is stored as biomass and will pass to the next trophic level. Thus, ecosystem need a constant supply of energy. Now read this line. To synthesize the molecules they require to counteract the universal tendency towards increasing disorderliness. Right, so it is the universal tendency that the disorderliness, that the uniformity will be disturbed. Is that clear? Is that clear? जैसे in thermodynamics, what do we call it? This disorderliness is ultimately called the entropy. So entropy mane that measure of randomness. I hope you are aware of it. I believe you understand such things better than me. So yes, in the universe, you will always see that there will be the disorderliness. And in the terms of thermodynamics, we are calling it as the entropy. So entropy, when you talk about the entropy, Surya, what is it? It is the measure of randomness. Are you getting my point? Yes, it is the measure of this randomness or disorder in a system when we are talking about this disorderliness, right? So higher entropy, if this entropy is higher, means disorder will be high. There will be more disorder. Am I clear? So less usable energy, more disorder will be there if there is high entropy, and vice versa. If there is low entropy, more order, matlab that disorderliness will be less and the energy will be more useful. Is that clear? Is that clear? Am I clear? So if I have to, so in the ecosystem also, you will see that disorderliness is there, right? So if there is disorderliness, means high entropy, so less useful energy. Okay, so every energy transformation increases this entropy of the universe. So some energies always become unavailable, right? Keep it in your mind, that will scatter, right? So here a source of energy is required, beta. So it applies to the ecosystem in such a way that plants, they will capture the solar energy, right? They will transform it. Herbivores will eat plant, carnivores will eat herbivores. So much energy is lost in the form of heat. Okay, so heat is dispersed. It cannot be reused easily. It cannot be reused easily. So even in the ecosystem also, the second law of thermodynamics is there. So that's why food chain, in the food chain, you will see energy will decreases upward. Only 10% of it will pass further. Is that clear? So that's why a constant source of energy is required, because ultimately we know that it is just decreasing. Okay. So remember it in this way. Just if there is a clean room, if it is a well organized room, so the entropy will be low in that case. Right. Right, and if there is a messy room, disorderliness will be there, entropy will be high. Understood? So usable energy will only be there when there is the more order. Okay, so everything is related. You can relate it with, generally we also say now that if you are, where we are studying, where we are sleeping, if it is clean, we'll have productivity is also more. So you can relate such things with the entropy. Okay. Next is solar energy radiation ka utilization. So you know that, right? This is clearly, so incident radiation 100%, but not all this solar energy is utilized. 50%, approximately 50% will be absorbed by gases, by water vapors, by dust, or reflected by clouds, right? And rest 50% is the photosynthetically active radiation. This is available for the photosynthesis, but not all of it, right? It is just 2 to 10% of this power which is fixed as GPP. So if it is 2 to 10, simple mathematics it is, if it is 2 to 10% of this, so overall it is 1 to 5% of the incident radiation. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure. So loss in respiration will also be there. So NPP mein you people can see, right? So it represents the energy available to the consumer. Jैसे plants after GP, we know that NPP is equals to GPP minus R. So this NPP is the energy available to the consumer. Is that clear? So flow of energy is always unidirectional. Flow of energy is always unidirectional. So plants, they will capture only 2 to 10% of the power. They will only capture 2 to 10% of the power, and this energy sustains the entire living world. Am I clear? This energy actually sustains the entire living world. So energy, the solar energy is captured by producer, then this is how it is transformed, and decomposers are also very important. Is that clear? So next part is this also. So देखो, because overall there is the energy flow, right? So up to 60% of the assimilated energy is in carnivores. So food chain ka length is also, matlab first thing is you have to remember energy flow is one way. It is always unidirectional, no matter what. 10% of energy will always pass to the next trophic level. Decomposers are very important. So length of the food chain is limited to 3 to 4 trophic level, because accordingly the energy is there. Then you'll see, just check it. If there will be more trophic levels, then what will be the amount of energy? It will not be there, right? That much, matlab, it will not be that much then. Okay. Chaliye. So 10% law, that is Lindemann 1942. So only 10% of energy is transformed from one trophic level to the next. Am I clear? Just if grass is having 1000 kg, next trophic level will have 100, next will have 10 only. Okay. Right, beta? So trophic level already I have explained you. So directly let's talk about the food chains, food webs, and then we will have our last topic, and then we will move to the biodiversity and conservation. So by 3 p.m. we have to finish the biodiversity and conservation. Is that clear? Is that clear? Chaliye. So let's talk about this. So let's talk about the food chain. So it's a sequence of population or organism through which food and energy passes from one trophic level to the next. What is this? Right, this is actually a sequence of population or organism through which food and energy passes from one trophic level to the next. So there are the types of food chain as well. So guys, here you have grazing food chain, right? Very important. It is all the important points are mentioned here. Grazing food chain is there, right? And we have the detritus food chain. Am I clear? We have the grazing food chain and we have the detritus food chain. So grazing food chain starts with producers. Main energy source is the sun here. Size is long. So grasshopper will feed on it, then frog, then snake, then peacock. That's what you need to know. So size is long, main energy source is sun. It starts with, again, it starts with producers. Am I clear? Then detritus food chain, it starts with, right, dead organic matter. It starts with dead organic matter, that is detritus. Source of energy is detritus. Size is short here, so detritus. Then decomposer. This is very important. I'll highlight the important point here. Detritus, then decomposers, then earthworm, sparrow, falcon, and peacock. So what am I trying to tell you here? Detritus, size is short, here size is long. Main energy source is sun. Main energy source is detritus. These are very important points when it comes to the MCQs. Right, students? Please do not miss it at all. Now the next point is key. In terrestrial ecosystem, major energy flow. In terrestrial, it's the decomposer food chain. Detritus food chain, right? Because they will bring back everything to the circulation again. But in the aquatic ecosystem, it is the grazing food chain. Most important point here. It's the most important point here, guys. And some organisms, they are omnivores. They can feed on the plant as well as the animal material, right, beta? So they link these two food chains. Very, very important points. Any doubt? Any doubts? Any doubts? Guys, again, there is the power cut. So I'm going to switch off the lights, right? I'm literally going to switch off the lights so that, we can sustain for quite a long time and then it will be back because my backup is not working. Okay? Chalo. So, just a minute. Done. So, this part is clear. Everybody, this part is clear. Okay. So, the next part here is the food web. In the nature, it is not the food chain that exists. In the nature, it is the food web. Right? In the nature, it is not the food chain that exists. It is the food web that exists. So, it is the interlocking of two or more food chains at different trophic levels. What's that? It is the interlocking of two or more food chains at different trophic levels. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? So significance, they provide alternative pathways for the food availability, number one. Right? Because if there will be a food chain, let's suppose this is one trophic level, this is next. So if this one will get destroyed, all the others will also get destroyed. So that's why in the nature it is not the food chain, but rather there is the food web. So it helps check population growth of species, right students? It increases adaptability and the competitiveness, okay? Chaliye. So next is the ecological pyramids, right? They are also referred to as the Altonian pyramids. They are also referred as Altonian pyramids, given by Charles Elton 1927. Right? So again, this is a very important topic. Very important topic. Do not forget about it. Is that clear? So it is the graphical representation of different ecological parameters. Right? It is the graphical representation of different ecological parameters with producers at their base and top carnivores at their apex. It's the graphical representation of different ecological parameters with what? With producers at their base and top carnivores at the apex. Got that? So first is pyramid of number, right? Pyramid of number. Here I'll give you a suggestion. Just energy pyramid is always upright. Why? Right, pyramid of energy is always upright. Why? Because energy flow is always like that. Only 10% will pass to the next trophic level. 10% will pass to the next trophic level. It will always be upright. So here I'll give you the suggestion. Just remember those where you see the upright, where you have to remember the inverted or spindle shaped, because rest everything will be upright. Right? Rest everything will be upright. So here you can see pyramid of numbers. Very important, guys. Definitely this one varies with ecosystem. It is upright in the case of grassland as well as in the pond, but it is inverted or spindle shaped in the tree dominating ecosystem. Let me explain to you that. So this one is given in the book. So if it is given in the book, that is to for sure, right? That is to for sure important. That is to something we have to have remember. So look at this. Producers are more plants. The consumers, primary consumers, the herbivores which are feeding on them, they are obviously less. Secondary consumers are lesser. Then comes the tertiary, right? This is as per the number. So here only 3 top carnivores are supported in an ecosystem where there are nearly 6 million plants. Imagine. Now, so this is upright, right? So this is one example. So which it is grassland ecosystem. है ना? In the grassland ecosystem, we are saying, what's that? It is upright. In grassland ecosystem, what's that? It is upright. Next is, this is in pond ecosystem. Ye dekho. I'm talking about the pyramid of number, right? We have pyramid of biomass and energy as well. So even in the pond ecosystem, what's that? Even in the pond ecosystem, what's that? It is again upright. So phytoplanktons, jaise ki diatoms, etc., they are more. Then the zooplankton feeding on them, they are less. Small fishes and the large fishes, they are lesser. But when it comes to the tree dominating ecosystem, either it can be inverted or it can be spindle shaped. Spindle shaped, you remember? This Euglena is a spindle shaped organism. Matlab center will be wider, the ends will be tapering or they are narrow. Now, inverted. Why it is inverted? There is a tree, number one. Tree is having what? Birds. Birds are not looking like birds, but birds. Right? Single tree, birds are feeding on them. That birds on them, जैसे as an ectoparasite, you'll see lice and bugs are there, and they are further having bacteria, fungi or actinomycetes, which are hyperparasite. So hyperparasite is the one which are parasitic on the parasites. मतलब जैसे let's suppose there is a parasite, right, feeding on a host. If there is any parasite which is feeding on parasite itself, you are calling it as hyperparasite. Okay, so this is in the case of tree dominating ecosystem. When will we say it is spindle shaped? When there is trees are having herbivores, bird, deer, elephant, but the wolves that are eating on it, the wolves that are eating on it, that are feeding on it, they are carnivores. Then comes the top carnivores. So here the producers is less, herbivore more, carnivore are again less. Top carnivores, they are lesser. So something like that. Any doubts? So pyramid of number mein you will see inverted and spindle shaped only in the case of tree dominating. Now comes the biomass. So biomass, see again, this is for what? This is biomass means organic matter. So in the aquatic ecosystem, it is again inverted. So when it comes to the inverted pyramid, so inverted you will see in the case of pyramid of biomass in aquatic ecosystem. That should be in your short notes. And pyramid of number in pyramid of number in tree dominating ecosystem. That's what you have to remember. Is that clear? Is that clear? So pyramid of biomass, it is upright, right? Terrestrial ecosystem. So grass, rabbit or lion. It will be inverted in aquatic ecosystem. So in aquatic ecosystem, small standing crop. Now you know standing crop means you are talking about the organic matter. You are talking about the biomass. So phytoplanktons are having less biomass, right? Phytoplanktons, they are having less biomass, and that is supporting the large standing crop of the zooplankton. Okay, so this one. So when it comes to the inverted, we have two examples, told you already. Rest everything will be upright. That's how you have to remember. So be smart here, right? Be smart here, revise it in this way. Is that clear? Is that clear? Next, pyramid of energy, always upright. Energy expressed as kilocalorie per meter square per year. Example is grassland. You will always find it upright. Only 10% of the energy will pass to the next trophic level. Just keep it in your mind. They say here 10,000 joules, here 1,000, 100, and then comes the 10. So it is always upright without any doubt. Okay. So next is beta, when it comes to these pyramids, right, they have certain limitations. Just say, first of all, see, any calculation of energy content, biomass or number, it has to include all the organisms at trophic level. So no generalization we make will be true if we take only a few individuals at any trophic level, right? These are the points that you have to understand. Matlab, what have you considered here in these ecological pyramids? Firstly, we are saying that any calculation of energy content, even the biomass, even the number, has to include all organisms at that trophic level, number one. Number two, no generalization we make will be true if we take only few individuals at any trophic level into account. Is that clear? Next is a given organism may occupy. Obviously, we know that more than one trophic level simultaneously. So one must remember that a trophic level just represents a functional level, not species as such. You cannot say that let's suppose if you are talking about the deer, right? If you're talking about their species, you are saying they are at second trophic level. You will always not say that they will be at second trophic level only. Why? Because whenever you are talking about this, the trophic level, they just represent a functional level in that food chain, right? They are not representing the species as such. Are you getting my point? It is not telling us if this is the trophic level, if this is the trophic level, so here always this species has to be there. No, it is just representing a functional level. Am I clear? So a given species may occupy more than one trophic level in the same ecosystem at the same time. This is sparrow is the primary consumer when it eats seed, but it is secondary when it eats insect and worm. So these are the points given in your book. Read it carefully and tell me if there is any doubt. Guys, quick, tell me if there is any doubt here. Then let's start the biodiversity. Right, then let's start the biodiversity. Tell me if there is any doubt, quick. Guys, quick. quick. Yes, please. So then comes the limitations of the ecological pyramid. So they assume food chains are simple, but you know that in the nature it is not the food chain, guys. It is the food web that exists, right? In the nature we don't have the food chain. We have the food web. Next, a species may operate at more than one trophic level. Obviously, pyramids, they are not representing this. And in the pyramids, the very important point is that they are not considering the detrivores and decomposers, right? They have the most important role, still they are not considered. Is that clear? Right? Is that clear? So these are the limitations here. So that is it. Let's move to the next chapter. That is your biodiversity and conservation. Okay, so biodiversity and conservation, a theoretical chapter. Okay, here the data is there, right? So you better, instead of writing the things, you just mark it on your NCERT. Just highlight the NCERT. Is that clear? Just highlight the NCERT. Guys, you are not going to get the break right now. Okay, I don't know for how long I'll be able to take the session like this. Okay, and let's finish the biodiversity. Then you will definitely get a lunch break. Okay, let's finish the biodiversity first, then for sure you will have the lunch break, right? And please pray, right? Otherwise I have to, my session will automatically end, and if it will end, just wait for some time. I'll start it on laptop. Ah, wow, I just asked you to pray. No, done, job done, good. Okay. So next chapter is what? Next chapter is biodiversity and conservation. What is the name of the next chapter? It's biodiversity and conservation, right? So that's what we have to study. So first of all, look at this part. I hope you know this is the equator. Matlab on the center of earth, we imagine there is an imaginary line which is dividing it into equal halves. This is what we consider. Now we used to read equator, right? This is the North Pole. This is the South Pole, right? So this is what we have studied even in our lower grades. Okay, so you have this thing that is equator, right? So here you can see northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, North Pole, South Pole is there. So when you say from equator 23.5 degree N, 23.5 degree S, so this represents the tropical region. So when I'm saying tropical region, what does it mean? Right, this is tropical area. So tropical areas are the one where the sunlight is maximum, right? The rainfall is there. So obviously because of that, productivity is more. If I relate the things with the evolution perspective, so always remember, just say, let's suppose if people, they move to a different country or to a different state for the jobs. Why are they moving? They are moving for the jobs because they are getting the better opportunities there. That's the case now. If somebody is getting a better opportunity at a different place, they are moving to that place because jobs are there. It's not like that they are going there, right? Because there is nothing and now they are thinking we will create the job. Same way, if you talk about the evolution, life started in the water, then we moved to the land habitat. But when that animals, when they move to the land habitat, when plants, they occupied the land, because otherwise what that animals are going to feed. So it is like that. So wherever you will see that the sunlight is more, productivity is more, obviously then it is the outcome that there the animals will also be more. Am I clear? Right, so we have the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. These are the tropical regions. So in that areas, what will you see? The maximum sunlight, maximum productivity, seasonal fluctuations are not there, conditions are constant, so more fauna, more flora is there. Then comes the temperate region, where we will see the seasonal fluctuations, where we will see the glaciation will also be there, right? So this is the equator. So from equator to tropical region, biodiversity is more. So as you will move from equator to poles, right? As we move from equator to poles. These are some general things that I'm explaining. First, you will see that the biodiversity decreases. So biodiversity is the term popularized by the sociobiologist Edward Wilson, right? So that is it. So biodiversity means you are talking about the diversity or the variety, right? Okay. डन बेटा, ठीक है. सो नॉर्थ पोल में जैसे ये देखो, नॉर्थ पोल पर यू विल हैव द आर्कटिक रीजन, दिस वन इज द अंटार्कटिक. सो Arctic. So here you will see it is actually the frozen ocean, right, surrounded by continents. That's what you see here when you talk about what? When you talk about the North Pole, that is actually, you see here that here the frozen ocean is there mostly, which is surrounded by continents. Climate is cold, but it is here the conditions are less extreme than Antarctic region. Are you getting my point? Less extreme than Antarctic region. Is that clear? So no permanent human population, but some indigenous communities live nearby. Okay. Okay. So Antarctic region mein to you will see that a continent covered by thick ice, right? Antarctic is what? It's a continent covered by thick ice, right beta? So here you will see only scientists and all. If they have to study something, they go. You will not find no population there. So here the conditions are extreme. It is basically the coldest place on earth, right? Coldest place on earth. So that is the difference in these two as well. Am I clear? That is the difference in these two as well. Am I clear? Am I clear beta? So that is something that you have to remember. So North Pole is just the frozen ocean, but it is basically the ice covered ocean. It is the ice covered continent rather, ice covered continent rather, right? So penguins, seals you will find in Antarctica, polar bears and all in the Arctic region. So here in the continent nearby, some indigenous people can survive, but here you will only see that scientists, those who are there to research, for any research, they are there only. Is that clear? Chaliye. So the next part here is, so I hope these zones and everything are clear. So let's start this biodiversity part. Okay, again here, just listen to me, underline the important things, that is it. And you just have to simplify your NCERT for you. Am I clear? You just need to understand, or you just need to simplify the NCERT for you. Is that clear? Chaliye, so let's start. So when you are talking about the biodiversity, so as I said that it is a term which is popularized by the sociobiologist Edward Wilson, and it used this term to describe the combined diversity at the all levels of biological organization, right? So diversity in the living beings, when we talk about the diversity, we are talking about the biodiversity. So Edward Wilson has popularized this term, and he described the combined diversity at all levels of the biological organization. I hope it's done. Then the variety and variability of life forms on Earth, even including diversity at 3 levels. So basically here we will talk about the genetic diversity, species diversity and the ecosystem diversity. But here in the, I have extracted the important points as well, right? When you read the NCERT, you're going to find it, and you should underline it in the NCERT. Whatsoever is written in the written here on the slides, just underline that points in your NCERT. You have to revise that only. Am I clear? So here we are saying that if you see that there are more than 20,000 species of ants, more than 20,000 species of ants, 3 lakh species of beetles, and there are 28,000 species of fishes and nearly 20,000 species of orchids. Am I clear? So more than 20,000 species of ants, 3 lakh species of beetle, 28,000 species of fishes, nearly 20,000 species of orchids are there. This data is important to remember. Now, the very first thing is the genetic diversity. See, even we belong to same species, but we are not ditto alike. We have the changes, we have different alleles due to mutation. So now when I'm talking about the genetic diversity, right, in the case of genetic diversity, a single species might show high diversity at the genetic level, or as per their or over its their distributional range. Right, so this is the genetic diversity, right? Just even if you take the example of the humans also, we also show this type of diversity, of course. So here in the NCERT they have given an example of a medicinal plant, that is Ruvolfia vomitoria. This example is very important. So it's a medicinal plant from which we got an alkaloid, that is reserpine. Okay, this is what we get from this. What are we talking? Genetic diversity. We are talking about the diversity in the same species at the genetic level and over its distributional range. So we are talking about the example of a medicinal plant, that is Ruvolfia vomitoria, from where you get the reserpine, which is an active alkaloid, active chemical. It is having the medicinal uses, right? Do you know it is used to control the high blood pressure, right? It is even given during mental retardation also. In that cases also it is used, right? This reserpine. Are you getting my point? So it is an adrenergic blocking agents, right? Used to treat mild to moderate hypertension, mane high blood pressure. So also treat severe agitation in the patient with mental disorder, right? Mental retardation rather than the disorder will be the appropriate word, sorry. Now, this is what, so when you talk about this Ruvolfia vomitoria, this is the chemical that we are getting from it. So when you look at its distributional range, my dear students, right, when you look at its distributional range, are you getting my point? When you look at its distributional range, then what you people will see that Ruvolfia vomitoria, matlab in the plains, and if it is at heights, it is having the different potency and different concentration of the reserpine. Let's suppose if there is a plant, just giving you an example randomly, just let's suppose if that plant is at X region, right, or another same plant is having it is at Y region. So the one which I am getting from the X region is having less concentration of the reserpine. Its concentration is less, plus its potency is also less. Potency means its ability. Just sometimes it happens na, just if I talk about a sugar solution, in that case, sometimes this is what you see, right? What do you see there in that case? You people see that even if you put 2 drops of sugar, then it become very sweet, and sometimes you just have to put 10 or 20 drops, right? Done? Done, beta? So that is what you have to understand. So Ruvolfia vomitoria, which is growing in different Himalayan ranges, might be in terms of potency and concentration of the active chemical reserpine that the plant produces, it is different in that. Am I clear? Am I clear? So India is having more than 50,000 genetically different strains of rice, 1,000 varieties of mango, right? 1,000 varieties of mango. So genetic diversity within a species, in a single species, when there is the genetic diversity, it allows the formation of ecotypes, right? So what are ecotypes? Genetically distinct geographical variants. If I have to give you the example, those who are living in the Leh Ladakh region, their hemoglobin is modified in such a way that even at low oxygen partial pressure, it can bind with that. It doesn't need to make more RBCs, right? Because they have that mutation. So see, because why? Because we are living in the different geographical regions. Are you getting my point? So when I'm using the word ecotype, which is very important here, you have to remember that they are genetically distinct geographical variants. Am I clear? Genetically distinct geographical variants. Am I clear? Am I clear? Done? Done? Okay, so ecotypes are, right, basically they are adapted to specific environment. So phenotypically and physiologically they are different, right? Even those who are living in that regions, you can look at their nose shape, that is also different. Their physiology is also different. So they are making the ecotypes. Yes, they do. They can interbreed. So this is what the meaning of ecotype is, important. Next is the species diversity. So in the species diversity, what you people will discuss, right? What you people will discuss when it comes to the species diversity. Here you will see species evenness and species richness. These are the 2 points that you have to understand here. There is the species evenness and the species richness. So when it comes to the species richness, you are talking about the number of species. You are talking about the number of species here. Are you getting my point? You're talking about the number of species here. When it comes to the evenness, you are talking about the abundance. So both the things we have to consider. Like for an example, let's suppose this is area A, this is area B, right? This is area A and this is area B. In that area A, look at both the areas, right? Look at both the areas. You people can see this part. Just say, let's suppose if I'm marking it as species A, species B, right? Species C, species D, species E. Just a total 5 species are there. Here also you will see species A, species B, species C, species D, species E and even F. Here total number of species. If I talk about species richness, I will say in the area A, I have 5 species. How much do I have here? I have 5 species here. How much do I have here? 5 species. And even they are abundant also. You will see that all are having almost similar distribution. Now when I say this, here I have 6 species, but they are not even abundant. Like let's suppose species B, I have maximum members of species B. For species F, though, I have just 2 members. So it is like that. When I'm talking about the species diversity, I'm discussing everything, including richness as well as, right? Including richness as well as the abundance. Am I clear? So here you can see when you are talking about the species diversity, so what do you have? You have diversity at the species level. You have diversity at the species level. So Western Ghats, they have greater amphibian species in comparison to the Eastern Ghats. So I would love to know if you can tell me the reason for it in the comment section. Okay. So interspecific diversity is also there, just a variety, number and richness. So when you are talking about the richness, means you are talking about the abundance of a particular species. So number of species per unit area, richness. Evenness or equatability. Evenness or equatability mein, you are talking about the relative abundance of individual of different species. So overall richness is the product of these two. This example here, right, where the Eastern and the Western Ghats are mentioned, yes, my MCQ can come from this part, so I have to remember, okay? Now, the next part is community or ecosystem or ecological diversity. So this part is little extra here. Here you are talking about the alpha diversity, beta diversity and the gamma diversity, right? So alpha, alpha under intra-community. Right? Intra-community it is. What's that? Intra-community is there. The intra-community. Am I clear? Am I clear? So alpha diversity and then we have the intra-community. What do we have? We have alpha diversity and intra-community. Intra mane within. What is the meaning of intra? Intra mane within the community. So diversity of the organism within a community and obviously that community in a particular habitat. Right. So here again, species richness and abundance is there. Now beta, from beta you can remember between, from gamma you can remember G for geographical area. That's how I remember it. So if it works for you, you can also do the same. So alpha, right, here you are talking about intra-community, beta, inter-community is there. So alpha diversity may diversity of organism within a community or the habitat. It depends on species richness and the evenness. Beta diversity is inter-community, in between two different communities. Not the population, I'm talking about the community here. So replacement of species along environmental or habitat gradient. Because if there are two different communities, obviously habitat gradient will also be there. Then comes the gamma, so diversity of habitat across a large landscape or the geographical area. Diversity of habitat over the large landscape or the geographical area. So students, at the ecosystem level, right? India, for instance, is having desert, rainforest, mangroves, coral reefs, etc., etc. So it is having greater ecosystem diversity. Why? Because part of India, they lies in the tropical region. I already told you about the tropical region, having maximum sunlight, having abundant maximum sunlight, rainfall is there, right? So when it is written as in comparison to a Scandinavian country like Norway, so this is in the temperate regions. This is in the temperate region. That's what you have. Am I clear? So that's what you have to remember. So ecosystem diversity, it include what? It will include your niches, it will include your trophic levels, food web, nutrient cycle, right? So diverse ecosystem will be more productive and stable, right? So guys, when I'm saying niches, matlab jaise there are two things. One is niche, another is habitat. Like for an example, if I'm saying jaise two different species, the organism of two different species, they are living in the water. So definitely I am going to say that they are living in the aquatic habitat, yes or no? That where are they living? They are living in the aquatic habitat. That is what I'm going to say, yes or no? That they are living, where are they living? They are living in the aquatic habitat, yes or no? Yes or no? That where are they living? They are living in the aquatic habitat. Am I clear here? Am I clear here? This is what we have, right? This is what we have, that they are living in the aquatic habitat here. This part is clear. Now, here, if there are two species, so habitat is like address. They say my address is my habitat, but my profession will come under niche. So profession means when you are talking about the, right, this is the meaning of niche. Niche specialization. Yeah, niche. What exactly is niche? Just say, I'll give you the example. Habitat mane address. Where do I live? What am I doing there? What is my role? Am I teaching? Am I homemaker? What am I doing? That is my niche. So niche is the profession. Niche is the functional role. Are you getting my point? Niche is the profession. Niche is the functional role, right? So obviously, in the aquatic habitat, there will be many organisms of different species, but their niche will be different, their role there will be different. And here, if I have to give you an example of the frog, so frog, when you talk about the adult, that adult is actually carnivore. But when you talk about the larva there, that is the tadpole. The tadpole is even herbivore there. Am I clear? The tadpole is even herbivore there. Am I clear? So even same species, but see, right, what is happening there? Is that clear? Am I clear? Done? Is that clear? Sure? Sure? Done. So India can be categorized into 10 biogeographical regions. This is not something that you have to write down, but simple. Just Trans-Himalayas, which represent the cold desert, parts of J&K, Himachal, Ladakh and Sikkim, Western Ghats and Northeast, right? So these are the most biodiversity rich zones of India. Western Ghats, told you already, have greater amphibian diversity. Then Deccan Peninsula is also there, largest biogeographical region of the India. Okay, now let's talk about the global species distribution. So according to IUCN, the full form of IUCN, yes, they can ask you it in the final exam. So it is the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. This is IUCN. Am I clear? So it is the International Union for Conservation of Nature and the Natural Resources, IUCN 2004. What's that? It is IUCN, it is the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, right, 2004. So the total number of plant and animal species as per this is slightly more than 1.5 million. So here I would like to specify, just say if you will read Living World chapter, class 11th, in that they have given that this range is in between 1.7 to 1.8 million species, right? In that book, it is given like this. Here in class 12th NCERT, what they have given more than 1.5 million. So 1.5 million means 15 lakhs here. So more than 15 lakhs means somewhere in between 17 to 18 lakhs. That's how you can remember. Okay, so this is given in class 11th NCERT. And this one is given in class 12th NCERT. So that's how you have to remember this data. And as I said, the question can come from this part, that International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. So it is IUCN 2004, right? This data is as per that, right? Now, this line again, for many taxonomic groups, species inventories, please pay attention, are more complete in tropical regions than in temperate. I already told you what are tropical regions. I already told you what are temperate regions. So it is you have to remember it, right? You have to remember it that when I'm talking about the tropical regions, right, I am talking about the areas where I'll see that there is maximum biodiversity. Yes or no? That's what I told you. Just say, let's suppose this is 0. Just say it is somewhere in between 23.5 degree N, 23.5 degree S. So these are your tropical regions. I told you already, this is the North Pole, this is the South Pole. So biodiversity decreases when we move from equator to poles. Biodiversity decreases when we move from equator to poles. This is about the biodiversity. Now, what am I trying to tell you? Now, if I talk about the tropical regions with more sunlight, right, heavy rainfall, high productivity, obviously biodiversity is more. Now you understand this particular line, right? You understand this particular line here. Just say here, what am I saying? That there is more sunlight, heavy rainfall, high productivity, biodiversity is more. It's simple. More plants, more animals, more niche specialization. This is going to happen here. Now, this is something which is densely populated. If here I have to go and if I have to check the species, it is going to take time. Just say, let's suppose if there is a classroom, if it is filled with 500 students, 500 or 700 students are there in that class. If I have to check their notebook, it will take time. Now there is another classroom where there are only 20 students. Obviously, I'll complete it early. So in the tropical regions, due to high diversity, due to high productivity, due to more plants, more animals are there, it is densely populated, more species specialization, more species are there, niche specialization is there. So it will take me time to see or to study the population here, the species there. But in temperate regions, because in temperate regions, right, the productivity is less, accordingly species are also less. So here in species inventories, the taxonomy, when I'll go for to check the species here, I'll do it early, right? I'll complete it early. Why? Because already we know that the species will not be that much. Okay, so for many taxonomic groups, species inventories are more complete in temperate region because they will not be densely populated than in the tropical countries. So as per some scientists, 20 to 50 million species are there which are still we need to figure out. But this is not, the best estimate that we consider is of Robert May. So Robert May places the global species diversity at about 7 million. First scientist that we studied, Edward Wilson. Robert May, as per him, global species diversity is at about 70 million. Out of that, 70% of them are the animals only. But here what they have done, this is 70% of them are the animals, rest 22%, yeah, more than I would say, less than, sorry. So less than 22% are considered as plants and fungi. So this is not just the plant only, this is not, because these are two different kingdoms, both are considered. So 70% are animals, plants which are including algae, even fungi is also considered here. Brio, gymno and angio, they are only 22% or somewhere around 22%, right? Somewhere around 22%. So out of these animals, insects, they are more. Out of every 10 animals, 7 are insect. Are you getting my point? And you know that exoskeleton they have and all that things. That's why even the phylum Arthropoda is the largest phylum of animal kingdom. So plants, as I told you, less than, animals are more, around 72%, and they are less, around 22%. So in 22%, not just the plant, but fungi is also considered. Important point it is, do remember. So why is it so? Because plants are fixed, less adaptation, lower evolutionary diversification is there. And in the case of fungi species, so one trick that you have to remember here, it's fungi farm. That's the trick that I'm going to give you. This is what you have to remember here. This is important. Okay, so what you have to remember here, guys, it is fungi farm. That is, the combined number of species of fungi is more than the number of species of fungi is more than the combined number of species of fishes, amphibian, reptiles and mammals. Matlab, the fungi is having more species than all of these. Understood? Next, yes, this is also you have to remember. First of all, try to remember the diagrams, and now see this. Just say here, insects are more, then other animal groups, then mollusca, as per this I'm telling you, then crustaceans. Now come to this. So do not confuse this one with that fungi farm thing, or this one with fungi farm thing. So here, fishes, they are maximum. Then if I go for it, so I find birds, then reptiles, then yes, mammals and amphibians are at same level, right? But yes, amphibians are under more threat than mammals. That's how you study the NCERT, right? Then mammals. Am I clear? Now, here, look at the fungi. Then you have the fungi and angiosperms. Then the algae is there. Mosses are there. Ferns and allies and the lichens. You have to remember it. The way I have made it here, in the same way you have to remember. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure? Sure? Okay. So beta, India contribution to global diversity. India is having 2.4% of the world land area. But when it comes to biodiversity, it is contributing 8.1%. But here you have to remember, so this makes India one of the 12 mega diversity rich countries. So as per your NCERT, it's 12. But if you will check the recent data, right, it's 18 mega diversity rich countries. So now if you will ask me, ma'am, we should go for 12 or 18. You have to remember this in this way, that 12 as per NCERT. But if I talk about the overall current, the recent data, then it will be 18 mega diversity countries, right? 18 mega diversity country. Is that clear? 18 mega diversity countries. Am I clear here? Sure, guys? So recorded species in India, nearly 45,000 species of plants, about twice as many as animals, right? So this is what we have recorded so far, 45,000 of plants and twice as many as animals. But if we apply the Robert May's estimate on it, then only 22% of total species have been recorded so far. So if we apply this proportion here, right now we have 45,000 species of plant and about twice as many as animals. So if we apply the Robert May estimates, so it can be more than 1 lakh species plant species yet to be discovered, likely more than 3 lakh animal species still undiscovered. That's what they are saying. So do highlight it, do mark it, right? Do highlight it, do mark it. Done? Done, beta? Done? Chaliye, next. Biodiversity estimates and concern. Now, I told you that there are more than 1.5 million species as per class 12th NCERT, right? And as per class 11th NCERT, it is 1.7 to 1.8 million species. That's what I told you. That's what I told you, guys. Yes or no? That's what I told you. Yes or no? Okay. Now understand one thing, right? Please understand this thing. Here you are only talking about the eukaryotes, right? You are only talking about the eukaryotes, not prokaryotes, right? We are not that well equipped that we can grow the prokaryotes here. Am I clear? We are literally not that well equipped that we can grow the prokaryotes in the lab, or prokaryotes, they show the diversity, the changes at the molecular level, which we cannot even count. So here you can see that the current biodiversity estimates do not include prokaryotes, and biologists are uncertain about the number of prokaryotic species. So here in this data, we are only talking about the eukaryotes. Why? Because the conventional taxonomic methods are unsuitable for microbes, and many microbial species, guys, they are not culturable under the lab conditions, right? Many microbial species, they are not culturable under the lab condition. So if we go for the biochemical or molecular method, if we go for them, if we use them for identifying species, the estimated diversity of prokaryotes, it might run into millions. Understood? It might run into millions. Am I clear? So if biochemical or molecular method, if they are used for identifying species, the estimated diversity of prokaryotes might run into millions. Am I clear? Done? Done? And even now, what are the other challenges that we face here when it comes to the biodiversity inventory? We don't have that much trained taxonomists, sorry. Right? Then the process of describing and cataloging all the species, it takes very long. So a large number of species, they might go extinct before we even discover them. Are you getting this? So this line from NCERT, I literally like this. So nature's biological library is burning even before we catalog the titles of all the books. Right? This is a very amazing statement, that the nature's biological library is burning even before we catalog the titles of all its books. Understood? Chaliye. So the next part that we have is the patterns of biodiversity. Okay? Dekho, already told you that this biodiversity thing, it is not uniform. Now the topic that we are going to discuss is very important. So this one is very important. This is one of the most important topics from this particular chapter. So please pay attention, guys. You have to remember the example, and rest, please pay attention here. Just see, tropical regions. Already told you this thing and repeated it 3 times or 4 times, that when you move from equator to poles, biodiversity decreases. So one thing that I'm clear here is that there is no uniform distribution, right? And when I'm going like this, I am talking about the latitudes. I am talking about the latitudinal gradients. If I go like this, rather than this, if I go like this, I am talking about the longitudinal gradients. Now, when it comes to the latitudinal gradients, what do you have here? It is the variation in biodiversity with latitudes, matlab north to south, north or south of the equator, from equator to north, equator to south. Here, as I said, very important line it is, species diversity decreases from equator towards the pole. Species diversity decreases from the equator towards the poles. Understood? Just example, Colombia, because it is near equator, around 1400 bird species. New York, 41 degrees L, not in that tropical latitudes, 105 species. It is more far, it is near to the poles, 71 degree N, 56 species. So why is it so? Because trophics. Why is it so? Because trophics, again I have repeated it, they have stable climate, more solar energy, more productivity, longer evolutionary time. Because speciation, that is formation of species, it is just the function of time only. It is just the function of time only. Am I clear? So speciation is the function of time only. Is that clear? So here the conditions are stable for a longer period of time. So because conditions are stable for a longer period of time, this is what we need for the formation of species. If the conditions will change, right, abruptly, or if the conditions will change frequently, then obviously, right, obviously you people will notice this thing, guys, right? You people will notice this thing, that there will be, yes, please, that there will be what? The speciation will not be there. Am I clear? Sure? Am I clear? Sure? Done. Okay, beta? Okay. So latitudinal gradients में biodiversity pattern is along north and south, is direction is discussed. Next is the longitudinal gradient. So it refers to the variation in biodiversity along longitudes. That is east to west you are talking, but it is not as strong as latitudinal gradient. In some cases it is noticeable, but otherwise it is not that strong, right? Otherwise it is not that strong. So that is what you have to keep in your mind. Am I clear? That is what you have to keep in your mind here. Is that clear? Sure, beta? Done. Just a minute. Okay. Understood? Any doubts? Sure? Chaliye. So next is, so it is not as long as, it is not as strong as latitudinal gradient, but it is noticeable in some cases. So it is influenced by climate, ocean currents and the rainfall patterns as well. So geographical barriers are also seen there, just mountain, deserts and sea, right? Just here you can see along the same latitudes, Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats, latitudes are same, but Western Ghats are showing more biodiversity than the Eastern Ghats, right? Why? Because the rainfall and the habitat differences are there. So longitudinal gradients may we see the pattern along east and west, but in our book and mainly we go for the latitudinal gradient instead of longitudinal gradients. Is that clear? Is that clear, everybody? Sure? Sure. Chaliye. So this is given in NCERT. Already discussed this data. Told you already that species richness is higher here, and this uneven distribution needs to be very clear. Right? Right, beta? So India located mostly in the tropical latitudes. That is why it is having more than 1200 species of bird. So the data, this data is completely important. Right? So a forest in Ecuador has, right, the forest in Ecuador, it is an equator region. Giving you an example of the tropical as well as the temperate region, beta, right? I'm giving you an example for the tropical as well as for the temperate region. So a forest in Ecuador has up to 10 times more vascular plant species than a temperate forest of equal area. Matlab, if a forest is in temperate region, even the area is equal, but still in the this tropical region, you will see the more diversity, right? So this is again data beta, 40,000 plus plant species in the Amazon rainforest, which are also described as lungs of the earth. They are what? They are the lungs of the earth. So 40,000 plus plant species, 3,000 species of fishes there, 1,300 species of birds, 420 species, 27 species of mammals and amphibians. But here, amphibians are under great threat of extinction. They are under great threat of extinction. So 378 species of reptiles are also there, and more than 1,25,000 species of invertebrate, estimated around 2 million insect species still undiscovered. So yeah, we have to remember it. It is important. It is very important. This data is given in your book, right? So next point is, why is it so? Though I have explained it multiple times, but still, again, the next point is that why is it so that in the tropics we have more biodiversity? First of all, time hypothesis, because time is important for speciation for this evolutionary change. New species, it depends on time, right? When in the tropical latitudes, because conditions are predictable, they are undisturbed for millions of years. So in temperate region, there are repeated glaciations, disturbing ecosystems are there. So tropics, they are having long evolutionary times. So more species diversification is there. So next comes the climatic stability hypothesis, right? That is tropical environment mein beta, less seasonal, more constant and predictable changes. Temperate regions are highly seasonal and they are variable. So stable environment, due to the stable environment in the tropics, niche specialization is there. What is there in their case? You people will see niche specialization. Niche, you know that the functional role of species in an ecosystem, it is just like the profession of a species, and when it comes to the habitat, it is the address of the species. Is that clear? Right? So it leads to the greater species diversity. Am I clear? It leads to the greater species diversity. Just keep it in your mind. Understood? Done. So next is energy hypothesis, right? Solar energy and the productivity. So more solar energy is available in the tropics. This contribute to higher productivity, more biomass, more resources, and obviously more species can coexist. Done? That's it. So these are the short notes here. Reasons for higher tropical diversity: longer evolutionary time, less glaciation, stable, constant, predictable changes, that climate that will result in niche specialization, high solar energy, more productivity, more diversity. That's it. Now, species area relationship, third scientist, right? Already we know about the Edward Wilson, Robert May, third scientist is Alexander von Humboldt. Important it is. Next scientist is Alexander von Humboldt. Is that clear? So in species area relationship, right? Who gave it? Alexander von Humboldt, right? So he was a German naturalist or the geographer who studied the South American jungles. Beta, he was not fortunate enough to have the Instagram, na? So he was free enough to go here and there to observe the things and to study. He was not like, I'll just scroll the reel, everything will be done, right? So these days, I think you all, I don't know whether you notice such things or not. Matlab on Instagram, if there will be any festival, you will see, wow, people are celebrating this, people are celebrating that, right? Wow, they're celebrating it like this. But if you will see it in your surrounding, there will be nothing. It is all on Instagram, it is all on show off. So he was quite free. He was like, chalo, let's have a tour of South American jungle, South American forest. So he observed something, that species richness, let's suppose, he observed that when he increases the area, let's suppose initially, giving you one example, let's suppose he was observing, this is a layman example to explain you, 10 kilometers. Then he was like, chalo, let's observe 30 kilometers. Then he was like, let's observe 50 kilometers. And then he was like, let's observe 100 kilometers. So he noticed that when he increased the area, what he was observing, right, the area of his exploration, when he increased that area, he noticed that there is an increase in the species. He noticed the species richness, but only up to a certain limit. That's the keyword here. So he observed species richness increases with increasing explored area, but only up to a certain limit. Very important point. He noticed such things for many taxa, like for angiosperms, birds, bats, freshwater species. He noticed this for for different taxa. He observed that when he increased the area that he was exploring, no doubt the species richness was increasing, but only up to a certain area. Are you getting my point? But only up to a certain area. Is that clear? So when he plotted it, just say x-axis is showing area, y-axis is showing species richness, and he called the species area relationship. This is the equation, and it is rectangular hyperbola. A repeated previous year question. Rectangular hyperbola. What's that? It is rectangular hyperbola. Am I clear? Sure? Sure? Any doubt? Okay, so the curve is rectangular hyperbola. So it is species richness versus area. So you should know on which axis what should be there. Understood? Understood? Right? Okay. Next is this on, see, because the curve is rectangular hyperbola, in that curve, if you will increase the area, in the case of curve, when you see these two variables, area and species richness, so obviously you will not get a proper value. So on the logarithm scale, right, when he plotted this, he got the straight line, right? So he got what? He got a straight line. That's something important which you have to remember. So here we discussed that log S is equals to log C plus Z log A. Am I clear? Log S is equals to log C plus Z log A. That is what you have to remember. Am I clear? Am I clear? Sure? Understood? So this is S is equals to, right? S is equals to C A Z, yeah, Z. So it is log, so it is what? It is log S is equals to log C plus Z log A. That's what you have to remember, number one. S here is obviously species richness, A is area, Z is the slope of line, it is the regression coefficient, Y is the, C is the y-intercept. So Z means it's the slope constant actually that indicates rate at which species richness increases with increase in area. So yes, you can define it in different ways. You can say that it is the slope constant that tells us what? Matlab regression coefficient basically tell us the relationship between the two variables. So it is basically the constant in this species area relationship, right? So it indicates the rate at which the species increases with the increase in what? With the increase in the area. Am I clear? With the increase is what? With the increase in the area. So slope constant that indicates rate at which species richness increases, right? That indicates rates at which species richness increases, at which species richness increases with increase in area. Are you getting my point? So it's a slope constant and species area relationship, right? It's a slope constant in species area relationship that indicate the rates at which species richness increases with increase in area. Am I clear? Am I clear? So how rapidly species richness increases with increase in area, that is explained by Z. So always remember, if the Z is high, species increases rapidly with area. If high Z, right, then species increases rapidly with area. This is what you have to remember. Rapidly with area. So this is actually the takeaway, right? And if there is low Z, matlab if Z is high, species richness is increasing rapidly with area, so species increases very slowly. So high Z you will see when you will consider the large continents. So remember it, right? जैसे ये देखो slope value in normal areas 0.1 to 0.2, irrespective of taxonomic group. जैसे for plants in Britain, birds in California, mollusca in New York. In all cases, they were amazingly similar. Now, slope value in very large area, जैसे large continent में, it will be much steeper, right? Steep slope. Remember, steep slope, right? So if area is more, species richness will be more. The higher Z value means species richness is more here. So range will be 0.6 to 1.2 for frugivorous, that is fruit eating birds, important term it is, and mammals in tropical forest of different continents, slope will be 1.15. Is that clear? So in the NCERT, they have clearly mentioned that larger Z value means steeper slope, or larger Z value means the more number of species are increasing with the increase in the explored area. So species increases, number increases faster with area. That's what you have to keep in your mind. Am I clear? Am I clear? So steeper slope signifies that number of species which are found, they are increasing faster than the area explored in very large area like the entire continent. So I hope it's done for everybody. Okay, done. So now, beta, why are we so focused on this thing that the species diversity should be there, biodiversity is important, right? So ecologists, they have debated over this thing. So the main thing is, just I always give the example of joint family. No doubt in joint family, you get scolded from all the members, but the point is in the joint family, right? You get more protection. People, if they are in love with each other, they are staying together. So if there will be any disturbance, any problem, any trouble, they'll fight with it. They will have that relationship where they will be protecting each other, where they will make sure that nobody should get harmed. If there will be any problem, they'll fight back, right? They all will support each other. So this is the meaning here. If there is a community with more species, they are more stable, right? More stable. Just say if I'll give you the example of a land. In that land, if you are just growing only one crop, if there will be any like disturbance there, it will be destroyed. But if you will grow more than one crop, there might be one get destroyed, but the another will stay. So that is how the biodiversity is very important. So stable community is the one where the productivity is stable. So what is the meaning of the stable productivity here? That it should not show large variation from year to year, right? So a grassland with many species is showing the same biomass each year if the conditions, they change slightly, number one. Then resistance or resilience to disturbance must be able to withstand or recover from the occasional disturbances, right? Whether natural or the man-made. So the resilience will be more. First of all, resistance. They will not let this disturbance affect. But by any chance, if these disturbances, if they affect, then what will happen? Resilience. They will fight back. Resilience means your fight back ability. And this is what you really need for any exam to crack, right? So that should be there. Then resistance to invasion by alien species. So these alien species are not coming from another planet. It's like they don't belong to that area and then they are coming. So communities with higher diversity are usually harder for invasive species to colonize because their niches are already occupied. That's it, right? So here the fourth scientist that you have to remember in David Tillman. So we started with the Edward Wilson, Robert May, Alexander von Humboldt. Now we are talking about the David Tillmans. Okay, right? David Tillman. So David Tillman's long-term ecosystem experiment, it was conducted in outdoor plots. So he checked that importance of plant diversity. So the plot with higher species richness, it showed less year-to-year variation in total biomass. It was more stable. And the one with increased diversity, so increased diversity means higher productivity. But the plot which was having less species diversity, year-to-year variations were more. That's it. This is the experiment here. Okay. So biodiversity overall is very important for ecosystem health and very important for our survival. Okay. So, देखो, again, NCERT, जैसे it is said ना that does it matter if one frog species in the Western Ghats goes extinct? Yeah, would human quality of the life really change if ant species dropped from 20,000 to 50,000? The answer is not that yes, right? मतलब it is not yeah, no, कि नहीं, it is not. Actually, there is an analogy to explain it. जैसे here they are saying कि there are no simple or direct answers for this, right? But yes, there are answers for it, which we will explain with the help of this Ribbit-Popper hypothesis. Now, the fifth scientist here is Paul Ehrlich, Stanford ecologist. That's what we have to discuss. These are the scientists which we have to remember. Understood? Understood? So, Ribbit-Popper hypothesis. So, students, it is actually an analogy, right? It is actually an analogy that explains us the importance of these species. Okay, so Ribbit-Popper hypothesis given by Paul Ehrlich, Stanford ecologist, important information. So he considered that ecosystem as equivalent to airplane and the species at the rivets holding the airplane together. So basically, let's suppose you are traveling in the airplane. If let's suppose you'll take out the rivets, right? Rivets mean that nut bolts there. So rivets are compared with the species. If you will take initially 1 or 2 nuts, okay, it is not going to harm. But just imagine if passengers, those who are traveling from it, if they'll keep doing this thing, don't you think that it is, if they will keep popping out these rivets, don't you think that it is going to affect that airplane? It is going to affect its quality? Definitely it will. It will. And now imagine if someday, if somebody will take out the most important rivets, just say the rivets which are connecting the wings, then obviously the crash will be there. So we don't know when there is an extinction, we don't know that whether during that extinction, even it can happen that any keystone species, any important species, which is very important for the ecosystem, it might get extinct. Then what will we do? Okay, so we cannot say that ki, theek hai, ma'am, this species is important, this is not. We don't know which one is that keystone species of that ecosystem which can get extinct due to our activities. So that's the point. Okay, so if passenger keep popping the rivets, means species extinction one by one. At first the airplane may still fly, but you know that more pipettes, if they'll be removed, this ecosystem will become weaker. Eventually collapse can occur. So if critical rivets, jaise ki wings of the airplane ya keystone species, if they are removed, so catastrophic effects can occur. So less essential species are also there, essential species are also there. So overall, if they will get extinct, then definitely, right, the gradual weakening of that ecosystem will be there. So this analogy explains it. Got it? This analogy explains that. Chaliye. Next is the loss of biodiversity. Right? So loss of biodiversity mein, you have to remember HOAC. This is the trick. I'll discuss it, what exactly it is. So basically, because of our activity, the species are declining. Okay? Just for an example, colonization of the tropical Pacific island by the humans, it led to the extinction of more than 2,000 species of native birds. Matlab, we started living somewhere, more than 2,000 species, they are extinct, they got extinct. So as per IUCN Red List 2004, obviously now the data has changed, but still in NCERT it is given 784 species extinct in last 500 years, out of which 338 vertebrates, 359 invertebrates, 87 are the plants. Are you getting my point? 87 are the plants. So example of recently extincted, so it's DM, Dodo Mauritius, Quagga Africa, Thylacine Australia, and stellar sea cow Russia. And the stellar sea cow, it is important, it extincted due to human activities. Right? Its extinction occur due to human activities. Due to human, they got extinct. And there are 3 subspecies of tiger. If you will solve the PYQs, you will found the question from this part also. And they even ask the 3 subspecies of tiger. If at the place of tiger they write lion, then it will be incorrect. So what are that 3 subspecies? That is Bali, Javan and Caspian. So in the last 20 years alone, 27 species have disappeared. Am I clear? 27 species have disappeared. Am I clear? Am I clear? Right? So patterns of extinction, they are not random across taxa. Jaise amphibians are more vulnerable compared to any other group, because Western Ghats mein people are converting that land for the inhabitation, which is again not good. Even for the humans, those who are going to live, there comes a time when they will also face the consequences of that. So yes, amphibians are under great threat. Currently, more than 15,500 species, this is important again, they are facing the threat to extinction. So overall, if you will see, maximum is faced by amphibian, that is 32%, right? Do remember it, guys. 32% by what? By amphibians, number one. Then there will be gymnosperms. So in case of gymnosperms, 31%. Then in the case of mammals, it will be 23%. Are you getting my point? It is 23%. Then in the case of birds, it will be 12%. Is that clear? So 32%, 31%, 23%, and the 12%. So this is how this extinction pattern is. So it's not like that no further extinction occurred before this one, right? This one will be, this is one is going to be the 6th extinction. Before that, 5 previous mass extinction events were there. But why is it dangerous, right? Because this here, the rates are 100 to 1,000 times more than the pre-human level, number one. And we humans are responsible for it. We are accelerating it. Is that clear? Right? We are accelerating it. That's what you have to remember. Okay. So because of this, if there will be loss, plant production will be declined, lower resistant to environmental disturbances will be there. जैसे plant productivity, water use, pest and disease cycle, their variability will be increased. Okay. So what are the causes of this? It is HOAC. That's very important. So what this HOAC means, it's habitat loss and fragmentation. It is habitat loss and fragmentation. This one is the main reason behind. Then there is the over-exploitation. Then there is what? Over-exploitation. Then there is the alien. Then there is the alien species invasion. Then there is the alien species invasion. Then there is the co-extinction. Am I clear? Then there is the co-extinction. So habitat loss and fragmentation, over-exploitation, co-extinction, alien species invasion. These are the 4 major causes. So what is the trick for that? This is HOAC. Am I clear? This is HOAC. Am I clear? So that is something that you have to remember. Please keep it in your mind. Main reason here is the habitat loss. So tropical rainforests are most dramatic example here. They used to cover more than 14%, right? Now reduced to just 6%, right? They are reducing at a very faster pace, right? So it is read in the NCERT that around 1,000 hectares lost while we read this chapter. So Amazon rainforests, which are also the lungs of planet, which are the home of millions of species, they are cut down and cleared for the soybean cultivation, for the grassland conversion, right, beta? So obviously pollution also causes a degradation of habitat, fragmentation of large habitat. Just say, let's suppose if in the jungles, if we are cutting them so that, you know, we can make the way or something else. Just say some animals, they have large territories. If they will have small territories, they are not able to survive. The predation rate can also increase in that case. So that's why habitat loss is something, right, which you will see the main cause for this. So pollution causes degradation of habitats, fragmentation of large habitat into smaller patches. It harm mammals and birds requiring large territories. Animals with migratory habits, they will also be affected. So result in their population decline and the extinction, because threat, right? They say, let's suppose if you have to live outside, right? You have to sleep outside, right? Around, just some people, you know that they sleep, those who are not that fortunate enough, those who are not having the homes, when they sleep here and there, obviously there are high chances that they might get killed. Like any road accident can occur, any animal can attack, anything like that can occur. Right, so imagine if in their case also, in the case of these animals also, if there will be the habitat loss, it is definitely going to decrease their number. So that's something you have to understand. Okay. Now, over exploitation is also there. Just say we are dependent on nature for the food and the shelter. Yes or no? Yes or no? Hanji, quick. Yes or no? We are dependent on the nature for the food and the shelter, right? So, but when problem will arise, when the need will turn into greed. So for this chapter, NCERT is quite philosophical, but these all things are true as well. So what are the consequences? overexploitation, that will result in the extinction as well. So here, already given you this guys example, Steller sea cow and the passenger pigeon. This is a previous year question, students. So they are, due to the over exploitation, they just got extinct. So marine fish population today, they are being over harvested, threatening survival of commercially important species. And then the next reason is alien species invasion. Like, let's suppose you will introduce one species from one place to another where they are not having their natural predator. In that case also, this can happen. They can turn invasive, right? Just example is Nile perch. When it was introduced in Lake Victoria in East Africa, so extinction of 2,000 plus species of cichlid fish occur, right? Other than that, Parthenium, which is carrot grass, also known as Congress grass, that is also the invasive one. Lantana, invasive one. This Ecornia, water hyacinth, which is also known as terror of Bengal, explained it multiple times. So it was introduced here in India because of its beautiful leaves and the beautiful flower, right? And now what happens is when it grows in the aquatic habitat, it propagates very quickly, right? Due to, and what is it doing? Because it is propagating at a very faster rate. It is taking out all the oxygen from the water. It is propagating, and that dissolved oxygen is not available to the species living there. So that is why it is happening. Is that clear? So next is the African catfish, Clarius garipinus, which is illegally introduced for aquaculture. It is threatening native catfishes in rivers. So that's what you have to understand. Is that clear? Is that clear? Then comes the co-extinction. We know that when one species, right, it goes extinct, its obligately associated species, the one which is dependent on it, right, completely, that will also get extinct. Just a host-parasite relationship, plant-pollinator mutualism. So in that case, we see the co-extinction. Now, guys, the reason is why we have to conserve the biodiversity. I believe the most important is ethical reason. If we are somebody having self-consciousness, so it's our kind duty to protect other species. We should not make this planet difficult to live for other species, right? Rather, we have to help them. Okay, so I believe ethical reasons are the most important one. Other than that, they go narrowly utilitarian, which means direct economic benefits. You're getting the food, firewood, fiber, construction material from them, right? Medicinal, important. You know that more than 25% of the drug which are sold in the global market, it is plant-based. Around 25,000 plant species, they are used in traditional medicine. Many potentially useful medicine are still undiscovered in tropical rainforest. These are the direct benefits that I'm getting. Baki, it's bioprospecting, right? Yesterday I posted a short on Unacademy NEET English channel, right? I hope you guys have seen that. There also I informed you about the bioprospecting. When we are using the living organisms, right? When we are using these living organisms for our benefit. Are you getting my point? So this is the bioprospecting. Are you getting my point? This is the bioprospecting. Okay, so we are using plants, animals, or the microbes for our welfare. We are trying to get the, right? We are trying to get the, we are trying to get the products which are commercially important. Is that clear? Sure. So this is what you have to focus. So it refers to exploring molecular, genetic, and species level diversity for economically valuable products. Is that clear? We are referring to exploring molecular, genetic, and species level diversity for economically valuable products. So countries rich in biodiversity can gain enormous benefits from such exploration. Is that clear? Then comes the broadly utilitarian. So here you will see the indirect benefits, right? Just say oxygen production. Amazon rainforest, they are giving around 20% of the earth oxygen by a photosynthesis, right? So imagine if we have to buy the oxygen cylinder, if we will not have the plants from where we can take the oxygen. So just imagine how are we going to survive. Then pollination, natural pollinators are there. They are providing us free pollination services. So if we need plants, we need the pollinators. If we have to pay, then again it will be very costly. So other than that, aesthetic pleasure, when you are walking in the forest, when you are watching that spring flowers, taking selfies there, taking photos there, shooting videos there. So that is having something which are of any, right, which is something very important, isn't it? Chaliye. So next is the it's our moral responsibilities, right? Every species has value in itself, so we should not focus on those which are giving us economic benefits, right? We have to pass this legacy to the future generation, so we have to go for the sustainable use of everything. Is that clear? Is that clear? So that is something that you have to remember. So this is all about this topic. And the next thing that we have to discuss is the biodiversity conservation, where we will be talking about the in situ as well as the ex situ conservation. Ready? Ready? So what we have to discuss here, guys, we will be talking about the, one second, in situ as well as the ex situ conservation. Any doubts here? Sure? Okay. Done. So next is what? Next is the in situ as well as the ex situ conservation, right? So in situ means beta inside, right? On site, sorry. In situ means on site. So let's talk about that. So in situ mane on site means you are not moving them to the special habitat, right? You are not moving them to the special habitat. You are protecting the plants and animals in their natural habitat. Okay, beta. So ex situ mein, when let's say when any plant or animal is not safe in their natural habitat, they are under the great threat of extinction, then we can move them to what? We can move them to the special habitat where they'll be provided the protection and everything. So biodiversity conservation, this is the flow chart that you have to remember. So one is in situ conservation, that is also known as on-site conservation. The another one is ex situ conservation, which is also known as off-site conservation. Are you getting my point? In situ as well as the ex situ conservation. So in the case of in situ, what will you see? You will see here biosphere. This is what you have to remember. Reserves come under this. Sacred, which we worship, sacred lakes, forests, tracks, etc. They are also discussed here. Then comes the national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. National parks and wildlife sanctuaries. I'm not talking about the safaris here. I am talking about the wildlife sanctuaries. And obviously, the very important part here is biodiversity hotspots. Biodiversity hotspots. Am I clear? Now in ex situ, you have the national parks. Oh, sorry. You have the botanical gardens. You have the zoological parks. The wildlife safaris. So safari is here, sanctuary is there, focus. Cryopreservation, right, the advanced way of protecting them. Then arboritas, right, seed banks, field genes, all of that will come under cryopreservation. So this is what we discuss here. So very first thing is, dekho, look at it. So जैसे as per NCERT 90 national park, 450 wildlife sanctuaries, 14 biosphere reserves, and there are many sacred groves. This is as per NCERT. So benefit is ki here we can maintain their population of all species. Number and distribution of their communities and habitats are maintained, right? We prevent the alien species introduction here and allow species habitat shifting in response to the environmental change only, not otherwise. Understood? Not otherwise. Next to it is national parks. So here you can see, right, the 90 national parks are there. Matlab it is greater than 1% of area. First national park in India is Jim Corbett National Park, which is in Uttarakhand, right? World's first national park is Yellowstone, USA. Famous abroad, so this is Royal National Park. It is in Sydney. Is that clear? Is that clear? And one is the Dachigam National Park here in Jammu and Kashmir, Dachigam, right? Because it is again a PYQ. Dekho beta, in NCERT, red data book is deleted, right? Red data book is deleted there. Just a minute. So, but it is in your syllabus, red data book. So there also you read it, and if you solve PYQs, you will get one question from that. So there is a Dachigam, right? There is a Dachigam National Park, beta. So it is basically here, it is famous for Hangul. Hangul, that is what? That is the Kashmir, yeah, Kashmiri stag. This is important. Again, this is a previous year question. Okay. Done, beta. So it is located near Srinagar. It is in Jammu and Kashmir, basically. I'll write J and K here. So it is located near Srinagar. So it is Hangul or Kashmir stag, right? It is the Hangul or the Kashmir stag, basically. So yes, you really need to know that. Okay. Okay. Done. So there are other examples also, right? Other examples also. So yes, you have to read the data books, the red data book. Understood? Understood? Sure? So there are other examples also that you should read. So there is this is an assignment for you, right? You have to remember about, you have to read about the red data book, right? Just say red data book, if I'll talk about the examples. So we also discussed the Bengal tiger, Asian lion, right? In the red data book, this is what they are given. Asiatic lion. In the mammals I'm talking about, right? Other than that, Indian elephant or the giant panda is there, right? Indian elephant or the giant panda, they all are given. I'm talking about the mammals here, right? I'm talking about the mammals here. So they are given here in the red data book, beta. So they are basically what? Matlab, this is the list of endangered or the threatened species needing conservation, right? Are you getting my point? So this is the list. They are basically the endangered, threatened or endangered mammals. Okay, so via a short, I'll tell you this red data book category as well. So this part is clear. Are you sure? So next is the centuries, right? So next is the century. So see, the tracts of land and water where animals are protected from exploitation and disturbance. So here the private ownership is allowed, grazing is allowed, right? But it should not be. The firewood collection, if not harmful to animal, is allowed. So 448 centuries are there. Next comes the Biosphere Reserve. It's very important, right? In detail, you have to know it. So it is, so here in this, people are the integral part of the system. People are also included there. Individuals are, like humans are also the part of it. So it represents the natural biomes plus unique biological communities. Okay, so it is established under MAB. MAB is Man and Biosphere Reserve Program of UNESCO. Is that clear? So worldwide 488 reserves are present in 94 countries. So in India, so it is as per NCERT, this data is, obviously this is the updated one also. We will discuss about this. So India is having 14 biosphere reserve. Is that clear? So this one, this full form should be clear. So it is the United Nations Education, Scientific, Cultural Organization. So yes, IUCN full form, MAB full form, this UNESCO full form need to be clear. So United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Okay, educational, scientific and cultural organization. So now in this biosphere reserve, just say, let's suppose this part, this will be your core zone. Then comes the buffer zone. Then comes the manipulation or transition zone. Core zone, no human activity, nothing. It's strictly protected. Buffer zone, very limited human activity that should not harm, the fauna flora there. Manipulation or transition zone, sustainable human activity, जैसे forestry, agriculture, tourism, right? Otherwise, here in the biosphere reserve, but when it comes to the core zone, there should be nothing like this. Okay, is that clear? Sure. Done, beta? Okay. So देखो example of biosphere, Nanda Devi, Nokrek, Manas, etc. This is the list here, right? And sacred forests, you know, the one which are getting worshipped, right? If you guys have seen Kantara movie, right? Just in the Kantara movie, in both the parts, they have very beautifully explained. This is some people, they protect their land, right? They related it with the, with the supreme power, right? That is making sure that that land should be protected. So obviously, if we are protecting a forest, we are protecting the fauna and the flora there. Are you getting my point? If you guys have seen the Kantara movie. So yes, there are beliefs, people are having that belief system, and due to which there are many forests where they are not allowed to cut even a single branch, and due to which many species they are conserved there, right? So sacred groves, the forest patches which are protected due to religious beliefs, this is also known as, these are also known as pristine forests, जैसे Khasi and Jenshia Hills, Meghalaya, Aravali Hills, Rajasthan. So that is why even for the protection of Aravali Hills, that they should not be cut, they should not be destroyed. There was a campaign for that also. Western Ghats, Bastar area, Madhya Pradesh. So no branch can be cut. So it is the refuge for many rare and the endemic species. So Pushkar Lake, Rajasthan, right? So etc. So they are also the sacred lakes protected by the local communities there due to their biosphere. Now, hotspot of biodiversity, a very important concept, beta. So it is given by Norman Mayer in 1988 for in-situ conservation. So it is given by Norman Mayer 1988 for the in-situ conservation. So hotspots are what? Dekho beta, we are not that well equipped here. We don't have that much funds कि we can protect the entire biodiversity. So if we protect the hotspots, we can reduce the threat of extinction. Why? Because hotspots are the area where we see that biogenetic diversity is there. matlab the species richness is there basically. Plus here we talk about the endemism. Do you know what is the meaning of endemism? This is a very important term here. It is species which are unique to that region, right? Species which are unique to that region. So this is a concept by Norman Mayer for in-situ conservation. So hotspots mean richest but most threatened reservoir of plant and animals. So these are the criteria for the hotspot. Jैसे high endemism, species unique to that region, high species richness. Third is habitat loss. So means where we find the species which are restricted to that region only. They are not found anywhere else. They are present in that particular region only, right? They are present in that particular region only. They are not found anywhere else. And there is a threat of extinction as well. So we will see it there. Is that clear? Is that clear? So then comes the global hotspots. So initially they were 25, later they become 34 because later 9 more were added. But now this is as per NCERT students. But let me tell you, as per latest data, there are 36 biodiversity hotspots. Now in India, there are not 3, but instead of that, 4 biodiversity hotspots are in India, right? So if you have to remember NCERT data, and you have to remember latest data as well. So if in the paper both are given, NCERT as well as latest data, you can go for latest because it is from the authentic government websites only. Is that clear? So these are the Indian hotspots: Himalaya, including Indo-Burma and North India, Indo-Burma and India, matlab Northeast India plus Andaman Nicobar, Indo-Sri Lanka, Western Ghats plus Sri Lanka. So this is what you have to remember. So yes, whatever is given in NCERT, as such you have to remember it. You will definitely find question from this part this year, right, from hotspot regions. So as I said, right, now we have 36 hotspots, right, and India is having 4 hotspots. This is not a good thing. This is not an achievement. It means one more area is under the threat of extinction. Understood? Understood? So Himalaya, entire Indian Himalayan region, Indo-Burma region, Northeast India, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and this Indo-Burma, Sunda lands are there. Indo-Malayan, Western Ghats are there. Right? So now in India, 4 biodiversity hotspots are present. Next is ex-situ conservation, students. So here, right, these the threatened plants and animals, we are taking out from their natural habitat to a new places, right? So that we can protect them, we can provide them the special care. Just as zoo, zoological parks, botanical gardens are there. Even, right, gene banks are also there, which comes under the cryopreservation, an advanced way of, right? Just say I'm using this word cryopreservation, right? Cryopreservation. So it is an advanced way, advanced ex-situ conservation way. It is an advanced ex-situ conservation way. It is. Way it is. Is that clear? Is that clear? So that is what you have to remember, right? Cryopreservation. Just you remember in liquid nitrogen in the chapter sexual reproduction in flowering plants we discussed it. So in liquid nitrogen at minus 196 degrees Celsius, right? It will be conserved. So it will be maintained in its as such condition. So even the pollen grains, even the seeds, gametes, they can be conserved by it. Is that clear? So more than 1500 botanical gardens, arboreta in the world, they are present, right? So over 800 zoos or zoological parks, most with captive breeding programs, are also there. Understood? So students, so I told you already about the ex-situ conservation, the advanced way to keep gamete, to protect or conserve the gametes of threatened species. So we can preserve them at minus 196 degrees Celsius in liquid nitrogen. Even eggs can be fertilized in vitro. We can propagate the plants by tissue culturing methods as well. So seeds of different genetic strains of commercially important plants, they are also stored for long period in seed banks. Is that clear? So Natural Bureau of Plant, Animal and Fish Genetic Resources, they maintain germplasm and field gene banks. Am I clear? Am I clear? So these are the list of just Tulsi, Rudraksh, people, they are the sacred plants as well. So now let's talk about the international efforts as well. So here you can see just Earth Summit 1992, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Came into force 29th December 1993. These are the quick revision points, beta. So conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of biodiversity, fair and equitable sharing of benefits of genetic resources. So World Summit 2002. Next is World Summit 2002, Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay, so 190 countries, they pledged to reduce the biodiversity lost by 2010 at all levels. Next is this one is already explained. So this is all about this chapter. Then the next one is Earth Summit 2012, right? So it is held in Rio again, Brazil. So issues are scrutiny of the unsustainable production, especially toxic compounds. So this portion is given in your book. You have to remember. So now, beta, there are 18 biosphere reserve and 106 national parks as well. So this is the latest data. Okay, this is the latest data. So this is all about this chapter. So in 5 hours, around 40 minutes, rather it is 39 minutes yet. And with the, I think 15 minutes ka break, we are done with the complete ecology. Then I'll give you a break for half an hour, 30 minutes. So let's meet at 3 p.m. Okay, so this is your lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, so enjoy your lunch. After that, we will start the microbes in human welfare. Okay, so this is it. Those who are here to study, most welcome. Those who are not, again, it's your choice, beta. So after this, we will start with the microbes, which will not take more than 1 hour, because there also we will focus on the quick revision points. Okay, right? So let's finish it today, and Saturday or Sunday, I'll let you know. Most probably I'll take the class on Saturday. Evolution, POIV and the molecular basis of inheritance will be discussed there. Okay, done? Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, let's start the microbes in human welfare, okay? Okay, let's start the microbes in human welfare. So do you have any doubts so far? Yes, please. Do you have any doubts so far? Yes, do you have any doubts so far? Okay, so now when you talk about the microbes in human welfare, so here you have to remember something, and that is that microbes are not always microbes which are microscopic, which we cannot say with our we cannot see with our naked eyes, because our eyes can see the objects up to a certain range only. Are you getting my point? So microbes, organism not visible to naked eyes because they have a size of 0.1 mm or even lesser than that. Are you getting my point? So microbes are basically present everywhere, right? They are present everywhere. But the point is, we believe that microbes, they always cause the disease, but that is not the case, right? Not all the microbes are the disease causing microbes. That's what you have to remember, number one. Number two is they are beneficial also. So in this chapter, that's what we are going to discuss. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes or no? Is that clear? Yes or no? Done? Okay, so that's what we have to discuss. So when you are talking about the microbes, you talk about protozoa, bacteria, fungi. That's what you discuss. So bacteria, you know that they belong to kingdom Monera. This is the prokaryotic cell. It's a primitive cell. Fungi, this is a different kingdom. So when you talk about these bacteria and fungi, beta, we can grow them in the lab, right? In the culture medium, we all can grow it in the lab, in the culture medium. Are you getting my point? So we can grow it on the nutrient media, right? We can form the colonies that can be seen with the naked eyes. So then we have another terms also other than bacteria and fungi. In this chapter, when you read the NCERT, you find it: viruses, viroids, and prions, right? What do we have, guys? We have the viruses, we have the viroids, and we have the prions as well, right? We have the viruses, viroids, and the prions as well, right? This is again we have. So what you have to see when you are talking about the viruses, we know that they are the obligate parasite, right? We know that they are the obligate parasite. And my dear students, these viruses, you know that outside the body they are just inert crystalline structure. Are you getting my point? Outside the body, they are just inert crystalline structure, my dear students. They are just inert crystalline structure, right? It is living when it will hijack the host machinery. Inside our body, it is living. So we cannot grow the viruses on the culture medium. If you have to grow a virus in the lab, you have to put the cell extract there. This is important. Viroids, they are what? They are the, just viruses are nucleoprotein complexes. So these viroids are just the infectious RNA. It is without any protein coat. It is without any protein coat, it is without any capsid, it is just the infectious RNA. Then when you talk about the prions, so these prions are the abnormally folded proteins. So these are the things which we cannot culture in the lab. Am I clear? So with these microbes, they cannot be cultured in the lab without cell-free extract. If we have to culture them, we have to put the cell-free extract there, right? So viruses, already told you what are they, beta? They are living inside the body, outside the body, they are just living. This is the infectious RNA and this is the abnormally folded protein. Now, when it comes to the household product, the very important example that we all discuss is the lactic acid bacteria, that is lab, that is lactobacillus, right? That is what we discuss. Am I clear? This is the lactic acid bacteria, lactobacillus, this is a lab. Okay, now when you talk about this particular bacteria, what will it do? Just say you know that you have the milk sugar, that is lactose. What do you have there? You have the milk sugar. In the milk, the sugar is lactose. And if I talk about the milk protein, that milk protein is casein. Is that clear? That milk protein is casein and the milk sugar is the lactose. And I hope you remember it's a disaccharide made up of galactose and glucose. If you remember it, very good. If you do not, then you should. So now what's the next point, right? What's the next point? So here understand one thing, guys. This lactobacillus bacteria, okay? This lactobacillus bacteria, it shows the bacterial fermentation. It act on lactose. It converted into, after this bacterial fermentation, it converted into lactic acid. Now this lactic acid, right? Now this lactic acid, it acts on milk protein casein and it coagulate that. It will do the coagulation. That's how you get the curd, beta. That's how you get the curd, right? Its coagulation will occur. So when you talk about the curd is more nutritious than the milk because it is having the vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is very important for our RBC. I don't know whether you know it or not, but just for your information, I'm telling you that when you talk about the stomach, here you know that cells are present. So we have the parietal cell, right, also known as oxyntic cells. These are the cells which also release the HCl. Along with that, they also release Castle intrinsic gastric factor, right? They also release what? They also release Castle intrinsic gastric factor, that is also known as GIF. So this is the one that help in the absorption of RBC, right? This is the one that, this is the one that help in the absorption of vitamin B12. Okay, so if there will be no Castle intrinsic factor, there will be no vitamin B12, the RBC production will be affected. So there was one PYQ in which, you know, they have related this concept and they have asked the question. That's why I'm explaining you this particular part. So here you can see lactic acid will be added into, lactic acid bacteria will be added into the milk, right? Done. Sorry. So this is the one that will act on lactose. This is the one that is going to convert it into the lactic acid by fermentation. So it will act on the milk protein casein. It will cause its coagulation, right? So that is how we will get it. And right, then milk is changed to curd, cheese and yogurt as well, right? So extra information is also discussed with you all along with its nutritious value, right, students? So you guys can check it. So this lactic acid bacteria also check the growth of diseases, disease causing microbes. So that's what you have to remember. So when we make the milk at home, if you have noticed, first of all, we take the milk, we boil it, then we bring it to the normal temperature, like not at the room temperature, little more than that. And then if you have noticed it or if you have done it, we put the curd there, right? Half the spoon, or it depends the quantity on the quantity of the milk, you put the curd there. So that curd acts like a starter or the inoculum, right? It acts like a starter or inoculum, which is used in preparation of milk products, right? And which is basically the source of millions of LAB in that curd, right? Next is cheese. So it is having the milk curd that has separated from whey, right? What is it? Cheese is basically the milk curd that has separated from whey, right? It is basically what? It is the milk curd that has separated from whey. So it is basically nutritious. It is protein rich. So whey is actually the liquid which will remain after milk has been curdled and strained. Is that clear? Is that clear? So cheese is nothing but the milk curd that has separated from the whey. So whey is the liquid which will remain after milk has been curdled and strained. So curdling is done again with the help of this LAB, lactic acid bacteria, and the enzyme renin. So students, here the enzyme that we have is renin. It is RENNIN, right? In the kidney, you talk about the renin, RENIN. This one is the RENNIN. Actually, in the calf stomach or in the stomach or infants, right? In the case of infants, you will see that there are certain cells which are known as, there are cells, chief cells or peptic cells, which are present in the stomach lining, right? Chief cell or peptic cells, they are present in the stomach lining. So what will happen? They release proenzymes, right? The inactive form of enzymes, right? We also call them as zymogens. So out of that, one is this prorenin, right? Prorenin. So under the influence of HCl, it will get activated. So this is the one that act on milk protein casein and help and cause its coagulation, right? So in the infant, it forms. In our case, the pancreatic enzymes help in that, right? So yes, it also acts on the milk protein casein. It helps in its coagulation. So, right, that's why here it is written, if we have to do the coagulation, we can go for lactic acid bacteria and as well as enzyme renin, right? even the rennet or the fruit extract of Withania coagulans. Its fruit extract is also used for curdling. So when it comes to the cheese formation for raw cheese, right, again here simply you have to curdle the milk with the lactic acid bacteria. It is made from unpasteurized milk, matlab milk that is not heated to kill bacteria. How do we make it? We make it from the milk that is not killed to that is not heated, that is not boiled, so it is having more natural enzymes and the microbes. Now Swiss cheese, this is important PYQ, my dear students, right? Do mark it. Swiss cheese is the important PYQ. Here you have Propionibacterium shermani, very important MCQ it is. Propionibacterium shermani, very important MCQ it is. So it is used for the Swiss cheese production. So here in this cheese, you will see the wholes production, right? You people will see the wholes production, right? So bacteria here form large amount of carbon dioxide, which is responsible for the characteristic large holes present in the Swiss cheese. Are you getting my point? Large holes which are formed there. It is because of CO2 production. So this is again a previous year question. So this cheese is semi-hard, pale yellow, mild nutty taste it is having. So its origin is in Switzerland. So first thing that you have to notice is lactic acid bacteria, lactobacillus for curd formation. Along with that, do write it, curd is more nutritious. Why? Explain it. Then this is the second Propionibacterium shermani that you have to write. Third is the blue cheese, also known as Roquefort cheese. You pronounce it as Roquefort cheese, blue cheese. So it is formed with the help of a fungus, mold. Mold word we use for the fungus, so it is Penicillium roqueforti, right? So it is characterized by blue or green veins of the mold, right? Penicillium roqueforti. So it is added during production and grows inside the cheese. It is having a sharp, tangy, salty flavor, everybody, okay, right? Next is bread. So selected strains of yeast. Which yeast? Your selected strain of yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, right? Saccharomyces cerevisiae. We know that yeast is a unicellular fungus, belongs to Ascomycetes. So it is grown on molasses, right? Saccharomyces cerevisiae, it is grown on molasses and used as baker's yeast. So what are molasses? They are the thick, dark syrup. Thick, dark syrup, that's a byproduct of sugar production. It's a thick, dark syrup, which is a byproduct of the sugar production, right? So that's how you grow it. Then comes the dosa and idli. Right, so here you talk about the dough, right? How the dough will be prepared. It is by using rice and black gram mixture. We have to ferment it by using the bacteria Leuconostoc and Streptococcus. So that's how we can get it, right? So even in that dough also you will see that puffed up appearance. That puffed up appearance is due to the carbon dioxide production. So this is again an important question. So what we have discussed so far: lactic acid bacteria, Propionibacterium shermani, Penicillium roqueforti. In the case of dosa and idli, Leuconostoc and Streptococcus. Okay. Now toddy, which is also called as tari, a traditional drink of some parts of southern India. So how is it prepared? Made by fermenting sap from the palms. That's it. Right now, when it comes to the industrial products, we have the alcoholic beverages, right? We have the alcoholic beverages, right, beta? So you have fermented beverages as well as distilled beverages. So here also we use the yeast. We again here use the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, right, students? So you will see that the nutrient medium can be malted cereals and the fruit juices. So when there is an undistilled beverages, it is just formed by the fermentation only. It is just the result of fermentation only. Are you getting my point? It is just the result of fermentation only. Are you getting my point? So it is made by fermentation of sugars by yeast and bacteria. It is not distilled. It is simply the fermented one. Here, the alcohol is not separated from the water. So here you will see the quantity, the concentration of alcohol will be less, my dear students. The quantity of alcohol is less in these drinks, right? They are just the result of fermentation only, right? And here the quantity of alcohol will be around 4 to 15%. Why is it so? Because even in class 11th it is written, yeast poison itself to death when alcohol concentration reaches, around 15%, then they are not able to reproduce, right? Around 13% rather. Okay, so then they are not able to reproduce. So for the undistilled beverages, beer, wine, champagne, right? These are the examples, right? Beer, wine, champagne. Just here you can see beer, the source is barley grams, wine, grape juices, champagne, grape juice. Again, right? So they are fermented and these drinks are obtained. When it comes to distilled beverages, so we start with a fermented beverage. Firstly, there will be a fermented beverage. Then, beta, that will undergo distillation. What we have to do? The distillation of that beverage. That is heating plus cooling to separate alcohol from the water. We have to heat it, cool it. We have to separate the alcohol from the water. Then, here in such drinks, the alcohol concentration will be more. Okay, just say rum obtained from molasses, gin from barley, whiskey is obtained from barley, brandy is obtained from peaches, apples, cherries, and the vodka is obtained from potatoes. Understood? Understood. So see, most yeast cannot reproduce when the concentration of alcohol level is high. So it is not extra, guys. It is again from the NCERT. So when the alcohol concentration is high and fermentation ceases at that point. So yeast poison themselves to death when the alcohol concentration reaches about 15%. Am I clear here? Yes, please. 13%, sorry. Am I clear here? So yes, that's what you have to remember. Okay, that's what you have to remember. Now, we will talk about this fermentation. So this fermentation, we have to use even in the last marathon also I told you about this. So when you people talk about this fermentation, you will see the bioreactors, large curved vessels, right, having a proper system for uniform distribution of the things, for the oxygen availability as well, right? Here they are the large vessel, they are fully loaded with the nutrient medium, right? They are fully loaded with what? With nutrient media. Here you put the let's suppose if you are using yeast, you will put it there. So there are different ways by which we can culture it, right? There are different ways by which we can culture it. Just say the first one is the batch process. The very first thing here is the batch process. What is it? It is the batch process. Here what will you do? Just say, let's suppose I have started a batch. I am taking 30 students only. I'm saying that once I'll finish their syllabus, then I will take the next 30 students, right, to teach. This is the batch culture thing. You are taking a bioreactor, you are putting all the nutrient medium at once, then your organism there, and then once it's done with, once all the nutrient medium is exhausted, you are getting your product. This is how you are getting your product. Then comes fed batch culture. Just say, let's suppose I have started a batch. I have started with the 30 students. After every 1 month, I'm taking 5 more students, right? So this is fed batch culture. So in the batch process, bioreactor is filled with the sterile nutrient substrate and they are inoculated with the microorganism. In the course of entire fermentation, no nutrients and cultures are added further. Am I clear? No nutrients and cultures are added further. Then comes the fed batch fermentation. Substrate here is added. It is added in increments at different times throughout the course of fermentation. So it is added in increments at different times throughout the course of fermentation. So periodic substrate addition, time to time when we are adding the substrate, nutrient medium is added there for that organism because that organism is feeding on it. So its lag phase will be prolonged. Now you know what lag phase is, that growth phase, and the stationary phase. So there will be prolonged log and the log and the stationary. Log is also known as exponential phase. So log phase and the stationary phase, that will result in an increased biomass. So consequently, production of metabolite is increased here. Am I clear? Consequently, the production of metabolite is increased here. Am I clear? So next is the continuous process. Just say I'm continuously allowing the students to take admission in my batch. So there is a regular removal of portion of fermented liquor, right, and addition of more nutrient. So in the continuous fermentation process, right, the cells are maintained in their exponential growth phase. Why? Because there is no restriction on the nutrient medium here. They are getting it abundantly. So that is how they will just keep on growing. Am I clear? Am I clear? Sure? Are you sure? Okay, that's great. Done, beta? So that's what you have to remember, okay? So now the antibiotics, let's talk about them. The discovery of antibiotics, beta, it is serendipity. Do you know that? The discovery of antibiotics, it is what? It is serendipity, means by chance discovery it is, right? Just say the scientists, sometimes they study something else, but they got some other results. Just say in the case of all the plant growth regulators, right? We talk about the serendipity only. So antibiotics, what does it mean? So it means against life. So it is in context of disease causing microorganism. So term antibiotic, it was coined by Waxman, number one. So they are the chemical substances which are produced by microorganism and they can kill, right? They can kill or inhibit the growth of other disease causing microbes without harming the host. This is the role of antibiotics and it's a very important discovery. So what happened was that Alexander Fleming, right? He was the one who was working on a bacteria, Staphylococcus. Okay? Staphylococcus, he was working on that. So in his unwashed petri dishes, he saw like around in that unwashed petri dishes having the bacterial culture, he saw that a fungus is growing. And the point where fungus is growing, nearby to that, no bacteria was there. So it was a zone of inhibition. This is what he noticed. So he discovered that, like he found that there's a fungus is penicillium, right, species. So the antibiotic obtained from that is penicillin, sorry. So it is the first antibiotic to be discovered. So it was a chance discovery by Alexander Fleming. So that's why I'm saying it is serendipity, right? It's a by chance discovery. It's a serendipity, by chance discovery. Now, he observed this Penicillium notatum growing in one of his unwashed culture plates, right? And where it was growing, the Staphylococcus bacteria was unable to grow. A zone of inhibition was there near to it, right? And you remember, we discussed this today in Commensalism example as well, ki penicillium to making a drug, like making a compound, right? It is not harming it, right? But it is harming what? It is no difference here, but it is harming the bacteria. So for bacteria, that interaction is going to be minus, that is detrimental. So this is what we also learned in today's lecture itself. So he found that the chemical extract which is obtained from mold also inhibited bacterial growth. So chemical was named as penicillin. Am I clear? The chemical was named as penicillin. So his therapeutic value was as an effective antibiotic was later established by Ernst Chain, Howard Florey. He was not aware of it, but all three collectively, they got the Nobel Prize for that. So in 1945, when? In 1945, Fleming, Chain and Florey, they were awarded the Nobel Prize. So penicillium, it is extensively used to treat American soldiers, those who were wounded in World War II. Am I clear? Am I clear? Right? Right? Okay. Done? Chaliye. So this is what you have to remember, okay? So next point that we have is that there is the broad spectrum antibiotics and there are the narrow spectrum antibiotics. So this is what we have to learn. Just allow me 1 minute, guys. Okay, so that's what you have to remember. So next is broad spectrum antibiotics, narrow spectrum antibiotics. So in the broad spectrum antibiotics, antibiotics which kill or inhibit wide range, means here they can kill gram positive as well as gram negative bacteria. They can kill both gram positive as well as gram negative bacteria. They can kill both. Okay, beta, जैसे chloramphenicol, ofloxacin, right? So they are broad spectrum antibiotics. So whenever we use the term broad spectrum antibiotics, so basically we have to remember that both gram negative and positive, it can act on any of the bacteria because and is the word. But when it is narrow spectrum, either on gram negative or on gram positive, it can act. Example is this penicillin. Am I clear? Example is this penicillin. Is that clear? Is that clear? So next is the antibiotics. Some antibiotics, they are the limited spectrum antibiotics. They are very specific. They kill a particular organism only. Is that clear? So now when you talk about the antibiotics, right, they are having bactericidal action, that is killing effect, penicillin. Some are having bacteriostatic action, inhibitory effect, that is tetracycline. Like some antibiotics, they directly kill that bacteria, so they are having the killing effect, right? So bactericidal effect it is, bacteriostatic, as for stop, matlab directly inhibiting it. Okay, directly it is inhibiting it. So that is what you have to remember. Am I clear? Am I clear? Done, beta? So now here I would like to give you the homework, that is penicillin and lysozyme. Okay? Okay, chaliye. So penicillin and this penicillin, this antibiotic, I hope you know about it. Obviously you know about it. And lysozyme, which is present in our body secretion. Do you know how this penicillin act? It acts on, or it inhibits the synthesis of cell wall, right? It inhibits the synthesis of cell wall and do not let the growth of this bacteria, inhibit the synthesis of cell wall. So basically it acts on the peptidoglycan. Now this lysozyme, it just kill or destroy the pre-existing structure. It destroy the cell wall. It inhibited synthesis, it just destroy directly, right? It will just kill that, okay? It will just kill that. So this is what you need to resemble. Am I clear? Am I clear? Right? So lysozymes, they will act on they will degrade that pre-existing structure. So they both kill synergistically to kill they both act synergistically to kill the bacteria. Am I clear? Sure? Done, beta? So that is how these two, they act. Next is use of antibiotics. So you know that they fight with these deadly diseases. So you should know about their causative agents as well. We have discussed it in the chapter Human Health and Disease as well. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure. So plague, we know that it is caused by the bacteria. I hope you remember, that is Yersinia pestis. है ना? Diphtheria pestis. हाँ. Corynebacterium diphtheriae, Mycobacterium leprae, done. So this is what you all need to remember. And yes, whooping cough is basically caused by Bordetella pertussis, right? Bordetella pertussis, kali khansi, Bordetella pertussis. Done, beta? So that's what you have to remember. Pertussis. Okay, so it is given in NCERT, so please try to remember it. So Yersinia pestis, Bordetella pertussis, Corynebacterium diphtheriae, right? And then Mycobacterium leprae. Okay, so antibiotics, you know that they are very effective. You know, when antibiotics were not discovered, just say there are it was difficult to treat the soldiers or anybody who's injured. So even the housefly larvae, for that we use the word maggots. Maggots were used. So they used to eat the dead skin. That is how people used to get treated. You can read about it. You can literally read about it. Okay, done, beta? Okay, so next is the chemical enzymes and the other bioactive molecules. So acetic acid. From where are we getting acetic acid? We are getting it from the bacteria, Acetobacter aceti. You have to remember which one is bacteria, which one is fungus. So please keep it in your mind. So acetic acid, Acetobacter aceti, bacteria. Citric acid is from the fungus Aspergillus niger. Again, it also belongs to your Ascomycetes. Then butyric acid, Clostridium butylicum. It is again a bacteria. Then lactic acid, Lactobacillus, Rhizopus and Streptococcus. Am I clear? So again, the important thing. Then enzymes, जैसे proteases digest protein, right? So they are used for clearing beer and whiskey, to clear the bottle juices. जैसे the bottle juices that we get in the market, they are quite clear because the proteases, even the pectinases, such type of enzymes are added there. So softening of bread and meat is done in detergent to remove the stains. Then in the case of pectinase, you will see they clear the fruit juices for the retting of the fiber. In the case of lipase, you will see they are used in detergents and are very helpful in removing the oily stains, lipases. Okay, so amylase, it is again used in clothing and dishwash detergent. They will dissolve the starch from the fabrics, right, beta? So for softening and the sweetening of bread, they are used. Okay, so out of this, now this one is the most important one. Now the next three that we have to discuss, they are important. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, is that clear? So this is what we have to remember. So next is streptokinase, a very, very important thing, right, beta? So it's a clot buster. What's that? It's a clot buster. Is that clear? So streptokinase, it's a clot buster. Just those who are undergoing a myocardial infarction, they are given this. So let me explain you. Just you know that in our intact blood vessel, in our body, we have heparin. So heparin is the natural anti-blood coagulant. It's natural anti-blood coagulant. It will not allow our blood to coagulate or to clot in the intact blood vessel. Sometimes what happen, just say sometimes in our arteries, right, clot formation occur. This clot is known as thrombus, right, and this disease is thrombosis. Now if that clot will be there in the coronary artery, which is giving blood to our heart muscles, then obviously the oxygen supply is also interrupted, the blood flow will be interrupted, so myocardial infarction, heart attack can occur. So those who are underwent this surgery, or those who are having this heart attack, in their case, the clot busters are given to them, and that clot buster, the example that we are discussing is streptokinase. So we can obtain it from the genetically modified, right, genetically modified bacteria, that is streptococcus, right, that is streptococcus. Is that clear? That is what? That is streptococcus. So produced by the bacterium streptococcus, which is modified by the genetic engineering. So from that we are getting this, which is a clot buster. So this is something which is very important. So it removes the clot from the blood vessels of the patient who have undergone this myocardial infarction leading to the heart attack. So how the streptokinase is helping? So this is very important, very, very, very important PYQ. So streptokinase, beta, it is not an enzyme, right? And trust me, nobody will tell you this thing. Please remember it. It is not an enzyme. You read them under bioactive molecules. This is not an enzyme. Rather, it binds to the plasminogen. What will happen? It binds to, what is this? When this bind, it activates this plasminogen. Plasminogen, it is inactive. It will activate it into plasmin. So plasmin is actually the proteolytic enzyme that will break the fibrin. You know that fibrin is insoluble. Fibrin along with blood cells, they are basically forming, they form the clot. So this plasmin, it acts on this fibrin, it dissolves the clot. That's how it is used. Is that clear? That's how it is used. Next is cyclosporin A. Cyclosporin A obtained from the fungus Trichoderma polysporum. So as per NCERT, as per that old classification you studied in deuteromycetes, so it is an immunosuppressive agent. Now you are done with the human health and disease. You know that our CMIS, cell-mediated immune system, having T cells, it is having the suppressor effect here, regulatory effect on the immune system. So when there is an organ transplantation, it will get activated. So Trichoderma polysporum, it gives us cyclosporin A, my dear students, right? Right? So it is basically used as immunosuppressive agent in the organ transplant. Okay, during that it is used because this will suppress that CMIS. So it is the CMIS that acts against the organ transplantation. Then comes the statin. If you have any blood pressure patient in your home, you can check it. You'll find that the medicines that they take, you will find the even some brand names are also containing the word statin, but you will find it written there. So it is obtained from Monoscus purpurus. So beta, from this particular part, streptokinase, cyclosporin, and even from this, right, even from the statin, you will get the answer, a question for sure, right? You are for sure, you guys are going to get the question. Are you getting my point? And it is even CBSE board, CBSE's favorite question. Okay, so Monescus purpurus is a yeast. So statin is obtained from that. So it's a cholesterol lowering agent. How will it lower that? Because it will competitively fight with HMG-CoA reductase. What is this? This is the enzyme that helps in the cholesterol synthesis, right? So competitively it will inhibit it. Statin rather, right? Like here you can see HMG-CoA reductase. So it stands for 3-hydroxy 3-methyl gluteryl coenzyme A, CHMG-CoA reductase. This is the enzyme which help in the synthesis of the cholesterol. This is the enzyme that make the cholesterol, right? It catalyzes the reduction of HMG-CoA into mevalonate, and which is the key precursor for the cholesterol synthesis. Are you getting my point? Now, these statins, right, they decrease the cholesterol synthesis because they are structural analog to this HMG-CoA. Right, so this enzyme, they will not allow this enzyme to bind with its actual substrate. Rather, statin will join there. Right, statin will join there. So if it will not bind with its actual substrate, it will not make the mevalonate. There will be no cholesterol synthesis. So that is how, right? That is how these statins, they help in reducing the blood pressure. Am I clear? Chaliye. So the next topic is the, yes, please. So the next topic here that we have is what? We have the sewage treatment, one of the most important topics, and we are going to explain it with the help of a flowchart. First of all, what is sewage? It is the municipal waste water having the human excreta. When human excreta is discharged directly into the water, obviously human excreta is behaving like what? It is the organic matter. So if it will be discharged into the water body, so many aerobic organism that feeds on this organic matter, they will also grow there. Even the disease causing, they are mostly the disease causing pathogens as well, right? They are the disease causing pathogens as well. So that's what you have to understand, that when this excreta is directly discharged there in the water, right, too much of organic matter is there, pathogens will grow there. Right, students? So this is going to decrease the quality of that water, and this is damaging the water quality. That contaminated water can cause what? Infection. So to avoid the discharge of raw sewage to the water bodies, Ministry of Environment and Forest, that is MOEF, they have proposed large number of STPs, sewage treatment plant, right, beta? So here what exactly is happening? See, when the organic matter increases in the water, please try to understand, when organic matter, when it increases, right, when organic matter, it increases in the water, what will happen? The organisms, that those who are going to feed on it, they will grow. Now what will happen? See, these organisms, many pathogens are there. Obviously, they are aerobic one that I'm talking right now. Now, our excreta is food for them. These pathogens that are present here, these microbes which are present here, they will feed on this organic matter. So if they are feeding on this organic matter, they need oxygen. What they need? What do they need? They need oxygen. They need oxygen to decompose this organic matter so that they can take energy out of it. So to oxidize this organic matter, they need the oxygen. They will demand for that oxygen. They demand that oxygen. So that is actually the biochemical oxygen demand, या फिर biological oxygen demand. What's that, students? That is biochemical oxygen demand, or you can also call it as biological oxygen demand, right? It is the amount of oxygen which is required by these microorganisms so that they can decompose the organic matter present in 1 liter of the solution. This is the BOD. So if this organic matter, if this waste will be discharged in the water body, I'm talking about the organic matter here specifically. So, right, organisms, they will demand that oxygen. So if a water body is having high organic matter, its BOD is high, it means the water body is highly polluted. It means the water body is highly polluted. That is the meaning here. More BOD, more pollution. And in the sewage treatment plants, ultimately focus is to decrease the BOD, to decrease this biochemical or biological oxygen demand. So here we have the step. The very first step is the primary treatment, which is also known as the physical treatment. Okay, it is a general way. Just say, you know that if you even plan to clean, something around you. Just say, let's suppose if you have decided that I'll clean a swimming pool, what will you do? First of all, we will just take out, just say if there is any floating debris, if there is any polythene or cloth there, you will separate it out. If there will be any sand or something, that will settle down at the base. So in the primary treatment or in the physical treatment, what exactly we are going to do here is that it involves the physical removal of the large and the small particles. We are removing these large and small particles from that sewage, but how? Through filtration as well as through sedimentation. Through filtration as well as through sedimentation. That is what we are doing. So basically the floating debris, that the one which will float over there, they'll be removed by sequential filtration. So actually in primary treatment, you will see two steps: sequential filtration, then sedimentation. Firstly, you will filter that water, and whatever the pebbles and all that things are there, they will settle down at the base. So floating debris, they'll be removed by sequential filtration. You are passing the water, right? There are wire, just we have the wire gauges, there are, spaces like that through which the water will filter out. So all the waste, right, that floating waste, it will be collected there. It will be collected there. Is that clear? So floating debris, they are removed by the sequential filtration. Even the grit, soil and the small particle, they'll be removed by the sedimentation. So here what is happening? Just say you are passing the water for the primary treatment. The filtration is there. After that, things will also settle down. है ना? So this part is known as sludge, and you call it as primary sludge. The sediment actually is known as what? This sediment actually is known as primary sludge. Am I clear? This sediment actually is known as what? This sediment actually is known as primary sludge. And here you have the supernatant and effluent, right? You have supernatant and effluent here. So effluent of primary treatment, right? This is the effluent of primary treatment that will go for, right? It is the effluent of the primary treatment that will go for the secondary or biological treatment. And this primary sludge, we use it for the sediments. This is used for land filling or composting, right? You have to fill a land, there you can use for composting, etc. You can use it. So here you can see effluent or the supernatant from this primary settling tank will go for the secondary treatment, which is also known as biological treatment. So why do we call the secondary treatment as the biological treatment? Because it is the one where you will use the microbes. Okay, this is the one where you people are going to use the microbes. So here microbial degradation of organic matter will occur, right? How come it is there? Supernatant, effluent from the primary treatment will pass to the settling tank. Now, firstly, it will pass to the large aeration tanks, right? Just say this is the effluent, it will pass to the large aeration tank. Here, of course, air supply is there, oxygen is available. So if oxygen is available, aerobic microorganisms will also grow there. है ना? We add them, we add their source there. So these aerobic organisms, they will start feeding on, right? These aerobic organisms, they will start feeding on the organic matter present in it, right? Actually here what is happening here, actually, because oxygen is also there, flocks they form. So flocks are nothing, these are the fungal filaments, right? Fungal hyphae, their filament, they will form a meshwork. In that meshwork, these bacteria, they will get trapped, students, right? So these bacteria, they both are aerobic, of course, and these fungal filament, they are forming a meshwork. So for that, we are using the word flocks, and they are feeding on what? They are feeding on the, right? They are feeding on what? They are actually feeding on the, they are feeding on this organic matter there, right? So when this flock, right, flock is again a PYQ. So when this flock is there, when it is feeding on the organic matter present here, so it will decrease the BOD. And once the BOD is decreased, you will pass it to the aeration tank, sorry, settling tank. So let's read it here one by one. I'll explain it. Chaliye, jaise let's suppose this is the aeration tank. Flocks will form here. They will start feeding on the organic matter. So once the BOD decreases, we pass this to the settling tank. Now here in the settling tank, what is exactly what will happen here exactly? Because here already the organic matter is less. What is less here? Organic matter is less here. So what will happen? So here the flock, it will settle down at the base. The flock, it will settle down at the base, right? It will settle down at the base. And this effluent here, right, because its BOD is less, Either we can discharge it directly in the river or streams, or it can go for the tertiary treatment. Right now, you just listen to me. I have a flow chart from where you will be able to understand it in a better way. And these flocks, some part of it, right, some part of it, because it is also the sludge, but here you will call it as activated sludge. So some part of it we will use as inoculum, right, to add the source of bacteria in this aeration tank, but rest of it will pass to the anaerobic sludge digester. Rest of it will pass to what? Will pass to the anaerobic sludge digester. So once there was a question in NEET 2022, they have asked us that activated sludge is the result of aerobic decomposition or anaerobic. It is the result of aerobic decomposition, but later it will go for anaerobic sludge digester, where anaerobic organism will destroy these flocks. Okay, so here you can see in aeration tank, primary effluent is mechanically agitated. Constantly air is pumped into it, so due to which there is a vigorous growth of useful, right, due to which there is a vigorous growth of useful aerobic microorganisms, right, into flocks. So what are flocks? Masses of bacteria associated with fungal filament to form a mash-like structure, right? So it is the masses of bacteria which are associated with fungal filament to form mash-like structure. So flocks, they consume the major part of the organic matter in the effluent, and it reduces the BOD. It reduces the BOD. So high BOD, water is highly polluted, means less dissolved oxygen. So BOD is nothing but the amount of dissolved oxygen which is needed by that aerobic microorganism so that they can oxidize this organic matter present in the given sample under specified conditions of temperature, that is 20 degrees Celsius, and time usually 5 days. So it is measured in Dyckness beta, and these are the units for the BOD, that is milligram oxygen per liter, right? Right, so BOD is an indirect measure of the amount of organic matter in water. More BOD means more organic matter, means more pollution. Is that clear? So when BOD is significantly reduced, that is 10 to 15% of the raw sewage, the effluent is passed into settling tank. So here that sludge is the activated sludge. So small part of it is pumped back into the aeration tank. It will act like inoculum. And major part will pass to the anaerobic sludge digester, where anaerobic bacteria will digest it. Right? So this is what you have to remember. So anaerobic sludge digestion is important. Right? It is important for the disposal of aerobic decomposer. It kills that pathogen. It produces the biogas, right? Which is a mixture of methane, CO2, H2S, but majorly it is the methane. Okay, and then it is for the manuring. Is that clear? So effluent from the secondary treatment plant is released into natural water bodies, or we can also send it back to the, we can also take it to the tertiary treatment where chemicals will be added. So MOEF, that is Ministry of Environment and Forest, they have initiated Ganga and Yamuna action plan to save these major rivers. Got that? So this is beta. Yes, please. So here you guys can see the flow chart. So dekho, sewage under primary treatment for filtration, then sedimentation. So here you will get sediment or primary sludge, then you have the effluent. So here, yes, there is a correction. Even I will do it, but later, of course. So this effluent from the primary treatment, actually, guys, right? This effluent from the primary treatment, it will go to the, this effluent from the primary treatment, it will go to the secondary treatment. It will pass there in the aeration tanks. So mechanical agitation and the flocks formation will be there. So when BOD decreases, we pass it into the settling tank. So here the sediment is activated sludge. Effluent can either go for tertiary treatment or river or stream. So this is the anaerobic sludge digester, which further give us biogas and manure. Done, beta. So biogas is obtained, which is a mixture of gases, right? So here maximum is your CH4. The maximum is your CH4. Okay. So how do we get it? From methanogens. So these methanogens are anaerobic organisms. What are they? They are the anaerobic organisms, right? They are anaerobes. And what sort of anaerobes they are? They are obligate anaerobes. So anaerobically, they will give us biogas, right? Which is also known as gobar gas or dung gas. Why? Because we are getting it from the dung. Just ruminants, right? Those, there's a cattle, your buffalo, cow, camel, etc. They are the ruminants. So now in the case of these these cows, you know that they feed on the grass. How do they digest it? Because they are, first of all, their stomach is chambered. They have the chamber rumen as well. We are calling them as ruminants. They have in their stomach methanogens that actually help in the digestion of this cellulose present in the grass that they eat. Are you getting my point? So obviously their dung is also having the methanogens. So what is happening? These methanogens, they feed on the cellulosic material. They produce methane along with CO2 and H2. So methanogens are also there in anaerobic sludge during sewage treatment, and they are also present in the rumen of the cattle. So excreta is also having the methanogens. So for the biogas plant, you need a concrete tank. Bio waste will be collected, beta. So you will put the slurry of, so here, just a minute, guys. Done, beta? So bio wastes are collected and a slurry of cattle dung and the water is added. So floating cover is placed over that slurry. Matlab when you mix that dung and water, you have collected the water waste, you have collected the bio waste, and from one side you are, matlab here images are not there. So from one side there is a source of that this dung, right? And from another side, the one which is used one, that will be removed, that sludge will be removed. So actually what is happening in the biogas plant, where you have the concrete tank, bio waste will be collected and the slurry of cattle dung and the water is added. So a floating cover is placed over the slurry, which keeps on rising as the gas is produced. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right, so biogas plant has an outlet which is connected to a pipe to supply the biogas to the nearby house, and the spent slurry will be removed. That is it. So this full form is again important. Right, so Indian Agricultural Research Institute and Khadi and Village Industry Commission, right, they are basically putting effort to use this biogas technology and production. Right, so there are 3 steps here. Firstly, in that bio waste, whatever protein, fat, cellulose, hemicellulose are there, so decomposers, they will convert it into soluble compounds or the monomers. Then fermentation will be done, organic acids will be produced, then methanogens will form the biogas. Is that clear? Is that clear? So microbes cannot be used directly as a source of energy, but yes, we can use their fermentation products. Okay, so now the second last topic. So here you can see, beta, biocontrol agents, when we are using the living agents to control the insect pest. Okay, beta. So it depends on predator-prey relationship. You know that we have studied that in the food chain as well, right? So we can use them so that we cannot rely on the chemical fertilizer, and we can develop the natural ways to protect our crops as well. So here they have given the examples which we are going to focus, right? So this is one example, but remember, they are not microbes. You can see them with the naked eyes. So if, let's suppose, in the option ladybird, beetle and dragonfly as biocontrol agent are given and they are asking microbes, then this will not be the answer, because they are not microbes. You can see them with the naked eyes. But yeah, you can remember ladybird, beetle and the dragonflies, they are useful to get rid of aphids and mosquitoes. Am I clear? Now, Cactoblastus. Today itself we discussed it. Right, cactus moth. It is introduced in Australia for its role in biological control of Opuntia or prickly pear cactus. Then butterfly caterpillars, we can control it by this bacteria Bacillus thuringiensis. No doubt it is also used in genetic engineering, where we are making the BT plants, BT cotton, BT brinjal, etc. But we can use this bacteria. They are available in sachets at dried spores. We will mix it with water. We have to spray it on the vulnerable plant, jaise ki members of Brassicaceae family and the fruit trees where they are eaten by insect larvae. So once this toxin, because this toxin is actually the prototoxin, it is an inactive toxin. When it enters in the gut of that insect pest, due to the alkaline pH, this prototoxin will get active, right? And then it will bind with the midgut epithelia, right? Then what will happen? It will bind with the midgut epithelia. Then the pores will be created there. Water will enter there. Swelling will occur, will result in the bursting. And moreover, due to starvation, that insect pest will die. Is that clear? So this is about the Bacillus thuringiensis. Then the next is beta Trichoderma. Okay, so Trichoderma species, though they are free-living fungi, so they are very common in the root ecosystem. They protect the plant from the pathogen. Okay, so next and the most important one, baculovirus. They are the pathogen that will attack insect and other arthropods. Is that clear? So majority of them belong to the genus Nucleopolyhedrovirus. So they are the species specific. They are very important in the integrated pest management. Why? Because they will not kill the undesirable pests. They will only act on those which we genuinely want to kill. So they are species specific, used in narrow spectrum insecticidal application, have no negative effect on plant, mammals, birds, fish or non-target insects. So that's why they are very safe for the integrated pest management. Okay, now when it comes to the biofertilizer, they are the one that increases the fertilizing capacity of the soil. Bacteria, fungi and cyanobacteria are there. So you know that they will increase the nutrient like nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. in the soil. Okay, so when it comes to the free living nitrogen fixing bacteria, not cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria means photosynthetic bacteria. So here you talk about the azotobacter or azospirillum. Free living nitrogen fixing cyanobacteria is blue-green algae. Anabina nostoc oscillatoria. So it's a 2025 PYQ as well. So they are free living, but they are cyanobacteria. Nitrogen fixing cyanobacteria means this is the blue-green algae. This is a photosynthetic bacteria. So Anabina nostoc oscillatoria. Even in paddy fields, cyanobacteria serve as important biofertilizer. But let me tell you, paddy fields are also enriched with the methanogens. Methanogens are also present there. So blue-green algae is not popular as biofertilizer, but because they have this mucilage covering around them, right? That will make it slippery. So then is symbiotic nitrogen fixing bacteria, Rhizobium, right? Which is present in the root nodules of leguminous plants. So this Rhizobium beta, it does not fix the nitrogen when it is free living. It will only fix it when it is in symbiotic association, because in that nodules, leg hemoglobin, this pigment will form. Leg hemoglobin pigment forms in the nodules, which is oxygen squanger, right? Which is oxygen squanger, and this is the one. The enzyme nitrogenase, it needs the anaerobic condition to fix the nitrogen. So yes, the Rhizobium can only fix the nitrogen when it is in the symbiotic association, because in that nodules leg hemoglobin pigment will be there. Next is Azolla anabina, right? So Azolla is free living floating pteridophyte, anabina is symbiotic cyanobacteria. They can also fix the nitrogen, guys. One. Next is mycorrhiza. Today itself we have discussed it. So here it is a symbiotic association in between the fungus with the roots of higher plants. So again, genus here is Glomus. So here you will see, right? Genus here is Glomus. Here you will see it helps plant absorb phosphorus from the soil and will pass it to it. Is that clear? Right? So plant having such association, they are resistant to the root-borne pathogens as well, tolerant to the salinity and drought. So overall increase in the plant growth regulator and development is there. Is that clear? So this is all about this chapter, right? And this is all about today's session as well, right? For sexual reproduction in flowering plants, guys, I'll pin the link in the description box, right? You can just access this particular chapter from that link. Okay, you have, because it's just 4:10, you have sufficient time, you can just revise it. So next marathon is on Saturday, right? And we will discuss genetics and evolution there, because that itself is going to give you at least 60 marks. Right, minimum 60 marks. So that one we will prepare there. So do finish it out. Sexual reproduction in flowering plants will also give you 3 to 4 MCQs in the final exam. So I'll pin the link in the description box. So this is all about today's session. Right, this is all about today's session. I hope you enjoyed it. Right, so this session is sufficient enough for the NEET examination. If you follow this session, right, there is nothing that you have to worry about. Your entire this NCERT is completed here. Okay, even your entire NCERT is completed, and even after the class, if you will read NCERT, you'll find it very easy. All your PYQs are covered, and even I have given you the idea that what kind of question they can ask in the paper. So this is all about today's session. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. So take care. Bye-bye. Do revise it. Do revise the sexual reproduction in flowering plant from the link that I will